British civil servant. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 726. I have a clear conscience. Japan's political status has always been a weakling. Not to mention the current world. Even in the 21st century, Japan has the lowest status in the group of 7. Economic giants, military dwarfs, and political dwarfs are all about Japan. Even in the 21st century, Japan has such a political status. If the United States does not support Japan now, Japan will be under siege. However, Alan Wilson also contacted Lord Pearson, the British ambassador to the United Nations, through a telegram, and the latter also told him about the United States' doubts. After losing Hokkaido, the United States was also worried about the expansion of Japan's pro-Soviet forces, and had doubts about the proposals of Australia and New Zealand, fearing that if Japan was forced too much, Japan might turn to the Soviet Union. The brain hole is quite big. Alan Wilson almost doubted his eyes. This possibility only exists in theory. It is almost impossible to become a reality. Are the US troops stationed in Japan eating dry food? Even if we don't talk about the existence of US troops stationed in Japan, most countries are wary of the Soviet Union. It is a country that advocates equality for all. Which country does not have a powerful class? Japan's pre-war elite class retained more than Germany's. Those aristocratic families that have existed since the Meiji era will turn to the Soviet Union. Isn't that suicide? The United States is not the hope of mankind in the 21st century. There is still room for learning in terms of being thick-skinned and thick-skinned. Alan Wilson said in his reply that Japan would never threaten to turn to the Soviet Union. If there was, it would be easily suppressed, and it was not worth making a fuss. Of course, this was a private telegram to Lord Pearson, and he had been told not to leak it. It is impossible to persuade the Americans to agree. We are all decent people, and we must come up with some emotional things to make the Americans recognize it. It is simple to start from an emotional point of view. Australia and New Zealand are countries with blood thicker than water, and we all share the same culture and race. If the United States does not support the legitimate demands of the two countries in the current peaceful world, can the two countries still do their best when it comes to confronting the Soviet Union? Australia can definitely do it, but the United States doesn't know. As for the remaining party, the Philippines, it is the earliest and largest colony of the United States. No country has as deep a relationship with the United States as the Philippines. If the United States wants to support a benchmark, the first choice is of course the Philippines. Alan Wilson knew that the Philippines had been in decline in the 1960s, but the United States did not know that the current development momentum of the Philippines is quite good, and it is definitely a rising star in Asia. Alan Wilson showed his side as a socialite in Whitehall. In the tone of "no one knows the East better than me," he said in the telegram that the Americans' doubts were unnecessary and this was not difficult. As long as the United States leaked a little, the Japanese government would immediately show that no one knows how to be a dog better than me. The establishment of the Japanese self-defense forces, plus the compensation, should have spit out some of the dividends of the Korean War. Alan Wilson looked at the direction of the land of the rising sun in the northeast and spoke with concern. The establishment of the Japanese self-defense forces will lead to military expenditures in Japan. Even if the United States is willing to support Japan, it is impossible to reimburse Japan's military expenses. There must always be a part of the Japanese government to bear. And this time, if the claim is not made by the Philippines alone, but with the participation of Australia and New Zealand, Alan Wilson was looking forward to a suitable figure, which would prevent Japan from accumulating funds to support industrial upgrading so quickly. After all, British Malaya was a colony, and the original intention of British support was to be able to bear the British military expenditure. British Malaya was under pressure in this regard. Now Japan also has the pressure of military expenditure, and the two sides are even. Alan Wilson is very much looking forward to getting rid of the Philippines, which is fighting alone, and can help each other with Australia and New Zealand to get a piece of meat from the Japanese, although this has nothing to do with him. The stability of Malaya is still his biggest concern. British Malaya is facing Indonesian infiltration, but it is not as serious as he reported to the country. On this day, he and East Malaysia Commissioner Redl came to a prison at the junction of Sarawak and Sabah to see the captured Indonesian infiltrators and prisoners captured for other cases. There is nothing to say about the name of this prison. It is called Kingshan Detention Center, a very neutral name. We can catch Indonesian infiltrators every month. If we hadn't helped the Dutch, it would have been hard to guard against. Edel accompanied his immediate superior to introduce the situation of Kingshan Detention Center. Alan Wilson kept nodding his head. This was the result of the Netherlands controlling Kalimantan Island. Historically, the armed infiltrators dropped by Indonesian airdrops have been very annoying to the British and hard to guard against. The fundamental reason is that Indonesia's territory is adjacent to East Malaysia. Faced with such a long border, the British troops stationed in Malaya are also at a loss. Now that the Netherlands controls Kalimantan Island, this kind of infiltration is already very mild. The other area is for ordinary criminals. After some necessary labor here, they will be released when the term expires. Edel pointed to another field where many prisoners who are not very dangerous are working. It looks good. Alan Wilson praised sincerely. What a harmonious scene. However, this can only be achieved in a place like a prison. We must strike hard against the infiltrators. We would rather kill 3,000 by mistake than let one go. There is no need to re-educate the more dangerous infiltrators. They must be cleaned up regularly. I understand, Commissioner. Edel understood. He knew Alan Wilson's temper very well. Being backward does not necessarily mean being beaten. It mainly depends on whether the Commissioner wants to beat people today. Indonesia believes that it has sufficient reasons to merge with Malaysia. In addition to the fact that both countries are distributed in the Malay archipelago, their main ethnic groups have evolved from the ancient Malays. Their language, religion, culture and other aspects are very similar. This is the basis of Indonesia's great power ambition. This is not a theory created by Sukarno. As early as when Indonesia was still called the Dutch East Indies, this idea of a greater Indonesia had been widely spread. There is also a certain market in British colonies, and similar pan-Malayism has emerged. The two factions also privately discussed the idea of establishing a single Malay state after independence. The prisoners in Kingshan Detention Center are not all infiltrators from Indonesia. Many of them are locals. But today, Alan Wilson has judged that helping the Netherlands occupy Kalimantan Island ultimately helped Britain. With the help of the Dutch, the threat of Indonesian infiltration to Britain has been reduced a lot. In a good mood, Alan Wilson also chatted with a replacement who was considered a common criminal, asking the other party why he came in, drunk and making trouble. The Chinese man's face flashed with regret, and at the same time he expressed his determination to change his past to the official in front of him. Drunk and making trouble, that's normal. Alan Wilson smiled bitterly and shook his head slightly. This is not an unforgivable crime. I believe you won't be detained for a long time. After you get out, think more about it, find some hobbies to cultivate your character, and change your temper. Now the employment situation in Malaya is so good. As long as you are willing to work hard, I think it's not a problem to have a good family life. There are also Chinese secret societies in British Malaya, such as those gangster organizations. But as long as they don't point the spearhead at the British colonial government, Alan Wilson is willing to give them a living ground. After all, the Chinese themselves lack the deterrent power to keep people away because of some problems in their characteristics. Although the gangs are not that strong, they are still useful. You have to know that the Malays' beliefs are the most successful religion of peace in the agricultural era. After leaving Kingshan Detention Center, Alan Wilson's trip to East Malaysia was over. A group of anti-British element will disappear from the world, but this will not harm the prosperity and stability of British Malaya. Back in Kuala Lumpur, he started his boring commissioner life again, working until 2 o'clock in the afternoon every day, looking to the west, wondering when the logistics support will come. But the first person to come put him in a dilemma. When Princess Margaret came to this eastern colony with the royal servants, Alan Wilson was not even happy at all. Brother-in-law. Princess Margaret saw Alan Wilson's eyes light up and greeted him with a smile. HMM. Alan Wilson narrowed his eyes and answered the question irrelevantly. Why didn't you come with Pamela this time? When did the royal family's life become so free? In the era of the problem child Prince Harry in the future, he would leave Britain and run around whenever he had nothing to do. That was nothing to say. But it was only 1953, and Princess Margaret was running around whenever she had nothing to do. Wasn't she a little too free? Pamela will come after she finishes her work in a few days. I'm bored in the country, so I'm going out for a walk first. Princess Margaret's heart was pounding, and she answered her brother-in-law's doubts. Alan Wilson nodded, thinking that was good, so he politely welcomed the princess to Malaya. The Queen's sister came here to express the importance of the British Empire to Malaya, and such words were constantly spoken. But in the absence of others, the relationship between the two changed again. Margaret's behavior was quite proactive, and she was completely different from when she was in public. Princess, if you do this again, Alan Wilson warned with his eyes, and said clearly, I will have a clear conscience. The contribution that Lord Zhangtang has made to Britain is enough, and it is right for him to get some rewards, not to mention that he is so proactive. Logically, there was a new leader yesterday, and I also promised to resume 3 updates. But I have to take a leave of absence for half a month. To be honest, I made trouble after watching the European Cup and I have to be dealt with. My personality is the opposite of the character in my book. I'm too impulsive when drinking. This is not something worth celebrating. I wanted to find other excuses to take a 15-day leave, such as being sick and hospitalized. But after thinking about it, it is better to be honest. After all, it is not serious enough to kill me. I will not be able to update from tomorrow. I promise to resume updating after I come back. See you at the end of the month. I can only come back to work on the princess chapter. The operations officer will help me explain it in the book review area. Chapter 727, Similar Imperial Disease. Princess Margaret had been very happy in Kuala Lumpur in recent days. In her eyes, her brother-in-law was still the imperial servant. Her Royal Highness certainly didn't know that Alan Wilson was making an expedited execution list. However, her support for the French production plan did not escape her eyes. Her seriousness even made people doubt the nationality of the British Malaya Commissioner. According to the current comprehensive considerations, based on local resources and relations with allies, from an international perspective, Britain should not stand idly by in the face of France's military operations. Providing assistance within its capabilities is a mature and prudent consideration. Princess Margaret operated the telegram with difficulty, her forehead already sweating slightly. She had no complaints about a small civil servant who dared to order the princess to do manual labor. After she finally finished the telegram, she let out a long sigh and asked, "Why should we help the French? You clearly said that the feasible route facing France and even Britain is to shrink. Why did Congressman Churchill want to fight the Germans?" Alan Wilson held the wine glass and took a sip, then said leisurely, "Now Britain owes the United States countless foreign debts, and it has been repaid for 10 years. Is this a profit or a loss? What do you mean?" Princess Margaret had a head full of question marks, not knowing why her brother-in-law linked the two things together. Judging from the current results, Congressman Churchill defeated Germany with the future of the British Empire. The World War has not yet ended, but Britain's dominant position has been lost. Is this good for us in Britain? Alan Wilson explained with a wry smile. But who supported Churchill in fighting the Germans? Wasn't it a large number of people and a large group of dignitaries? But then again, weren't those who supported Prime Minister Chamberlain's compromise also another group of British people and dignitaries? We are an electoral country, and we should be familiar with policies that allow a group of people to control the entire country. Seeing that Princess Margaret still didn't understand, Alan Wilson could only continue. Warlike voices are often louder than peaceful voices, even if they do not have the advantage in numbers. Nationalist slogans can easily arouse citizens' support for the country. The advantage of the situation the French are facing now is that the resistance of the colonies can be suppressed by public opinion, unlike Hitler, who was faced by Prime Minister Chamberlain at the time, who was constantly humiliating Britain and arousing public opinion for war. Before World War II, Britain had tried its best to avoid another world war in its policies. Because of the heavy losses in World War I, this is also the reason why Chamberlain's appeasement policy was supported. But the concessions that Britain can make are limited, especially it cannot sell out France. The balance of power on the continent is the bottom line of British foreign policy. In other words, as long as France falls, it is inevitable that Britain and Germany will go to war. Britain can accept a France that is weaker than Germany, but it cannot accept a France that does not even have the capital to be Germany's opponent. Once France is defeated, it is inevitable that Britain will go to the battlefield and fight hard. Unless something incomprehensible happens, Prime Minister Chamberlain will wait until the outbreak of the Soviet-German War. Germany and the Soviet Union went to war, and Chamberlain was lucky enough to be the Prime Minister. With Chamberlain's style, he would never burn himself like Churchill to illuminate the United States and the Soviet Union. There are two kinds of people in Britain during the World War. One kind is like Chamberlain, who believes that, as long as the World War breaks out, Britain's hegemony will inevitably be lost, but the appeasement policy is an unstable public opinion in the face of Germany's constant propaganda and humiliation. Churchill, who ruined Britain's future potential like a bull terrier, can gain public support in the World War by promoting the glory of the British Empire. Eventually, the mainstream public opinion in Britain changed from supporting the policy of appeasement to fighting the Germans. After the fall of France, Germany's hope to sign a treaty with Britain to maintain peace became wishful thinking. Hitler did not understand that the bottom line of British appeasement had been broken by him. From that time on, it was a question of how to work without effort. Churchill buried the future of the entire UK along with Germany. In fact, there was no need to sell Britain so cleanly. Are you saying that France now faces the same situation as Britain did back then? Princess Margaret asked doubtfully, after listening to her brother-in-law's explanation. Is that right? The symptoms are similar, but the results are opposite. France now wants to wash away the shame of World War II and pour its military power into the colonies. This is contrary to Britain's previous appeasement policy. In this case, the way to help the French is not to persuade them, as persuasion is useless. If you want the French to calm down and think about peaceful ways to maintain their colonies, you can only help France make more adequate military preparations. If the French are defeated in the end, let them accept the defeat with conviction and have no excuses for their failure. When the French withdraw with conviction, we will talk to them about how to unite and face the black hands of the United States and the Soviet Union. While Alan Wilson was explaining the different countermeasures of Britain and France, he poured another glass, pushed it in front of Princess Margaret, and asked, "Would you like a glass?" Reaching out to take the man's glass, Princess Margaret felt sweet in her heart, and took a sip and said, "Your ideas are different from others, but I think they make sense. Can't we just tell the French directly? The French character? Even if we have good intentions, they will doubt us. Only when serious consequences really occur, we will have a chance to talk to them after the French calm down." Alan Wilson sighed and suddenly blurted out, "This is even more difficult than communicating with you." As soon as this sentence came out, Princess Margaret's face immediately turned from sunny to cloudy, and she said unhappily, "Is that how you look at me? How can I be so unreasonable?" Seeing that Her Royal Highness had a wronged look on her face, Alan Wilson still didn't ask the question, "What do you think?" He changed his face and said, "Recently, I have found that you still have room for improvement." Really? Poor Tom was still played around by the imperial civil servants. He immediately forgot his unhappiness and expressed his reaction of wanting to improve. This has to do with the relationship with the royal family. Under Alan Wilson's righteous face, he had no idea how to contact the princess in the future. It was not yet time to fall in love with her, and there was still a long way to go to find a way to get along. But Alan Wilson is a man who knows the world better than anyone else. He has enough topics in his mind to divert Princess Margaret's attention. He can fool the princess by leaving behind a book of unsolved mysteries that is almost finished. On the other hand, he is still paying attention to the issue of compensation from Japan. As long as it can slow down the pace of Japan's development, Alan Wilson will not ignore it. Without a Kado, Japan's agriculture will collapse. The establishment of the self-defense forces will increase military spending, and there will be less funds available for industrial upgrading. The compensation issue is also a matter of money. At the same time, he tried his best to use the large-scale offensive prepared by France this year to keep the entire British Malaya in full working condition. At this time, it doesn't matter whether it is a bloody steamed bun. The war between France and North Vietnam has reached a stalemate. At this time, France's idea of revitalizing its colonies has not been shattered. France's current war can actually be seen as a whole with the later war of the United States, but it is at a different stage of development. Now that Britain is giving France help, if it takes the opportunity to get a few positive examples, it may increase the confidence of the United States to intervene to a certain extent. Even Alan Wilson had already thought of the propaganda, which was nothing more than some insulting jokes to prove that the French could not fight Vietnam. Americans, yes. The most valuable part of the business empire controlled by his wife Pamela Mountbatten has nothing to do with the British mainland. Among them, iron ore is the top priority, and soon she returned to Asia from Europe. The value of any raw material is greatly reduced if there is no suitable production base to manufacture it. This can be seen from the process in which the Spanish Empire was pushed up by precious metals to increase the cost of industrial development, but on the contrary, the industries of other European countries have been developed. At present, the colonies planned by Britain to share the burden of local industries and military expenses are under the management of her husband. Pamela Mountbatten naturally dare not ignore it. Malaya is in the midsummer all year round, and it has also promoted the rapid development of air conditioning companies in the UK. Of course, the foundation of all this is the hard work of 10 million people in British Malaya. I believe that in a few years, the three-piece wedding suits of Malayan subjects may have air conditioning. In the office of the Commissioner's office, the couple confided in each other, and Alan Wilson hugged his wife sitting on his lap and whispered to her, "Margaret didn't cause you any trouble?" Pamela Mountbatten asked, hooking her arm around her husband's neck. "People should always grow up. I hope they won't be like before." Alan Wilson smiled slightly, putting away the ugly face that had done so much for Britain and had a clear conscience, and said, "The raw materials in your hands will become more valuable through the industrial layout that has been put on the right track in Malaya. Thank you for your hard work. All these wealth are made by you. I'm just the one who is praised." Pamela Mountbatten kissed her husband tenderly. "I heard that the French are making big moves. Some news said that you are willing to help. What do the cabinet and Whitehall think? On colonial issues, the power of overseas commissioners is still stable. As long as the result is good, everything is good." Alan Wilson patted his wife's butt and asked in a low voice, "I wonder if my dear will bring any good news?" Japan's decision to discuss compensation issues with Australia, New Zealand, the Netherlands and the Philippines in Canberra is good news. Pamela Mountbatten lowered her voice and said, "I know you care about this matter. I will tell you as soon as I get the exact news. I stayed there for 11 days and came out. My hands are still a little rusty. I'll code a chapter first to get a feel for it. I just asked for a leave, but the Gideon authors knew about it. I was surprised, and later I found out that I was suspended by Huaya. There were all kinds of fake news speculations, and authors I knew or didn't know commented on it as if they knew the inside story. As expected of a colleague, they are really good at writing. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 728, Yangon's Request for Help. That's really good news. Alan Wilson whistled in front of his wife and said jokingly, his joy at the news was beyond words. "I told you, my Pamela always brings good news every time she appears." It's not that Alan Wilson is evil by nature, but the competition between countries is like this. Breaking the opponent's legs will certainly not make you run faster, but as long as the competitor is in trouble, it is definitely a good thing for you. The fact that Britain was defeated in the 100 Years' War against France and gradually came from behind, and even surpassed France proves this point. I knew you would be happy. Pamela Mountbatten smiled secretly. Of course she knew what kind of character her husband was. Alan Wilson had a very simple bastard logic. If he lost $1 and someone picked it up, he would lose $2 inside and out. Because the loss of $1 disrupted the original plan, the person who picked up the money got an extra $1 and seized an opportunity to make an extra $1. In theory, this loss is infinite. This logic is very arsehole, but the woman who has been taught by this imperial servant since childhood has already accepted this weird logic. Since her husband can say this set of perverse logic, it is not a perverse logic. You are the one who knows me best, dear. This understanding makes me feel the meaning of existence. Otherwise, you say that I'm so powerful, but no one in the world knows it. Isn't it sad? Alan Wilson touched his wife's buttocks with his hands and feet, causing a burst of coquettishness. This is the administrative office, and you are the local commissioner. How can you manage a colony of 10 million people like this? What is a colony with a population of 10 million? How can it be more important than my wife? Alan Wilson raised his head and did not take his hands down. Give me enough time. Many things that seem important are nothing, but you are different. I only have one wife. TSK. Pamela Mountbatten turned her head away. A happy smile appeared on her face and murmured, "You only know how to say nice things." Did I just say it? I have done it. Alan Wilson's face was thicker than the Great Wall, and he whispered. Seeing that Alan Wilson was about to talk nonsense again, and mentioned the famous scenes of the two getting along, Pamela Mountbatten directly blocked her husband's mouth. Some scenes are still blushing and heart-beating when recalled now. The world is so big that countless things happen every moment, but most of the stories are not important to the world, so naturally they will not care. Being in the position of British Malaya, the situation around is not stable, but from the perspective of making the colonial subjects ignorant, some news is blocked, such as the regular prison clearance operations caused by the accumulation of prisoners from time to time. There is no need for the local area to know about such trivial matters, and Alan Wilson naturally cannot let his wife and the princess worry about it. There are still many things worth discussing that do not involve British Malaya, such as the remnants of the artillery party entrenched in northern Myanmar. According to Myanmar's current accusation at the United Nations General Assembly, the official description is that this is an army with advanced American equipment, experienced decades of warlord Malay, 8 years of anti-Japanese war, and several years of tragic civil war, and rich combat experience. Why did Alan Wilson know about this? After all, the United Nations headquarters is in New York, and it has little to do with him as a colonial commissioner. He should not have cared about it. The problem is that Myanmar was once a British colony, although British India and British Burma have become independent one after another. But Britain did not completely withdraw from Asia, but instead withdrew its forces to unite European colonial countries and confront Indonesia. At this moment, Britain's presence in the world is still very high, especially in Asia. Although the area of Africa in the remaining overseas territories of the British Empire is much larger than that of Asia, in the eyes of London, Asian colonies are more valuable than Africa. British Malaya is not far from Myanmar, and even the northern end of the Malay Peninsula borders Myanmar. Myanmar was troubled by the remnants of the Cannon Party. In addition to complaining to the United Nations and directly seeking influence from the United States behind the Cannon Party, it also turned its attention to Britain for help. The United States had already disregarded the defeated generals of the Cannon Party, but after the Korean War, the United States felt that this remnant army was valuable, and its request for Myanmar changed from enthusiasm to indifference. The British Army in British Malaya still has 40,000 to 50,000 troops, so it is reasonable to ask for help from the former colonial master. The Burmese contacted London and directly asked for help from Lieutenant General Bilton, the commander of the British Army in Malaya. However, as the local chief executive, Alan Wilson naturally knew about it soon, and was at a loss for what to do. When accompanying his wife to Sarawak to inspect the territory, he even whispered, "If Lieutenant General Bilton and I have different opinions, I hope General Mountbatten can use his influence in the army to transfer him away." Do you think Britain should reject Rangoon's request for help? Pamela Mountbatten, who was wearing a long dress, tilted her head, and Princess Margaret followed closely beside her and cast a curious look. Since we have already withdrawn, let's be thorough. What conditions can Burma offer? Can we recolonize? Since India has suffered losses before, we will form an army and go into the deep mountains and old forests. Will the French repeat their current situation? Alan Wilson shrugged, walked to a bench, and wiped it gently, then asked his wife and sister-in-law to sit down, and said distressedly, "Now after a few years, Malaya is on the right track. I still hope that this colony, which is focused on management, will play a greater role in the future of Britain, rather than wasting time on useless jungle warfare that should be used to develop industries and even future industrial upgrades. In front of his wife and sister-in-law, Alan Wilson had nothing to hide. He would never change his habit of bragging in front of women in his life, otherwise he would not have let the Soviet Union take advantage of him during the Berlin crisis. Although Burma still has some value to Pamela Mountbatten, who is still planning to build another Emerald House in Australia. But this value is not worth a military action. The most important thing is that more than half of the population in Malaya is Chinese. Once the British Army enters Burma and confronts the Chinese, if the fire spreads here, it will be more trouble than gain. Pamela Mountbatten was able to understand her husband's thinking through words and deeds. But the straightforward sister-in-law seemed a little outspoken and concluded, "Are you afraid to confront China?" Alan Wilson gave Princess Margaret a warning look and then said lightly, "What does it matter? If you mean that you are going to war for the glory of the British Empire, Your Highness, Britain has never done this. In the past, Britain and China did have unpleasant times, but we sent troops after consideration and strictly limited the scale and time. And now through the current situation of the French, we can all see that once the war starts, we cannot control the cost, and the French have to rely on American military aid to persist. Why did our relationship with China seem to be very harmonious in your mouth?" Princess Margaret was stunned. She didn't expect her brother-in-law to think so. It was originally very harmonious. Alan Wilson said indifferently. Britain only occupied Hong Kong. If there were Chinese around, it might be impolite to say so, but the facts were in front of us. In terms of the area of Hong Kong, it was a very insignificant piece in the relationship between countries. Over the past few hundred years, there were more than 100 countries that were beaten by the British Empire. There were also many countries that were occupied and became colonies. In terms of the intensity of the war, when Britain attacked the Qing dynasty, it could be regarded as a very restrained friction. The British Empire has never thought about what to do to China, and we can't do it either. The previous wars were at best in coastal cities, and China's capital is not far from the sea, so it's not that difficult at all. But this time is different. At this time, the war is much more cruel than 100 years ago. We have to go deep inland, which is not something an expeditionary force can do. The Indians have suffered losses, and I know very well the difficulties of the French in the jungles of Vietnam. We must not let the British Army in Malaya intervene in a military operation with huge risks. Alan Wilson's advice to the mainland is that in the face of Myanmar's request this time, London should play dead. Myanmar has become independent and is no longer British Burma. There is no reason for Britain to intervene in a military operation. I believe General Bilton will also consider it carefully. Pamela Mountbatten grabbed her husband's hand and whispered, "If he disagrees with you as a military commander, I will contact my father and try to put pressure on the mainland to find a solution. This is the best. The mainland's debt has just been cleared. Don't be like the French and owe a lot of debts again." With his wife's statement, Alan Wilson felt much more relaxed. It is better to solve the Burmese problem in a diplomatic occasion. Britain has no obligation to help with independence in Burma. However, the reception work is still necessary. Alan Wilson, who was accompanying the two women, also learned that General Nava had returned from the mainland. Although Alan Wilson was submissive to the military action that might cause the British Army to send troops to Burma, this did not prevent him from instigating the brave French to strike hard. Alan Wilson showed greater concern for the large-scale military action that France had been preparing for a long time than for Burmese affairs. Of course, before that, he still had to solve Britain's own problems first. He communicated with General Bilton about Burma's request for help and analyzed how to respond, which was actually how to reject Burma's request. "Alan, didn't you say that the level of Mr. Chang's army is just so-so?" General Bilton was very curious. When did this son-in-law of Admiral Mountbatten become so cautious? Wasn't this the Alan Wilson he knew? Why was he so unconfident? Chapter 729 Revolutionaries in the Western Hemisphere. This is a trade-off issue, which will delay the development of Malaya. Alan Wilson pondered for a moment and replied, "I don't want Britain to fall into the plight of the French, especially now that there is a glimmer of hope to wipe out the debt, General. On the issue of trade-offs, let alone now. Even 100 years ago we were very cautious when facing China. It may be easy to say this, but it is a fact. If you list the countries that Britain beat up during the colonial era, the Qing dynasty is considered to be very minor in this list. Some people will refute the loss caused to the British army by the Zulus or Afghans, but in fact this is a false proposition, because the purpose of the war is different. Britain eventually turned the Zulu territory into a colony and ceded nearly half of Afghanistan's territory, but in the end it did not do anything to the Qing dynasty. Because when facing the Zulus or Afghans, even if they suffered a huge loss, Britain still believed that the loss was visible. In the end, no matter how the enemy resisted, Britain was willing to pay the price to achieve its goal. This is different from when the British army attacked the Qing dynasty. The British Army's combat goal against the Qing army has always been to force the Qing dynasty to surrender. Once the Qing dynasty surrendered, Britain would take advantage of the situation and sign a treaty to withdraw its troops, rather than choose to expand the war. The difference lies in the fact that the Qing dynasty had a unique population size in the world at that time. Once the scope and scale of the war got out of control, all the British mathematicians combined could not calculate how much the British would have to pay to achieve their goals. In other words, the British Empire in the 19th century had always fought a planned war with the Qing dynasty. The British army would not go deep inland, but would capture some coastal cities like the imperial capital to establish its prestige and wait for negotiations with the Qing dynasty. So why did the Eight-Nation Alliance still have a fierce momentum at the beginning of the 20th century, but after arriving at the imperial capital, it stopped heading inland? This is the same reason. If it was facing a country like Afghanistan, the Eight-Nation Alliance would never retreat. General Bilton was a soldier. Regardless of his level, he could understand what the trade-off problem that Alan Wilson was talking about was. Simply put, Britain could choose between attacking Argentina and attacking the Soviet Union. Even if Argentina was at the level of all German troops, it would be effortless for Britain to beat Argentina. Even if the Soviet Union really knew nothing except human wave tactics, as the free world propaganda said, it could still beat Britain to death. This is a simple truth. In fact, I'm also hesitant. In this way, we should listen to the cabinet's opinions first. Yangon has also made a request to London. General Bilton pondered for a moment and said that he did not firmly support military action as Alan Wilson thought. He was not blind to the plight of France in the forests of Southeast Asia, and he still had doubts about military action. I don't think the Prime Minister will take military risks. Alan Wilson knew what Prime Minister Attlee valued most. The Prime Minister of the existing colonies certainly did not want to lose them during his tenure, but Attlee was no longer interested in the colonies that had already been lost. After getting General Bilton's attitude, Alan Wilson was completely relieved. It was reasonable for the Burmese to deal with Myanmar's affairs. If it really didn't work, according to history, letting China come to suppress the bandits was also a solution. However, Alan Wilson did not say it out loud. After all, China is now a general in the hostile camp of the free world. He still had this understanding of basic enemy identification. Then, turning a deaf ear to Yangon's request for help is now a high probability event, and Alan Wilson will continue to walk the world, promote truth, goodness, and beauty, and care for the third world, or more precisely, Korean children. Regarding the ethnic policy of British Malaya, Alan Wilson simply made a binary distinction, only distinguishing between Chinese and Malays. As long as the foreign population is not considered Malay, they are all classified as Chinese. So these Korean children rescued in the name of the European Red Cross will of course be classified as Chinese. Otherwise, does he still need to find Koreans to teach Korean? Wouldn't that increase the cost of training? These children, funded by the Mountbatten Group through the Red Cross, were also arranged to live in Sarawak, East Malaysia. From an early age, they were trained in the Chaebol model that was very familiar to Koreans in later generations. When these children are a little older, they will have to undergo actual combat training, and the executioners for clearing the prison in the future will be selected from them. In Sarawak, a camp that used to hold Japanese prisoners of war, Alan Wilson came in with his wife to express goodwill to the Korean children, who had just been rescued. These somewhat thin and timid boys and girls peeked at these Europeans with different looks with wondering eyes, not knowing that their future life trajectories had been planned. You let them kill people. Pamela Mountbatten was a little surprised, but she still controlled her voice and whispered, "Is it necessary to go to this extent? Or do you think that you need to deal with some infiltration operations, so you adopted them? A little bit of various reasons." Alan Wilson put his hands in his pockets and said with a hypocritical smile, "Do they feel wrong to work for the conglomerate? I just feel uneasy. Will these children listen to us when they grow up?" Pamela Mountbatten said a little melancholy, "I don't want to use the French Swiss Guard and the Ottoman New Army as examples." Alan Wilson yawned and said, "In short, you have to believe that your husband will not harm you. If it were another country, there might be some debate on this topic, but what about Koreans? There is no need to debate this issue at all. No one knows how to be a vassal state better than Koreans. There is a strong one-sided history in Korean history, so much so that there is a term called big powerism." The snobbish attitude was also used by North Korea to criticize South Korea, saying that South Korea had no sovereignty at all and was just a semi-independent country controlled by the US military. South Korea itself has no ability to resist foreign ideas. The ancient Korean characters were all written in Chinese characters, and the native characters could not be promoted. In modern times, there is no invasion of European and American culture, so much so that the largest religion in South Korea is Christianity, as well as a series of cults. Facing such an ethnic group, how could Alan Wilson not have confidence? These children are destined not to speak a word of Korean when they grow up, and will be completely absorbed into the private force of the Mountbatten group, to do some not so bright things. Finally, General Nava came to Kuala Lumpur again. This time, the purpose was relatively simple. This time, General Nava returned to Paris to win the support of the government, but the chaotic political situation in Paris was still continuing the tradition of the Fourth Republic. Although the various parties still reached a consensus on major issues concerning France, the reinforcement were still far from General Nava's requirements. He finally only needed 10 battalions of reinforcement. These reinforcements were related to Britain, because with the French Navy, it was still a bit difficult to transport 10 battalions of troops to the Far East. As in 1945, most of the reinforcement were transported by the Royal Navy's Mediterranean Fleet. After arriving in Asia, this fleet would be stationed in the ports of Malaya and become part of the military force defending Britain's largest colony in Asia. The current Royal Navy configuration is very clear. The Admiralty has decided to place ships including battleship formations in the Pacific Fleet, while retaining new warships and heavy aircraft carrier formations in the Atlantic and Mediterranean directions. This configuration is to divide the Royal Navy into two, with Hong Kong and Malaya responsible for the older part of the Royal Navy. The British mainland is responsible for the newer part of the fleet, with each division of labour. The warships of the Persian Gulf Fleet and the Pacific Fleet all have their home ports in Malaya, together with the ports of Ceylon and the Persian Gulf, responsible for Britain's overseas interests east of the Suez Canal. The fleet carrying French reinforcement is still on the way. This is the second time, since 1945, that Britain has helped transport French soldiers to Asia, and for this, the Attlee cabinet has also received thanks from the French government. 10 battalions? This number is not bad. After hearing what General Nava said, Alan Wilson congratulated him and said, "Dear French ally, if there is anything you need help with, just say it." In fact, according to the standards of siege warfare, these troops are naturally enough. The French army has participated in the Battle of Chipayanganai before. In fact, European armies are not unaccustomed to siege warfare. It's just that this kind of bait operation can be successful if it is carried out well, but it will be annihilated if it is not carried out well. If France really does this, the outcome may not be better than history. If Alan Wilson were in the role of General Bilton, he might really try to help, but there is not much he can do now. Who can blame the warships for not being able to go ashore? Land warfare is not Britain's strong point. Thank you very much for the help from the United Kingdom. There are some obstacles in our communication with Washington. It seems that something happened in Cuba before that attracted the attention of Washington. Recently, the United States has given a positive response. General Nava frowned slightly and said, "You can imagine how much influence the Soviet Union has now. It has influence in the Western Hemisphere." Cuba? Alan Wilson was stunned. He didn't have time to pay attention to what happened in the backyard of the United States, but then he seemed to remember something. It seemed that it was the year when Castro launched the Cuban Revolution. There was a fire under his nose. No wonder the United States did not respond to France's request for assistance in the first time. However, Castro still has a long way to go to succeed. He didn't follow the Soviet Union at the beginning. It was completely the United States Soviet phobia. No matter how you look at it, Cuba is suspected of being pro-Soviet. In public opinion, Castro was forced to become a socialist. Due to the special relationship between Britain and the United States, Alan Wilson had an obligation to remind him, but he thought it was better to forget it. The Americans are the world hegemons. Why do they need a former hegemon to remind them? As General Nava returned to Saigon to formulate a battle plan, military supplies from the Malayan port also began to set sail and were delivered to the French troops in Vietnam. When the French reinforcements that were still on the way arrived, France's large-scale offensive would begin. Chapter 730, Share the Benefits. At the port of Malacca, pairs of soldiers disembarked from warships and landed for repairs. The flags of the Royal Navy were flying on various warships, but the soldiers who disembarked were French, and many of them were carrying the French tricolor flag. Alan Wilson, who was at the dock, took the initiative to extend his hand and shook hands with the commander of the expeditionary force, Castries, reflecting the common position of Britain and France on similar issues. With the addition of such a new force, I believe that the problem of Vietnam will be solved soon. The Imperial Commissioner showed his hypocritical side at this time. Alan Wilson certainly did not believe a word of what he said, but since the other party was French, it would not lose a piece of meat if he said it casually. Thank you for Britain's help in Southeast Asian affairs. Brigadier Castries also expressed gratitude for the welcome he received in the British colonies. It seemed that the relationship between the two countries had never been so good in the past few hundred years. In this delicate world, this is what we should do. Alan Wilson smiled lightly, without any credit. On the issue of colonies, the French's fierce fighting was beneficial to Britain in a certain sense. Isn't that how gentlemen and villains are compared? The more the French fought, the more reasonable Britain would be. Of course, Alan Wilson also knew that blindly being reasonable would sometimes be seen as weakness. He was also trying to use some iconic events when necessary to let the wider third world understand that even after 2 world wars, ordinary countries could not go against Britain. As for the place to establish power, actually, anywhere except the Suez Canal would do. After the necessary greetings, Alan Wilson invited Brigadier General Castries to rest first. He had prepared a resting place for his respected ally. He asked someone to escort Brigadier General Castries out of the dock. Alan Wilson said, "Keep a close eye on the French. These Latins can never control their lower body. If they dare to commit crimes in the colonies I manage, I will let their families receive death notices before they can reach Vietnam. I understand, but they are soldiers after all, and they should be a disciplined group." Richard opened his mouth and smiled bitterly. The commissioner may be a little cautious. Heh. Be careful, don't trust the nature of Latins. Alan Wilson pouted and fired a map cannon from France to the United States in a very smooth way. Sometimes I wonder, are Americans really the descendants of British immigrants? They can't control their lower body everywhere, which is more excessive than Latins. Could they be a group of English-speaking Latins? If there weren't so many people, Richard would have wanted to hold his forehead. He really couldn't stand the dirty talk of his boss. I don't know how the previous West Malaysia Commissioner Relasa dealt with it, but even this reaction made Alan Wilson dissatisfied, and he asked in a serious tone, "Am I wrong? The so-called imperialist welfare for some of the lower class people in the country is to get some benefits that citizens of other countries cannot get in the strength of the country. For men, it is usually a partner. An ordinary British dock worker in the UK can usually only get the favor of a middle-aged tank with a body that is no less than that of a Russian aunt. If you change to another place, whether it is the desert in the Middle East or the tropical rainforest in Southeast Asia, you will become a beautiful young virgin, or even a girl who is not yet an adult. This has been proven for hundreds of years. Britain is not like the Latins who spread their seeds everywhere, but such things are also common. What's more, the French atmosphere. The French look high, and might really treat the laws of Malaya as nothing, and show the power of the colony. If that kind of thing happens, Alan Wilson is not lying at all. He thinks it is time to show his talent as a prime minister and use the heads of the French to rally the people. Prime Minister KO always does this. In the evening, Alan Wilson appeared again as the Malaya commissioner and had a cocktail party with the middle and upper level French officers. Of course, it was Pamela Mountbatten who was saying the polite words, and his main role was to nod in agreement. These French people will not stay here for long. After the fleet is replenished, it will set off again and arrive at its final destination, Vietnam. Compared with these armed forces that do not belong to the United Kingdom, he is more concerned about the fleet that will remain in Malaya after the reorganization of the Admiralty this time. The Royal Navy fleet east of the Suez movement will be further strengthened. Although it is full of antiques, the tonnage will not lie. Although the fundamental reason for this adjustment is that the Admiralty, out of the original intention of cost saving, has divided some warships that have caused a surge in logistics expenses and transferred the expenses to British Malaya, the benefits to British Malaya are still huge. To be frank, who doesn't have a two-ocean fleet? Which colony can have a naval force of 550,000 tons? British Malaya has done it, and the Soviet Red Navy does not have this tonnage now. Alan Wilson even thought that, if the French didn't mind, they could sell the Richelieu battleship to British Malaya at the price of scrap metal, when they felt it was backward. After all, Britain and France were allies, and he was willing to buy it as a favor to the French. Battleships are not very useful now. Doesn't it depend on who they are for? For places like Southeast Asia, where important cities are within the range of salvos, it is still necessary to preserve them. Even if they are left unused in the port, they are still useful. Fortunately, the French soldiers did not cause any big trouble in the British colonies. At least Alan Wilson, who was waiting to borrow your head, did not receive any crime reports. As for exchanging money, he couldn't ask about such things. Pamela Mountbatten was still very polite to the commander of the French military. After all, she was still leading many French people to get rich together. Of course, she couldn't do without the green light of the French military. The network of people must be maintained at all times. You can't just ignore it, because the business didn't go to Vietnam. What if the current batch of French troops in Vietnam are transferred to North Africa in the future? Isn't it useful? In their apartment, Alan Wilson was looking at the documents shared by Whitehall, which contained details about how Beria was accused of treason in the official Soviet reports. He could conclude that most of the crimes were slander. How could Beria's power be related to rape? It was simply ridiculous. Alan Wilson maintained close relationships with so many movie queens, although not all of them were due to love, but he didn't have to use coercion, let alone a Soviet giant. Pamela Mountbatten came out of the bathroom and looked at her husband with helplessness. She said, if people in Whitehall knew that you, a promising overseas commissioner, always listened to Soviet songs, they might doubt your reliability. Art knows no borders. The farewell of a Slavic woman is very nice. The artistic level of the Soviets is unquestionable. Alan Wilson put down the documents in his hand and looked directly into his wife's eyes. How is it? The communication is going well. It's all superficial communication. In fact, the French colonies are incomparable to our colonies, even though they are not small in size. Pamela Mountbatten also imitated her husband's helpless expression. But maybe you will use your connections in the future. Don't you always say that? In the Dien Bien Phu campaign, France relied too much on the Air Force, but was not well prepared for ground firepower. Alan Wilson loaded and shipped a large number of artillery at cost price from a factory in Sarawak, East Malaysia, and set off together with the repaired French army. While paying attention to the French war preparations, Alan Wilson spent the rest of his time taking care of his wife and straightening his sister-in-law's bones. Her Royal Highness still has great potential, although when no one is around, she looks at her brother-in-law with more affection. Of course, there is also a meeting with Hong Kong to discuss the issue of Britain's £250 million of assets in China, whether to withdraw or continue to operate. Because there is news that China is accelerating the reform of public ownership, British companies that have suffered losses from the Soviet Union cannot remain indifferent. But neither Hong Kong nor Malaya has the right to make decisions on this matter. In the end, they just decided to tell London about the East in the name of the United Nations without making any suggestions. Nor should they make any suggestions. This is 250 million pounds of British capital. What if the suggestion is wrong? His wife Pamela Mountbatten can certainly afford to pay, but on what basis? Such a huge interest naturally requires the London cabinet to make the decision, and Alan Wilson just needs to relay the real information. Even if he is patriotic, he cannot ignore the risk of taking on the potential responsibility of losing 250 million pounds. Will the Chinese confiscate British companies? Princess Margaret asked obediently. She also felt that this was not a small amount, and she did not have her usual playful look. It shouldn't be, Alan Wilson recalled, and there was no similar memory in his mind. Then he said, but I can't give this advice. If I make a wrong judgment, it may have an impact in the future. In simple terms, a wrong judgment may affect Alan Wilson's progress in the future. He is an official who wants to make progress so much, and he will not take the initiative to step on the landmine for the benefit of Britain. Don't worry about it. The Japanese government has given a specific date for the negotiations. Are you interested in going to see it then? Pamela Mountbatten asked, holding a telegram. My dear, you must be interested, right? Oh, a negotiation for equal benefits? I wonder if the Japanese will think of the black ship incident. Alan Wilson laughed and said with great anticipation. Chapter 731. The Dragoons arrive. Of course. Alan Wilson wanted to be reserved, but he couldn't help it. He smiled maliciously and was very happy. Pamela Mountbatten rolled her eyes at her husband. The man's reaction was not surprising to her. In the original history, except for the Philippines, which was unwilling to give in, Japan escaped the disaster on the issue of compensation. After the war, it accumulated capital by taking advantage of the Korean War, got rid of the influence of the war, and became the first developed country in Asia. The Japanese were lucky, but now, after Alan Wilson's years of hard work, there have finally been some good changes. The amount of compensation this time must be far beyond history. After all, Australia, New Zealand and the Netherlands can't get less money than the Philippines, right? From this point of view, Alan Wilson can say without hesitation that he is simply the benefactor of Australia, New Zealand and the Netherlands. It is not excessive to ride a few big horses, and he has a clear conscience. The current Japanese Prime Minister is still Yoshida Shigeru. After Ichiro Hatoyama's brief comeback, the Japanese political arena, like the French political arena, has seen the frequent renewal of government heads, and Yoshida Shigeru has once again come back. Yoshida Shigeru is a layman in economic issues, but he played the decision-making role that a politician can play in economic reconstruction, and boldly formulated a major industrial development plan. In the eyes of ordinary people, Japan, which was severely damaged by the war, should first restore light industrial production, and did not have the realistic conditions to develop heavy industry. However, Yoshida made a completely opposite judgment, based on the opinions of experts. But the outbreak of the Korean War made Yoshida Shigeru's plan, which was extremely difficult to implement smoothly in normal times, possible, and Japan finally did not have to rely on the US troops stationed in Japan to make a living. Originally, after the Korean War, Japan, which had initially become independent, would step into the historical track, concentrate all its efforts on developing the economy, and soar into the sky. But this time, the claims that were still not concluded 8 years after the war changed the original development of history. Yoshida Shigeru formed a cabinet with the support of the US occupation authorities, followed the US global strategy, and maintained the Japan-US relationship, which was the cornerstone of the implementation of various domestic and foreign policies in the Yoshida era. Yoshida Shigeru believed that during the entire occupation period after the defeat, Japan's domestic and foreign policies were largely dominated by relations with the United States. This was both a fact and an inevitability. Under such a diplomatic phalanx, Japan certainly had no right to say no to the United States. Even if the Japanese self-defense forces had appeared earlier than history, because of the Hokkaido issue, it would not change this. Britain did not formulate the rules of international order like before the war, but it still had the power to fan the flames. Now Japan has to bear the power of Britain, after retreating to the second line, and has to soften its attitude on the issue of compensation. Britain said that, if Japan did not obtain the understanding of the invaded countries, especially Australia and New Zealand, Britain would take a reserved attitude towards the San Francisco Agreement. As for the confidant, sent by Yoshida Shigeru to negotiate, Alan Wilson couldn't help but sigh when he heard that it was Ikeda Hayato again. The rumor that Yoshida Shigeru was the founder of the Japanese government faction seemed to be true. He really never misses any opportunity to train his subordinates, whether it is a good thing or a bad thing. Pamela Mountbatten knew that her husband was reporting to Whitehall with Hong Kong about the nationalization reform of a certain big country, and there were also things in Malaya that needed attention, so she decided to go to Australia first. When she felt that things were almost done, she asked Alan Wilson to watch the fun. Great. Alan Wilson certainly agreed, which was very consistent with his time-saving style. He also said, "You take Her Royal Highness to Australia with you." Pamela Mountbatten was more relieved when she heard it. Her husband was still very loyal to the marriage and knew how to avoid suspicion. She said gently, "Then I will notify you when the time comes. You don't have to work all the time. The Overseas Commissioner still has plenty of time." The work of the Overseas Commissioner depends entirely on the Commissioner's personal opinion. There are commissioners like Alan Wilson who reach out everywhere, and there are also commissioners who do not do their job well. It cannot be generalized. You should know that when General Mountbatten was the commander of the Southeast Asian Allied Forces, he spent most of his time on vacation in Ceylon. Pamela Mountbatten knew it, but if it weren't for this, her husband wouldn't have had a chance to show up. With Alan Wilson's tender eyes, Pamela Mountbatten took Princess Margaret away from Malaya. Alan Wilson finally relaxed for the rest of the time. A large-scale offensive must take time to prepare. This is not a problem that he can solve by worrying about the French. He can only wait patiently. The Japanese compensation negotiations will not begin until next month, and his commissioner's work intensity has dropped for a while. I thought it was the beginning of long salted fish career, and I could enjoy a life of lying down. But the guests from faraway Europe have landed in Kuala Lumpur. Anna appeared at the Kuala Lumpur airport with a headscarf, curiously swept the colony managed by this man, and disappeared in the crowd with a nervous mood. This time, Anna set out from Europe, dusty, and came with a certain psychological preparation to talk to her man. She had been here before, and she found the love nest of the two directly, and contacted Alan Wilson through the previously agreed communication. In the evening, Alan Wilson, who was also in a complicated mood, appeared with a tangled look. The two did not speak for a long time. Finally, Alan Wilson spoke first. "Dear, why are you here? Am I still your dear?" Anna looked at Alan Wilson pitifully, with a trace of timidity in her eyes, just like the first time they met, but she was pretending at that time, but now it was real. Alan Wilson was in a trance, and obviously remembered the time when they first got along. At that time, his mind was full of the idea that one person's success would bring prosperity to the whole family, and he felt that the British Empire had defeated its old enemy Germany. As a citizen of a victorious country, he was no different from a colonist facing a colony. What's wrong with possessing two dragoons? He did possess two beautiful women, but the other party was not a dragoon, but a little girl. Thinking of this, Alan Wilson was furious. He solved West Berlin for the Soviet Union in front of the two of them. The smell inserted into the hinterland of the Soviet-controlled area. To be precise, he betrayed the free world. Seeing Alan Wilson's face change, Anna's heartbeat accelerated. Scary thoughts were running through her mind, and before long, she was already tense all over. "Dear." Anna took the initiative to call Alan Wilson dear, and spoke carefully. "I came from Bonn to see you. Can you not be so serious?" "Oh, it's better to be serious," Alan Wilson said coldly with a pun. "Otherwise, I will be hung on the street lamp in the future, and I don't know who put the noose on me. How sad it is." "Don't say that," Anna whispered. Even a British person could hear the hidden meaning of Alan Wilson's words, not to mention that she herself was a Soviet. Most British people might not know the noose theory of her mentor Lenin, but how could the Soviets not know it? No one noticed that her hands were shaking, and she immediately tried to suppress this expression of fear. She sighed loudly. Normally she wouldn't be so shy and cowardly, but this is indeed her true thought now. He came to the East End from the West End of the continent, which itself took great courage. "Hans always asks me when his father will come back." "Really?" Alan Wilson opened his mouth, and finally said helplessly, when he heard Anna say this, "How much heavier is Hans now? Has he become a man?" Only when his father is around can he become a man faster. I, a woman, have not set an example in this regard. Anna got a response and immediately struck while the iron was hot. Honey, you used to like hugging me very much, but not this time. You make me very disappointed. Don't you want me anymore? Who dares? Alan Wilson didn't know how to answer and finally smiled bitterly, out of national responsibility. Even if I don't arrest you, how dare I continue to provoke you? We were wrong. We can start over. Anna took the initiative to hug Alan Wilson and put her perfect body in his arms. You forgot that we have many good memories together. We have children, and you are my de facto husband. Forgive us. Okay. We didn't betray you. From the beginning to now, you are the only man for me and my sister. Anna started from the emotional point of view. Just like what she said to Bokina, she thought that the mistakes of the two men were not unforgivable for men, and it was not an affair. It must be said that for Alan Wilson, the old pervert, this kind of rhetoric was really effective. For a moment, he really wanted to forgive directly. After all, the loss of West Berlin had nothing to do with him, and it was not without benefits, which would help the long-term division of Germany. But he had to make his position clear, and could not forgive so easily. In other words, since Beria's death, you two have cut off contact with Moscow? Late at night, Alan Wilson asked gently, your confidentiality level is so high. How can I, a low-level official, do this? He knew that after Beria's death, the Soviet spy network suffered a devastating blow, but he did not expect that the two sisters had such a high confidentiality level. This was too hard to believe. Chapter 732 Personal Micromanagement. Anna had taken the initiative before, and he took the bait without any surprise. It's not that I don't want to believe you, but how can I verify the truth of your words? I can't go to the Lubyanka to check the archives. So far, the truth of the two sisters' words is in doubt. Who knows if they have a big plan? Knowing that he has doubts about the two of them, he used his beauty to achieve his goal again. I'm not a person without feelings, and neither are you. Don't forget the age when I gave birth to your child. Anna held the man's head and whispered in his ear, mentioning the good memories of the two. She knew that it was unrealistic to dispel the man's doubts in a short time. Although he had mentioned before that she was also against handing over the intelligence of the Berlin crisis to Moscow, the problem was still the same. She couldn't verify her words. Alan Wilson didn't want to mention such a heavy thing now, so he changed the subject and said, I said, German women rarely have such exquisite appearances, and I just happened to run into one. It wouldn't be strange if you were Soviets. Why? Anna was surprised. Could a person's nationality be seen from their appearance? Or did this man have research on the appearance of each country? Soviet women are really beautiful. Alan Wilson was speaking the truth from the bottom of his heart. Although there are slight differences between races in terms of aesthetics, they are generally similar. There are still many common preferences for beauty. The so-called high-end face only has a specific purpose, not the public aesthetic. But anyway, Alan Wilson seems to have never heard of the mainstream voice saying that Malmedy is not beautiful. To be fair, Malmedy should be a group that can surpass any national women by a large margin. This is by no means an overpraise. If you don't believe it, just look at the Soviet female athletes at the Olympics. You don't need to watch Soviet beauties in movies, just watch the games. Compare them with female athletes from other countries, and the difference is obvious. Did the Soviet Union and later Russia specifically select good-looking women to be athletes? If someone thinks that Sharapova and Kernikova are beauties of the same level as the Williams sisters, then Alan Wilson will admire this person very much. How long has he been blind? Alan Wilson has lived 2 lives, and at least he has opened up the aesthetics of the East and the West. It is definitely not an exaggeration to say that Malmedy has the highest average appearance. Lighting a cigarette, Alan Wilson chuckled and said, in fact, the biggest weapon of you Soviet Union is these beautiful women. I guess no one in Whitehall can slip through the net. How about I serve you British in the future as compensation? Anna carefully suggested, expressing her willingness to make compensation for the previous things. Stop it. Who wants their woman to be a spy? Alan Wilson flatly refused, and then sighed leisurely. The situation is unclear now. Your sister is right. You should be patient and wait. It's best if you let it go and cut off contact. We can talk about other things later. Anna was happy in her heart. With this answer, she felt relieved. This man still had a lot of feelings for them. After all, his son had 2 children. At the critical moment, he chose to forgive them. Although it can't be said that they have escaped from the vortex now, they have achieved part of their goals after all. With this beginning, Anna served her man more wholeheartedly. She also needed it. How long have they not been together? The British staff of the administrative office found that their boss became more and more haggard after his wife left, as if he was overwhelmed by the heavy workload, and they all admired him. The explosive growth of British Malaya after the war was inseparable from the hard work of the commissioners who were busy every day without rest time. After a long yawn, Alan Wilson took a weak nap. Anna, who could not come to the administrative office, was also caught in a state of anxiety and tried to find a way to regain her lover's trust as soon as possible. Regardless of whether there were difficulties in submitting the Berlin crisis report before, the fact is the fact. The distrust has already appeared, and it needs to be eliminated with redoubled efforts. Alan Wilson still made her feel excited, dizzy, breathless, and intimate, all of which happened even before he kissed her. He was like some kind of deadly anesthetic. Even though you know it is harmful to your spirit, you still can't refuse to use it, because it makes you feel vigorous and full of vitality. Full of vitality, that's it. Until you realize that you are controlled by this feeling. If Alan Wilson flies away at this time, the pain of failure will almost kill her. The facts will not change. She forced herself to remember everything that happened. But whether she likes it or not, Alan Wilson should continue to exist in her life. In the next period of time, Anna did not plan to return to Europe, but hoped to re-establish the emotional foundation through her own obedience and sincerity. Before achieving her goal, she did not feel the need to go back. In a few days, I'm going to Australia. Alan Wilson returned to the apartment and looked at Anna, who was busy making food, and talked about the next trip. What are you going to do? Actually, from what I see, the relationship between you, Britain and the United States, seems to be very complicated. It's not as close as it seems. Anna thought that it was just a few of the closest allies discussing how to take a common stance against the Soviet Union, and said without thinking, why do we have to confront each other? No reason. It's national interests. Britain and the United States are indeed not as close as they seem. Alan Wilson held his chin up, but he didn't guard against anything on this topic. The obvious facts were not intelligence, and everyone could see it. But I'm going to see Japan's compensation negotiations, which has nothing to do with any meetings in the United States. In fact, it can be confirmed that the United States has representatives attending this compensation negotiation. Even if the compensation has nothing to do with the United States has long been generous and no longer mentioned the punishment of Japan. It is not 1945 now. The United States is no longer thinking about how to lead the world in a daze at that time. It is the same as the United Kingdom at that time, with the thinking that everything in this world is related to the United States. Therefore, the negotiations on compensation from Japan have nothing to do with the United States, and the United States must participate, and it may even affect the final result at a critical moment. But out of the love of his father, Britain should stand on the side of Australia and New Zealand, both of which are former colonies. The Netherlands is an ally with the United Kingdom, who shares a common position and is jointly dealing with the threat from Indonesia. After all the calculations, only the Philippines has no interest in Britain, but that is only temporary. As long as the smooth development of British Malaya forms a siphon effect, the Philippines will also generate economic benefits in the future. Isn't Japan very obedient now? What twists and turns can there be? Anna brought the vegetable soup. She has been trying her best to practice the strategy of tying up a man's stomach recently and be a wife who is actually considerate. The Japanese disguise is very powerful, but it doesn't work on us. You Soviets don't buy it, and neither do we. Japan's disguise of being harmless on the surface is okay to fool stupid Asians. What kind of country is the Soviet Union and even its predecessor, the Russian Empire? It is a country that makes people uncomfortable even when doing good things. When it comes to personal interests, it is even more ugly, and all neighboring countries are wary. Moreover, Japan is the enemy camp of the Soviet Union. The United Kingdom and later the United States have never believed in any feelings in the field of diplomacy. They talk about interests. It's just not as obvious as the Soviet Union. Japan's superficial repentance in dealing with Asian countries, but its core of anti-war defeat but not anti-war, will not work on Britain, the United States and the Soviet Union. But this still cannot guarantee that the United States will not speak for the United States. After all, Japan is an island chain that naturally blocks the Soviet Union's east. The United States may not care about these compensations and put pressure on the claimant countries. Even if it cannot be exempted, it may reduce the amount of compensation. Now Japan has an economic scale of more than 20 billion US dollars. Alan Wilson thinks that 2 billion in compensation is not excessive. The most important thing is to see if the Philippines can hold on. As long as the Philippines holds on, other countries should be higher than the Philippines. The current president of the Philippines is President Elpidio Quirino, who has been toughly pursuing Japan for compensation. It is a good thing for the next claims meeting. Elpidio Quirino himself has a blood feud with Japan. If things can be settled during his term, I believe it will be difficult for Japan to regret in the future. Elpidio Quirino's term ends at the end of the year, so I believe his attitude this time is also very tough. Elpidio Quirino had the original intention to pursue compensation, and now it depends on whether he can get the support of Australia, New Zealand and the Netherlands. Alan Wilson thinks it is not a big problem because his wife Pamela Mountbatten has arrived in Canberra to carry out her husband's plan to the end and to micromanage it. Before leaving Kuala Lumpur, Anna prepared a change of clothes for Alan Wilson, just like a well-behaved wife. The next day, Alan Wilson, with a haggard face, boarded the special plane to Canberra and fell asleep on the plane. President Elpidio, my husband has always wanted to meet you. Malaya and the Philippines are very close, and they should maintain harmonious relations. Pamela Mountbatten said to the Philippine president in front of him, he should be here soon. Chapter 733 Bo First. In this claim, the attitude of the Philippines is of utmost importance, especially the current president Elpidio Quirino, who has a blood feud with Japan, and his wife and daughter died under the Japanese butcher knife. If his term is over, this matter may be difficult to handle. It is okay to let the Philippines charge forward, but it is difficult for Australia and New Zealand to come forward in some matters. Blood is thicker than water, which is sometimes not a good thing. You must know that the cruelty of civil war exceeds that of foreign war. In the subconscious of many people, the mentality of bullying does exist. If the United States puts pressure on the Philippines may not care. But if the United States puts pressure on Australia and New Zealand, which share the same language and culture, the latter may seriously consider it. The closer you are, the more you will suffer. Alan Wilson believes that Australia, New Zealand and the Netherlands are not reliable on the issue of claims against Japan. The most reliable one is the Philippines, which is more emotionally distant. This is like the United States harboring evil intentions. It is easy to deal with Britain, but it is not easy to deal with France. If you can't keep an eye on your wife at all times, you can send her out. Pamela Mountbatten did not disappoint her husband's hope. She came to micromanage in person, confirmed the common position with the Philippines, and attacked Japan. President Quirino naturally expressed his gratitude for Pamela Mountbatten's help. Under his administration, the Philippines has been pursuing the claim issue. Seeing that his term is coming to an end at the end of the year, he now particularly hopes to get this matter done and have a result that the Filipino people can accept. The claim against Japan is difficult, but fortunately, there is support from other countries in the middle. The support of the three white countries in Australia has made the claim more powerful this time, and President Quirino has added a lot of hope in his heart. Canberra, the capital of Australia, was finally created by the competition between Sydney and Melbourne. Among the three major cities in Eastern Australia, Canberra has the shortest history, but it has a brand new look, and the temperament of the citizens is different from the other two cities. Alan Wilson has walked out of the airport and got on the car arranged by his wife to go to the property he bought. The climate in the southern hemisphere is opposite to that in the northern hemisphere, but the difference in October is not much, except that the trend is opposite. Alan Wilson came to his wife's property in Canberra, sat down directly, and asked with fatigue from sleeping in the open air, "Is the Philippines determined to claim compensation?" "Just as you said, President Quirino attaches great importance to this matter." Pamela Mountbatten made a cup of coffee, hoping to relieve her husband's fatigue, and soon came over with the coffee. "That's good. Generally speaking, we hate nationalists, but it depends on the time. Nothing is absolute." Alan Wilson whistled, took a sip with satisfaction, and said, "What about our respected princess? Is she making my wife worry?" "Very good. She has been much more obedient in the past year." "Just as you said, people always have to grow up." Pamela Mountbatten smiled. "It's just that he is already 23 years old. It's definitely not okay to keep going like this. He should have a partner." "I agree with this very much." Alan Wilson lied without blushing, expressing his approval of his wife's opinion. Pamela Mountbatten stood in front of a huge floor-to-ceiling glass window in a high-rise apartment, looking through the glass at the flickering lights on the artificial riverbank half a mile away. She washed the gel out of her light hair and removed her ridiculous oval black glasses. Alan Wilson had changed back into his usual work clothes, black briefs and a black t-shirt, which fit tightly over his slender lithe body like another layer of skin. His fit body and rock-hard chest, hidden under the bulky black suit he wore during the day, were now visible to her. He looked so handsome that he almost took her breath away. Alan Wilson's low, slow voice from his throat seemed to radiate a sexy heat that warmed his wife from the inside out. "Where is Australia preparing for the negotiations?" Alan Wilson tilted his head and asked his wife, who was much more informed than he was about Pamela Mountbatten. "The city hall is not far from the governor's mansion," Pamela Mountbatten said as she took off her coat. "Although we don't show up, everything has been arranged. The whole process will not be hidden from our eyes." "That's good." Alan Wilson exhaled and nodded. "This is the advantage of the host. Although this meeting has nothing to do with Britain, Britain must know the whole process. The Americans should be here soon. We must give confidence to the claimant countries, and at the critical moment, let the United States realize that blood is thicker than water." Although blood is thicker than water is not a good word for Alan Wilson, it is still the same sentence. There is always a time to distinguish. The United States can use the name of blood is thicker than water to cheat Britain, and Britain can also morally kidnap the United States in turn. The role of Britain in this claim negotiation is to support the Commonwealth countries and the European ally of the Netherlands. As for the three white countries involved in supporting the Philippines, these are all spontaneous actions of others, and have absolutely nothing to do with Britain. Alan Wilson, who knows that Japan's political status is almost zero, certainly dares to make a dirty move. If it is against the United States, he must consider it carefully, but not against Japan. In today's world, in addition to not being able to strike hard against the United States and the Soviet Union, Britain does not have to consider a third country for the time being. On October 25th, the Japanese delegation led by Hayato Ikeda arrived in Canberra. This time, the negotiations involved 5 countries, and only Philippine President Elpidio Quirino came forward as the president of a country. Other countries either came forward as negotiators, or like the Netherlands, the governor of Kalimantan, Van Dijk, came forward nearby. The day after arriving in Australia, Alan Wilson also met with his neighbor who occupied the other half of Kalimantan Island. Governor Van Dijk did not expect that the Malayan commissioner would come to Canberra at this time. After the greetings, Alan Wilson said that he came to visit his wife and asked if there was any important meeting. The look of ignorance dispelled Van Dijk's doubts and revealed the negotiations on claims against Japan this time. "So that's how it is. If you have time, you can come to the headquarters of the Mountbatten Group as a guest." Alan Wilson laughed. "I hope your negotiations go smoothly. If you need any help, please don't hesitate to ask." This is a bit hypocritical. In fact, the Australian people have high expectations for this negotiation. You should know that Australia has a vast land and a sparse population, which leads to a national character similar to that of the United States. The small-sized United States has been mobilized to punish Japan, and it is not easy to suppress it. Therefore, this negotiation has actually received widespread attention in Australia. Alan Wilson said that he didn't know about it unless he had never had contact with Australians since he came to Australia. That is, Van Dijk A Dutchman would believe this obvious lie. In fact, when Ikeda Hayato and his party arrived in Canberra, they had already felt the hostility that was there and not there. In this era, Australia still had a strong white Australia ideology, and the appearance characteristics of the Japanese were still too obvious. Of course, it was not a big deal if they didn't come out of the hotel where they lived. But the existence of this hostility made the Japanese representatives, including Ikeda Hayato, feel a little gloomy in their hearts. It seemed not easy to get away with it, or get away with it. Canberra is a typical garden city, but the beautiful scenery of Canberra could not make the Japanese relax. They were not as relaxed as Alan Wilson, who was riding in a Rolls-Royce Silver Soul. Pamela Mountbatten was equipped with necessary tools in the cities she often appeared in, and of course Canberra had them too. The model of the vehicle had not changed, it was still a Rolls-Royce Silver Soul. She knew that her husband had no interest in driving, so she drove her husband for a ride, which was the opposite of ordinary couples. Amid the laughter of some people, this negotiation, which was destined to be extremely painful for the Japanese, still began in the Canberra City Hall. Pamela Mountbatten had instructed her media to start paying attention to this negotiation. In the Canberra City Hall, representatives of Australia, New Zealand and the Netherlands, on another occasion 8 years later, launched a claim for the losses suffered during the war. The US Embassy also sent diplomats to listen to this meeting and report the situation to Washington after the meeting. As soon as the talks began, President Quirino, who had a grudge against the Japanese for the murder of his wife and daughter, did not hesitate to launch a tearful accusation against Japan. President Quirino has not forgotten how his wife and daughter were buried in Manila. The Philippines has the tacit approval of several other countries, and it is particularly hard to accuse Japan of crimes during the war. Several countries have hinted to the Philippines that they will support the Philippines to get its share. If it weren't for the other countries, who would care about you? Ikeda Hayato looked serious and even a little apologetically at the emotional President Quirino, but he didn't agree in his heart. But it was not easy to say what was in his heart on this occasion. But he couldn't help but express his position and apologize for the damage to the Philippines during the war. Anyway, apologies don't cost money. Some military personnel completely override the government during the war, and Japan is also a victim of the military. We are also sorry for the damage suffered by the Philippines and other countries present here due to the military's violation of international law. Please accept my apology. Ikeda Hayato looked solemn. After President Quirino finished his accusation, he stood up without hesitation to defend himself, and then simply bowed, perfectly embodying the spirit of craftsmanship. If Alan Wilson were here, he would definitely grin. He really didn't know that Japan was like this in this era. Chapter 734, The Strong Philippines. Submissive on the surface, but refusing in the heart. If it were an ordinary country to negotiate with it, there might be no progress for a long time. However, Alan Wilson believes that European and American countries generally will not buy this. Australia and New Zealand are also culturally European and American countries. They will not have a pedantic mentality towards this former enemy country that once threatened their own existence by moving south. Unless there is a country with the same language and culture to put pressure on the two countries. But at present, the United States may not do so. For the United States, it is true that Japan is on the front line of the blockade of the Soviet Union, but the other side of the negotiating table is also a close ally of the United States. As a result of the talks on this day, Alan Wilson judged that the Japanese's superficial work was useless. In fact, the Japanese did not make any promises, and other countries only explained their own positions. It can basically be concluded that they are talking to themselves. Formal talks are often very boring, but a bunch of rhetoric is said over and over again. In fact, negotiations like the Munich conference are interesting. Alan Wilson said to his wife with a grin that can reflect the essence of diplomacy, the law of the jungle. Pamela Mountbatten curled her lips, and she had no choice but to say to her husband, who was reminiscing about the glory of imperialism, "It's a pity that there is no environment for you to perform now. You should have been born 50 years earlier, 100 years, but I wouldn't have met you then. There are always regrets in life. You can't take all the good things." Alan Wilson took the opportunity to attack his wife, mentioning that their relationship was comparable to the glory of the British Empire. The imperial civil servants were no less good at licking than anyone else. A sweet talk made Pamela Mountbatten very happy. She finally restrained her smile. You just say nice things. Although she said so, she was sold on it. Of course, wealth was important, but her husband's care was more important. The compensation from Japan has nothing to do with Alan Wilson. He came here just to join in the fun. After all, I was present at the Potsdam conference. The more such famous scenes I encounter, the better. Even if it does not accumulate experience, it can satisfy the desire to show off. Many people think that the essence of diplomacy is wrangling. This is a very superficial understanding. Wrangling is just a superficial manifestation. The essence of diplomacy is of course the exchange of interests and the survival of the fittest. President Quirino is indeed a president who strongly advocates compensation from Japan, but after hearing the number that President Quirino asked for, Alan Wilson couldn't help but feel that it was unrealistic. The Philippines asked Japan to pay $8 billion in compensation. Alan Wilson didn't know what Ikeda Hayato was thinking when he heard this number. If it were him, he would definitely not agree. In 1953, Japan's national output value in US dollars was just over $20 billion. The number that the Philippines asked for is already nearly half of Japan's national output value. This number can make Japan think about how to start a war again. What response would someone get if they asked China to pay $6 trillion in compensation? It is estimated that China will build 100 aircraft carriers, 100,000 tanks, 10,000 nuclear bombs, and so on. As for the Soviet Union, it is not a hypothesis. The Soviet Union will definitely do so. Japan has an economic scale of $20 billion, which does not mean that it has $20 billion in cash. Even if the Japanese are beaten to pieces and squeezed for oil, they can't come up with so much money. The reason is simple. Having assets worth $1 million and being able to take out $1 million in cash are two different things. When inviting the governor of Dutch Kalimantan, Van Dijk, Alan Wilson said this without hesitation. The Japanese government can't come up with this money, even if they let women come to Nanyang to sell sex. It's a miracle that Japan can agree to the figure of $8 billion. The Americans will not agree to it either. After all, Japan has only been stable for a few years. This is an unbearable figure for Britain. The economic scale of the whole country of Britain cannot come up with this money at one time. In this era, when the gold standard is still very stable, the country's statistical data is not decades later. I also think this number is too high, as can be seen in today's meeting. Van Dijk said with a wry smile. The economic scale of the Netherlands is less than this number. Even if the Netherlands is sold, it cannot come up with this amount. Just know that this is just a blackmail number. Just come up with a result. The Americans will not allow you to rob it. After all, Japan's blockade of the Soviet Union is of great significance. Alan Wilson hesitated to speak. He wanted to discuss the bottom line of the Japanese with Van Dijk, but finally kept silent. Alan Wilson came to his senses when the word came to his lips. He was not really worthy of the 6 countries seal. Things like this are thankless. Some help in creating favorable conditions is fine. If you participate deeply, you may not be thanked, but may be complained. This kind of compensation is actually good. If the Philippines had not been stubborn in demanding compensation, there would be no chance to find a loophole, because the United States had made clear the bottom line on the issue of compensation after the war. After World War II, the Allies, or more precisely, the United States, set 2 basic principles for Japan's war reparations: not to demand compensation from Japan, but only to seek in-kind compensation for industrial equipment or resources. Japan's post-war economy should maintain a reasonable living standard for the people. If it weren't for the Philippines, this young man who was disobedient and had been pursuing compensation until today, and Japan had indeed restored its living standards beyond the pre-war level, it would not have attracted Alan Wilson's attention again. As long as there is a role like the Philippines, the rest of the things will be much easier to handle, and countries like Australia can follow up. Otherwise, Alan Wilson has always said that the Philippines is far more reliable than Australia and other countries in the matter of Japanese compensation. Even Van Dijk thinks that the Philippines request is a joke. If the Philippines wants $8 billion, then the Netherlands, Australia, and New Zealand, which are more powerful in national strength, will only have higher figures than this number. Japan does not have so much money. The four countries together cannot get $8 billion, let alone the Philippines itself. In fact, Ikeda Hayato immediately went to the US Embassy in Australia to seek help, because this number was too rude and unrealistic, and Japan could not come up with so much money. At the same time, Alan Wilson invited Philippine President Quirino, saying that Australia and New Zealand were not trustworthy in this matter, and only the Philippines had a solid foundation. Although Britain is not among the claimants, I can see from my observation that the success of the claim depends on the Philippines' position. This is also the consensus of the Allies. Although Alan Wilson did not say it explicitly, he also hinted that Britain felt that the Philippines' claims were reasonable. But he immediately changed the subject, saying that the figure of $8 billion was unrealistic. I'm not against this figure. In fact, this figure is too small. No matter how much money is, it cannot make up for the crimes and losses caused by the Japanese army. But it depends on how the Americans see it. In fact, the attitude of the president now is already surprising. We thought that, as long as Washington said a word, Manila would stop making trouble. The Philippines is already independent. We can't do this, just because Washington says something. President Quirino said in a deep voice, "Mr. Wilson, I understand. Britain actually supports the Commonwealth and European countries, but it is not easy to support them openly, so I hope the Philippines can take on greater responsibilities. See through it, but don't say it. This is good for everyone." Alan Wilson smiled tacitly and said teasingly, "It's not a bad thing to make the Japanese work harder, right? It's not like they are going to die. In fact, compared with the current living standards, the living standards of British Malaya are actually a little better than those of Japan. But the total amount is indeed far behind. After all, the population size of Japan is so large that British Malaya can't catch up, even if it works itself to death. As long as the goal can be achieved, the Philippines does not care whether it offends Japan or not, since the two countries have a grudge anyway." President Quirino formally stated that he was willing to be used as a gun as long as he could get compensation. Then when other countries need support, I will help contact them. Alan Wilson nodded and also made a promise to President Quirino that he was willing to help with the issue of common position. Since the Japanese can ask the Americans for help, it is reasonable for the Philippines to seek support from Britain. In fact, this is considered that Alan Wilson took the initiative to help. There is no way. Who made him kind-hearted? He always has a sense of justice in his heart from time to time, and wants to pursue the feeling of upholding justice. With the Philippines as a die-hard leader, other countries have more room to deal with this claim group. They must deal with the Philippines, but the Philippines is not moved at all. President Quirino also knows that the previous figures are impossible, but he is still not ready to give up. He will get as much as he can. Facing Japan, such talents are needed. Alan Wilson, who is hiding in Canberra for vacation, pays attention to the negotiations every day with great enthusiasm, and the number of claims is also declining in the repeated tug-of-war. After almost every meeting, Ikeda would run to the US Embassy. Alan Wilson even thought that even when facing his teacher Yoshida Shigeru, Ikeda was not so enthusiastic. He was really an excellent lackey of a vassal state. Washington finally expressed its position and put pressure on the claimant countries, saying that the compensation figure required was too high and Japan could not afford it. I respect Washington very much. I even remember the withdrawal of the US military from the Philippines. The Filipino people believed that the US military could protect the Philippines at that time, but unfortunately it was proved to be a mistake in the end. Faced with the pressure from the US ambassador, President Quirino played the emotional card and pointed out the US's security commitment to the Philippines. "Tell the Filipinos about the president's statement," Alan Wilson immediately said to his wife after knowing it. At this time, what he needs most is public support. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo fanfic novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 735, 3.5 billion in 5 years. Will President Quirino's rhetorical question be useful? Pamela Mountbatten frowned slightly and asked in confusion, can he really withstand the pressure from Washington? His words are impeccable, and he talked about the issue of responsibility. The issue of responsibility is a very serious issue for the world hegemon. Think about why Britain abolished the slave trade more than 100 years ago, and even spent a large amount of money to appease the countries involved in the slave trade. Alan Wilson continued, you must know that the Philippines is a former colony of the United States. Regarding the responsibility of the former colonies, the mother country often has two opposite but integrated ideas. On the one hand, it is based on profit to exploit, but in the propaganda to citizens, it is to appease the colonies by bringing them into civilization. Although this is just a hypocritical rhetoric, after years of propaganda, it was eventually accepted by most citizens. The citizens of the mother country believe that their country has certain corresponding responsibilities for the former colonies. Later, it will evolve into some compensation mentality and provide some harmless but sincere help. Usually it is mainly diplomatic support and a small amount of economic aid. Compared with maintaining the influence of the former colonies, this is naturally a small investment, but it is indispensable. This is also the reason why Britain always has some unreasonable concerns about Hong Kong and India in later generations. Britain has countless times more colonies than the United States, and Alan Wilson is also the chief executive of an important colony. He can easily understand this mentality. President Quirino's question about the pressure from the United States is almost a moral accusation against the United States. The defeat in the Philippines during World War II led to the slaughter of the Philippines by the Japanese army. In particular, President Quirino's wife and daughter died in the war at that time, which is actually a very serious accusation against the United States. What's more, today the United States has become the world hegemon, and it feels more guilty emotionally. It's really hard to imagine. I don't understand it a little bit. Pamela Mountbatten was stunned. She felt that what her husband said was mysterious. How could such an idea appear? So you are not the highest official in the colony, so you should do business well. Alan Wilson reached out and stroked his wife's hair. This kind of contradictory idea only exists in the governments of countries that have colonies. Countries that have not colonized, such as the Soviet Union and China, do not have such nonsense ideas. Nonsense ideas. This is Alan Wilson's evaluation of this kind of thinking. In his view, this so-called moral responsibility is bullshit. It is nothing more than finding a reason to interfere in the former colonies. President Quirino hit the mark by accident, hitting the special psychology of the colonial countries, especially the United States, which originally had few colonies and wanted to support a benchmark. In 1953, it still had high hopes for the Philippines and had the mentality of wanting to teach a positive example. In the following days, Washington did not respond to President Quirino's question, proving Alan Wilson's judgment. The United States was quite tolerant of the Philippines, a former colony that was developing well in this era. Even before the 1960s, the Philippines was generally regarded as a rising star in the Asian economy, and it almost squeezed out Hong Kong and became one of the four Asian tigers. But in 1965, Ferdinand Marcos came to power and started a long ruling career. In the early stage, he adopted an economic line of drinking poison to quench thirst. In the middle and late stages, he was corrupt and perverted the law while killing people. It is said that he alone ate up the country's 3-year fiscal budget, and in addition, he madly squeezed the peace believers in the South and naturally ruined the country's political economy in the end. Washington was in a very difficult situation at this time. Japan had become the front line of the blockade of the Soviet Union. It was demanding compensation from the former colony of the Philippines and questioned the United States' responsibility to the Philippines, which made Washington very embarrassed. A colonial commissioner who understood the psychology of a colonial master better than me was on vacation in Australia. He reported President Quirino's questioning of the United States back to Manila, which led to the citizens of Manila supporting the president's meeting in Australia. After feedback from the Manila Embassy, Washington discussed and finally felt that the United States should express more concern for the former colony of the Philippines. Soon the American ambassador in Canberra invited President Quirino to be a guest, saying that the United States absolutely had no intention of favoring Japan, and in principle, it also understood the Philippines' claims. The so-called pressure did not exist, but the number was indeed too illusory. Japan could not come up with $8 billion, not to mention that the Philippines wanted $8 billion. What about Australia? What about New Zealand? What about the Netherlands? Each of these countries is a close ally of the United States. If each of them follows the standards of the Philippines, wouldn't Japan be shoveled 3 feet? Will it return to the early post-war state of continuous blood transfusions from the United States? Reddick Williams is the US ambassador to Australia. Of course, he was actually a bank manager in New York before. It was only after Eisenhower came to power that he was included in the Republican Party's recommendation list to be the ambassador to Australia. It has long been the case that American financiers have entered politics through ambassadors to other countries, but it was only publicly supported since Nixon. Before that, it was an unspoken rule, not an open reward. Although Reddick Williams is familiar with money, he is not a professional diplomat. Fortunately, the embassy has professional diplomats to help him intervene in this claim negotiation. Dear President, I have asked Mr. Ikeda to meet with you. Everyone should come up with an operational number to achieve a win-win situation. Reddick Williams said to President Quirino, the United States is definitely not taking sides. Please understand this, Mr. President. Okay, I'll hear what he says. President Quirino finally nodded. He knew in his heart that it was impossible for the Japanese to agree to a random number. Alan Wilson knew about this secret talk at the US Embassy immediately. It was President Quirino who took the initiative to mention it. Hearing this, Alan Wilson sighed a little. Even a small country with weak strength has the basic understanding of playing both sides, and it cannot be underestimated if it is taken seriously. Mr. President, what is the purpose of telling me this? Alan Wilson asked with a smile. Of course it is for the benefit, so that the Philippines can get as many benefits as possible. President Quirino said without hiding anything. Alan Wilson nodded and thought for a moment, then said, in this case, I'm still willing to help. Being able to establish a personal relationship with the president of a country may be beneficial to Britain in the future. The master mentality of the imperial servant was aroused again, who made him like to uphold justice. There is no way to help him with his nature. For an irrelevant country, he is willing to help with enthusiasm. The key is that the United States is not partial to Japan, but to put pressure on the claimant countries. After President Quirino asked a question about security responsibility, the United States has at least partially forgiven the claim. The gap opened by the Philippines' unstoppable claims will eventually be used by more than one country. In a certain sense, it has broken through the red line of claims prohibited by the United States in the San Francisco Agreement. In this sense, the Philippines' attitude towards claims from the post-war period to today is of great significance. The Canberra claims talks have attracted the attention of all countries involved except Japan. As for Japan, it is very quiet. Most newspapers do not report similar issues. Japan is the best at selling out its country, just like Churchill. This is the evaluation made by the imperial civil servant who once sold West Berlin, just to make his second brother happy. At this point in the Canberra claims negotiations, Japan's attempt to muddle through has completely failed. In the claims talks with the Philippines taking the lead and the other 3 countries following up, Ikeda Hayato has been powerless to turn the tide. In the contact with Tokyo, Ikeda Hayato informed Yoshida Shigeru that the development opportunities brought by the Korean War might be affected, and hoped that the current Japanese Prime Minister would be mentally prepared. Ikeda Hayato can only try his best to work on the issue of numbers, and the less compensation he can pay, the better. In the negotiations involving the 4 countries, Japan's compensation figure changed from $8 billion claimed by the Philippines alone to $8 billion for the 4 countries in total. Ikeda Hayato said that this figure is still too high and far exceeds Japan's ability to bear. The number slowly dropped in the repeated tug-of-war, and the payment plan changed from a one-time payment to an installment payment. Ikeda Yuto certainly hopes that the installment payment period will be as long as possible, so as not to put economic pressure on Japan. Alan Wilson certainly does not want this future to happen. For a country, time is far more important than money. If it fails to keep up at the critical time, it will take several times more energy to achieve the same goal in the future. The Netherlands can only accept a maximum of 5 years of installments, and there will be no more time. Van Dijk said firmly, the overseas Chinese women who were captured by Japanese soldiers on the battlefield in Southeast Asia can no longer continue to endure the pain alone. Representatives of Australia and New Zealand agreed, otherwise they would not be able to explain to the citizens who were concerned about the claims negotiations. I want to get recognition at home. Ikeda Yuto sighed. Seeing the tone of these representatives, he knew that there was not much room for struggle, so he answered like this. On November 20th, the claims negotiations had been going on for nearly a month, and the claims negotiations between the Philippines, Australia, New Zealand and the Netherlands and Japan had entered the final stage. At 4 p.m., Ikeda Hayato signed the Japan-Philippines compensation agreement with Philippine President Quirino, and then signed similar compensation agreements with the governments of Australia, New Zealand, and the Netherlands. In the compensation agreement, Japan will pay $3.58 billion in cash to the 4 countries within 5 years as compensation for the losses caused to these countries during the war. Chapter 736 Everyone has gains. This is really an astronomical figure. Pamela Mountbatten was stunned, giving her husband a true reflection of the current situation. Actually, it's not that bad. It doesn't mean that Japan will return to 1945 overpass, but it's definitely not easy. It's stuck in a very uncomfortable range. Alan Wilson shook the wine glass in his hand and then pushed it in front of his wife. The meaning was obvious, and he should celebrate. At the end of 1953, this figure was undoubtedly a huge sum of money. This was the era of the gold standard. It was not the time when the United States closed its eyes and started the nuclear-powered money printing machine. It was not an exaggeration to describe it as true silver. However, it is not entirely true that Japan was directly kneeling. Although the compensation figure has reached 1/6 of the country's economic scale, it was paid in 5 years, an average of $700 million per year. This figure will certainly make the Japanese government very uncomfortable, but it will not directly knock down the Japanese economy. Alan Wilson also does not want Japan to be unable to recover. After all, the blockade of the Soviet Union still needs this cannon fodder. But the Japanese economy is too strong, and he really cannot rely on the 10 million people and 80 million social animals in Malaya to fight. In view of this, he has been using the power of public opinion of his wife Pamela Mountbatten to encourage Australia, New Zealand and the Netherlands to support the Philippines, and to deduct some benefits from Japan by taking advantage of the Philippines, which has always wanted to claim compensation. Today, dealing with Japan is considered to have achieved some results. From 1945 to the present, Alan Wilson has witnessed the annexation of Hokkaido to the Soviet Union, the early establishment of the self-defense forces in Japan, and this time's reparations talks. The loss of Hokkaido will promote Japan's greater dependence on foreign countries, and the self-defense forces will put pressure on Japan's finances, which are not very strong. And this time's reparations have caused Japan to bleed heavily. There are also hidden dangers. Japan may expect the United States to speed up industrial transfer. After all, a textile industry alone may not allow Japan to get enough economic development. Now the Soviet Union is not beyond the reach of Honshu Island, and Japan is far less safe than in history. The United States may really transfer industries to Japan in advance, so whether this time's reparations are a good thing or a bad thing, it will take the test of time, and it cannot be judged so quickly. As for more distant estimates, for example, whether the United States will use the Plaza Accord to deal with Japan, this matter has nothing to do with Japan. The fundamental reason depends on whether the US economy will have problems. As long as the US economy has problems, history will repeat itself. Taking back the wine glass with his wife's lip prints and drinking half of the wine, Alan Wilson asked in a low voice, "After all, this is the power of the country. You shouldn't think too much. By the way, is your current wealth a fraction of this number? Less than?" Pamela Mountbatten shook her head directly, but immediately added, "I'm talking about pounds." Alan Wilson's pupils shrank, and he whistled directly. £580 million? That's amazing. Far from it, less than half. Pamela Mountbatten told the truth, that money is not all mine. It belongs to many families and companies, as well as major banks. Alan Wilson nodded. Since the end of the war in 1945, Britain has been the largest capital exporter every year. Foreign investment is an astronomical figure, and he has no way to do anything about it. He just helped the Mountbatten family to guide the surging capital to a place where he felt safe. For example, Australia and Newfoundland were soon filled up due to their sparse population, and there was nothing that could be done about it. Financial power needs industry as its foundation. When my layout in Malaya is completed, and British capital takes root in Malaya, it won't matter whether I'm a commissioner or not. Any commissioner will serve you, and the nobles and banks behind you. Alan Wilson stretched his back, and talked about his views on industrial competition in Asia. He expressed cautious optimism about the development of Malaya. Japan is not invincible in industry, and it has never climbed to the top of a certain field at any time. Semiconductors have been cut off by the United States even when this trend has occurred. The vast majority of Japanese industries are just the best mid-range products. With its early start, it has established itself in the mid-range product field and provided the world with products that are no worse than European and American products and cheaper. In the field of high-end technology, facing the large filter jointly arranged by Europe and the United States, there is no possibility of breaking through at all. This is not to say that Japan is not strong enough. With a population of more than 100 million, Japan can still take advantage of any European country, and the comparison of countries is not just about the high end. If Britain wants to be in the same order as the United States and the Soviet Union, the current population is not enough. It needs a reliable place to help Britain complete the production of mid-range products. Pamela Mountbatten looked at her husband and concluded, "Is that what you mean? Maybe it's not just to help Britain. Australia and New Zealand are not suitable for manufacturing." Alan Wilson shrugged and said, "Australia is a mine. If New Zealand can make achievements in agriculture and animal husbandry, it can live a good life. It is Britain that needs Malaya the most." The British Empire controlled many good places, but the best colonies were independent the earliest. Pamela Mountbatten's mouth curled up. She knew that her husband was talking about the United States. Britain is already unique among island countries. Its coal and steel are not inferior to those of ordinary land countries, and even exceed many countries of the same size. But this unique advantage is compared with whom? Fortunately, Germany and France lack an important resource. Coal and iron are in each other's hands, otherwise Britain can't even suppress these two countries. Today, Britain's own high-quality coal and iron have been mined out. Even Germany and France may not be able to eat them steadily, not to mention compared with the basic base of the United States and the Soviet Union. Malaya is geographically not far from Australia and New Zealand. If this colony can remain under British control, it will be the first choice for both Australia and New Zealand in terms of production cost and convenience. In turn, the development of Malaya will not only be helped by Britain, but Australia and New Zealand can also provide a lot of low-cost raw materials, which is a win-win situation. Compared with the celebration of the claimant countries, this result is definitely not good news for Japan, to be honest. Alan Wilson does not need to conduct any investigation. No one understands better than him the Japanese mentality of anti-defeat but not anti-war. Although Japan's behavior in the war was not a big deal in ancient times, but this is a modern society, and Japan's atrocities in the war have been recorded. As long as you look for it carefully and publish it, you can incite hostility towards Japan. Pamela Mountbatten incited anti-Japanese sentiment in the 3 Australian countries through the atrocities recorded by Japan in the Southward Operation, and it was very successful, which led to the 3 Australian countries supporting the Philippines and holding on to the claim issue. Pamela Mountbatten can do this in Australia today, and other countries can do this when the time is right. Therefore, Alan Wilson believed that it was not too much to let Japan swallow billions of compensation. Is it expensive to pay a little protection fee to the free world in exchange for psychological security? The compensation of $3.58 billion US dollars, of which more than $800 million belonged to the Philippines. As for Australia, New Zealand and the Netherlands, the amounts varied. Australia exceeded $1 billion, the Netherlands' amount was the same as the Philippines, and New Zealand's compensation was the least, which was even smaller than the Philippines. This was also arranged according to the degree of loss of each country during the war. Australia suffered a lot in World War II, with a mobilization degree of more than 1/10. The Netherlands was rampant in the East Indies, and New Zealand's losses were relatively small. This result made the three countries of Australia very satisfied, and public opinion praised this negotiation. At this time, Pamela Mountbatten held a cocktail party at the Australian governor's mansion, and invited negotiation teams from several countries to participate. The atmosphere of the Australian country was strong. If it was held somewhere else, it might cause the Filipinos to be coldly received. It was more appropriate to hold it in the British governor's mansion. As Australia's independence has become a foregone conclusion, the governor's mansion would have shouldered social responsibilities in the future. Alan Wilson, a mere son-in-law, also expressed his congratulations to several countries at the governor's mansion, who would complain about too much money. Anyway, Alan Wilson, a member of the mortal world, would not. I have contacted Amsterdam, and now the money is extremely needed. After all, the storm surge caused huge losses, and the country needs this money to carry out some appeasement work. But I also explained that the jurisdiction of Kalimantan Island also requires financial investment. This time, the Japanese compensation will be of great use. Van Dijk and Alan Wilson mentioned the role of this Japanese compensation. The governor's idea is very mature. Alan Wilson laughed heartily, not just because he was happy to see the Japanese in pain, but because he was happy that the money had a clear purpose. Maybe this is the joy of being a good person. Alan Wilson was excited that he had the opportunity to help others. It was so happy to do good deeds every day. He needed to find more opportunities in the future. After a while, Alan Wilson found President Quirino of the Philippines again. In fact, there was still a month before President Quirino's term of office expired. The election had ended before the talks, and the Philippines was about to change its president. He had no prejudice against the Philippines. Even if Marcos did not take office, he did not believe that the Philippines could compete with Malaya in industry. He was just happy that President Quirino could achieve his wish before the end of his term. Maybe President Quirino would have a chance to make a comeback in the future, provided that he lived longer. Mr. Wilson, we are neighbors. I hope we can help each other in the future. President Quirino said with a smile. Of course, I look forward to it. Alan Wilson took the initiative to raise his glass and clinked it with the other party. The negotiation of claims against Japan was successful, thanks to this Philippine president who still insisted in his last term. Chapter 737 Pamela's Invitation. The host and the guests enjoyed the reception, and considering that the Japanese were not invited, it was not an exaggeration to describe it this way. After the reception, Alan Wilson got on his wife's car and returned. He habitually began to calculate. Pamela Mountbatten saw this and knew that her husband's old problem had come back. What are you thinking about? Thinking about whether there is anything missing. Alan Wilson did not hide it. This has become his habit. As a keyboard politics expert, this has almost become his instinct. Aren't you tired of calculating every day? Pamela Mountbatten scolded. Don't you have anything important? Does immortality count? It's still a little difficult with the current technology. Alan Wilson sighed with a joking look, talking about the common wishes of powerful people in ancient and modern times, both at home and abroad. Not to mention the emperors of China. Many of the world's richest people in later generations have invested heavily in the field of biopharmaceuticals. This is certainly because everyone is afraid of death, and it is profitable. But don't these rich people have some real thoughts leaked out? Often the more powerful people are, the less willing they are to give up their achievements in their lifetime, and this is even more true for the kings of all dynasties. Now, there are still 14 years before the rich man who froze himself. That rich man is not the first, nor will he be the last. I didn't expect you to have such an unrealistic wish. Pamela Mountbatten was amused. The two were not very old, so it was too early to think about these things. Power is eternal. Alan Wilson sighed and did not continue on this topic. He did not leave Australia immediately, but wanted to travel around, not to inspect any projects. Australia is a top resource country, and it is better to sell mines honestly than to develop anything. This does not mean that Australia cannot develop high technology, but it cannot continue to invest in good technology. In fact, many so-called high technologies later can be carried out by any country in the initial stage. The beginning is not a problem, but the process. Take the photolithography machine for example. The principle of the photolithography machine is actually as simple as a slide projector, which is to project light through a mask with a circuit diagram onto a wafer, coated with photosensitive adhesive. In the early 1960s, the mask was a 1:1 size, and tightly attached to the wafer, and the wafer was only 1 inch in size at that time. Photolithography was not high-tech at that time. Semiconductor companies usually designed their own tooling and tools. When Japan began to enter the field of photolithography machines were no more complicated than cameras. Later, engineers at the Philips R&D laboratory in the Netherlands built a machine that tried to make money legally like printing money. But they did not realize at the time that they had created a monster that did nothing but devour money in the next 20 years. Decades of investment without a market is unacceptable to any company, but the companies that persisted after generations of investment eventually turned the photolithography machines with low thresholds into the source that all major companies in the world rely on. At that time, it was time to reap the harvest. Therefore, photolithography machines and even the entire semiconductor industry require massive funds and replacement technologies. Semiconductors are actually not an industry that can make money lying down. It is no different from the 996 assembly line. No one would have thought that after decades of high investment and no income, it would become the kind of industry that would hold various giants in the future. Alan Wilson knew very well that once the semiconductor industry was in the hands of the UK would have to continue to invest heavily in this industry from 10 years later, and at least invest until the Thatcher era, before seeing some results. Compared with decades of investment, Australia only needs to sell mines to live a good life. Even if it has this intention at the beginning, how can it make such hard-earned money over time? Seeing that her husband was bored, Pamela Mountbatten thought for a long time and decided to take her husband to the Woomera launch site for inspection. Of course, she did not forget to bring a lot of medicine. After all, compared with other continents, the Australian continent is like an alien world. Many inconspicuous things are enough to be fatal. This cautious character is very similar to your husband. Alan Wilson was very happy and felt that Pamela Mountbatten still had the opportunity to prove herself on the road of being a cautious and brave man. Those who are close to ZHU are red, and those who are close to ink are black. Pamela Mountbatten is the woman he has cultivated since childhood. Every time the two think in the same way, Alan Wilson's heart is full of a sense of accomplishment. The Woomera launch site was built by the UK and Australia because there is really no such condition in the UK. In name, it is a joint effort between Britain and Australia. In fact, Australia can't help much, except providing the site. Of course, Britain is not a strong presence in the field of rockets, at least it can't be compared with the United States and the Soviet Union. However, Alan Wilson knew that for a period of time after the war, although the United States had huge funds and technology plundered from Germany, it didn't know what to do with the field of rockets. The vested interests are always conservative, and they are far less willing than challengers to invest in new fields. This is the so-called latecomer advantage. For the United States, maintaining is the best way to gain an advantage, so there is actually not much interest in aerospace. This is the main reason why the Soviet Union was the first to send humans into space. The United States only woke up from its dream and relied on its money to catch up after Gagarin went to space. The main function of the Woomera launch site now is actually to test the British missile project. In fact, London's view on the future development of missiles is probably similar to that of the United States. It thinks it should be developed, but it has not yet figured out how to develop it. Honey, do you have a share in this launch center? Alan Wilson took his wife's hand and strolled in the only space launch site in the southern hemisphere. De Havilland is the British company that is now researching missiles. Pamela Mountbatten has invested in the parent company of the Comet airliner. Yes, Mr. de Havilland's project needs this launch site. And my important industry is in Australia. Pamela Mountbatten never concealed anything from her husband and said everything in detail. Now the funds for the project are all from the government's grants. I don't know whether I should continue to invest. This is a life-saving thing. Of course it is worth continuing to invest. As for civilian use, it is also useful. Alan Wilson understood, as soon as he heard it, that Britain was still confused about how to use it for both military and civilian purposes. But it doesn't matter. If I'm not born, the keyboard warrior will spray the eternal night. Since his family has a share in the Woomera launch site and the project of this launch site, he can do some keyboard politics. What satellite TV and satellite phone may not be suitable to be said now, but there is a general understanding. It is still possible to package it with rhetoric and assist in the name of science, to point out a firm path of preaching for his wife. Pamela Mountbatten listened to her husband's confusing words and nodded repeatedly in a cooperative manner. She is no longer the little girl she was before. She already knows all the ideas of this man that are hard to say directly but want to achieve their goals. After all, he is her husband. Even if she didn't hear any practical information, as long as he thinks this field is important and needs to be developed, it's okay to invest first, just like buying a big toy. You don't seem to believe me. Alan Wilson pinched his waist and was not surprised. He just couldn't tell the future development clearly. How could the woman who was raised since childhood doubt him? Don't say that what you said makes sense, even if it doesn't make sense at all. Just because you are my husband, I have to help. Pamela Mountbatten rolled her eyes at Alan Wilson, which also showed from the side that she didn't believe her husband's words. I don't know whether I should be happy or sad. Alan Wilson frowned and directly reached out and slapped his wife's buttocks. Snap, with a crisp sound. Pamela Mountbatten almost jumped up. Looking around, she blushed and whispered, "Are you crazy? This is a launch site. What if someone sees us? What's wrong with seeing us? You're my wife." Alan Wilson looked up at the starry sky at a 45-degree angle. It seemed as if the sun and the moon were flowing in his eyes. He looked proud. He really wanted to shout, "Keys are coming." It was summer in Australia, and the climate was much more comfortable than that in Malaya. The two decided to go around and stay in a manor in Perth. Pamela Mountbatten's footsteps echoed in the hall. She looked at the black bun on the maid's head, but her heart was focused on taking every step carefully, soothing her cold limbs with warm assurance. Many servants came and went in the beautifully decorated hall. Their simple clothes reminded people of the various costumes seen in dramas. I really didn't expect that you and the princess were living almost like the 19th century in Australia. Although Alan Wilson was the husband of the owner of this manor, he felt out of place. Alan Wilson imagined what it would be like if he were a British nobleman. He would definitely be a playboy with oily hair and powdered face, wearing gorgeous clothes and jewelry to cover up the fact that he had been overindulged in alcohol and sex. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but grin. He had decided to return to Kuala Lumpur immediately to benefit the imperial subjects in Malaya. He really didn't expect that Pamela Mountbatten would bring the exquisiteness of the ancient castles in China to Australia. It seems that many Australians are still buying into this. Have the Australians forgotten that they were exiled here? Margaret is a princess. She always follows me everywhere. I always have to think about her. Pamela Mountbatten denied that she was addicted to the hypocritical and luxurious aristocratic life, saying that all this was to prevent Her Royal Highness from forgetting the court etiquette when she was away for a long time. Alan Wilson looked at his wife suspiciously, temporarily believed this explanation, and nodded. "I said you are not like that. But dancing has nothing to do with red tape, right?" Pamela Mountbatten took the initiative to invite. Looking at her husband expectantly, she was excited and snickered in her heart. She would curtsy gracefully, and he would glance at her absently and then extend his gloved hand. Chapter 738, Anglo-French Allied Forces. The green living room, the tall and bright house, the pink marble pillars supporting the carved ceiling, the 4 elegant crystal lamps hanging from the ceiling, the stars of light dancing on the gilded chairs wrapped in silk cloth. Everything here seems to be bathed in green moss. Alan Wilson feels that he is definitely a member of the upper class, so he always does dirty things. But this is of course normal. If you don't kill a few national leaders, you have the nerve to say that you are a colonizer. If you don't cheat a few countries, you have the nerve to say that you are patriotic. Based on this reason, he now has something to say to his wife, but he doesn't know whether to say it at this time. My second brother is invincible in the world. The two never avoid it, and there is a certain degree of interest combination in their marriage. Although it is not pure love, after facing it calmly, they get along better and make their feelings stronger. With the music and his wife's drive, Alan Wilson danced to the rhythm of his wife. He was definitely a layman, but the atmosphere was already set at this time, and it was the best choice to continue according to his wife's idea. Look at how stupid you are. Pamela Mountbatten smiled and seemed very happy to find out what her husband was not good at. Alan Wilson did not comment on such slanderous and rumor-mongering remarks at all, and would reserve the right to pursue responsibility. Except for a few places in Australia, the rest are rotten places that are no less than Egypt. Alan Wilson wanted to return to Kuala Lumpur to continue to shine for the welfare of Malayan citizens, finding time to send birthday greetings to Vivian Leigh and Hedy Lamer like a thief. Anyway, it was too late for things in Australia. Even Ikeda Yuto had returned to Japan. There was no point for him to stay here. Was he going to watch the Gobi Desert sketching in Australia? But Pamela Mountbatten did not want her husband to leave so soon. She still had some things to ask. Since there was nothing to go around on land, she would go to the Great Barrier Reef. A Great Barrier Reef Foundation should be established. Alan Wilson sat on the private yacht belonging to Pamela Mountbatten, saying that the existence of the Great Barrier Reef was an excellent reason to establish a foundation. What's the point? Pamela Mountbatten, who was standing on the edge and looking into the distance with Her Royal Highness, turned around and asked about the connection. Environmental protection is a very complicated issue, and it is justifiable in name. When Alan Wilson talked about this topic, he was no longer sleepy. To be honest, he was naturally immune to beautiful scenery, and no beautiful scenery was more beautiful than women without clothes. In his eyes, the world-famous Great Barrier Reef was not as important as politics. This was his opportunity to prove his faith, and he could not give it up. Not only his wife, but also Princess Margaret, who followed him wherever he went, was very interested and followed him. This made Alan Wilson very alert. Just now, the princess kissed him in the cabin, and he frowned and muttered that the princess was still disobedient, which made Princess Margaret calm down. The issue of environmental protection is no longer unfamiliar to the current Britain. The London smog incident has just passed, and the casualties caused are still frightening. If it were not for the Labour Party's rapid public relations success, it would definitely lose support. Alan Wilson was an environmentalist because he wanted to use this proposal to transfer at least part of Britain's heavy industry to Malaya. Pamela Mountbatten knew this very well. Her husband was responsible for making suggestions, and she was usually the one who executed them. Once he took office, Alan Wilson was in high spirits, pointing out the world and being arrogant. He even forgot that there was a dragoon waiting for him in Kuala Lumpur, and was busy preaching here. Environmental protection is also a good topic for moral kidnapping. The civilized world must pay attention to environmental protection. If some resource-rich countries are allowed to unilaterally and irresponsibly exploit resources and complete industrialization without protecting animals, it will not be a good thing for the world. This kind of hard work should be left to imperialism. The vast third world should pursue men farming and women weaving. If they hold spears and wear animal skins, Alan Wilson will never object anyway. In his eyes, environmental protection is just to protect animals, not people. It doesn't matter to him whether the people in the third world live well or not. After completing the sightseeing tour of the Great Barrier Reef, Pamela Mountbatten has a new understanding of how to protect the environment. Alan Wilson is ready to return. Malaya cannot leave Aizantang for a day. What is the pillar of the sky? Alan Wilson retreated tactically, feeling deeply responsible for carrying the British Empire forward. He had to continue, no matter how hard it was. Brother-in-law, why don't you stay for a while? Princess Margaret was not very happy. The two of them still had too little private space. After all, the real master was next to them, and many things were very inconvenient. Your Highness, I have the responsibility to run around for the country in my heart. Alan Wilson said righteously, there is really not much time. I want to balance public and private affairs in my heart, but I can only do this. Hedy Lamarr and Vivien Leigh absolutely agreed with this. Even in Australia, he did not forget their birthdays. At the end of the year, Alan Wilson will host a meeting of overseas commissioners and then hand over the situation to London. After that, Whitehall will conduct a review at the beginning of the second year. Britain is a country that respects case law, and this is becoming a habit. As for the war situation in Vietnam, it is still in the stage of slow grinding. The French army wants to find an opportunity to hit the opponent hard, replicate the previous victory, and negotiate with an advantage. Of course, there is still time. On the first day, after arriving in Kuala Lumpur, after Alan Wilson finished his daily work, he returned to the apartment where Anna lived and unloaded his fatigue. Anna took out the commissioner's salary she collected on behalf of him and put it in front of the man, who had just returned. It was not a small number. Alan Wilson's commissioner's salary in the UK was collected by his wife Pamela Mountbatten. The salary that Anna helped to collect recently was together with the allowance of the extra staff minister given to him by the 10 sultans of Ali Khan. If he didn't take it, it would make many respected sultans feel uncomfortable. This time, the Japanese suffered a big loss, but Britain didn't get any benefits. I really don't know why you went to join in the fun. Anna was a little resentful, and she waited for a long time. Collect some interest for the Malayan campaign. Alan Wilson said without hesitation. It's also a good thing to dig a pit for future Malayan opponents, killing two birds with one stone. Alan Wilson squinted his eyes slightly, and there were still some sequelae flying. Anna immediately ran a bath water as soon as she saw it, ready to relieve her man's fatigue. The final result was naturally that the man was more tired. The commander of the British Army in Malaya formed an advisory group to go to Vietnam for inspection. Naturally, they would not really go to the battlefield. It only nominally reflected the unity of Britain and France after the war. This suggestion has been approved by the London government. Times are changing, and the traditions of the British Empire remain unchanged. Even if there is no war, it is necessary to show your presence. There is such an opportunity without paying any cost, and the British military also likes to join in the fun. And this advisory group will keep in touch with the British Army Command in Malaya, exchange intelligence to let Britain know more about Vietnam's movements. Why does Alan Wilson know? Because he is now in the British Army Command. General Bilton, the commander of the British Army, also wants to see how the French army fights after the war and get first-hand information from the French army. But forgive Alan Wilson for speaking frankly, is the British Army qualified to provide advice to the French Army on how to fight on land? It seems that the British Army on land is not as reliable as the French Army. How was your vacation, Alan? Is Pamela okay? General Bilton did not express his impatience with the arrival of the uninvited guest. Alan Wilson, the chief executive, is also half a member of the military. She is also busy and is working on setting up a genetic laboratory. Alan Wilson mentioned the plan of the Mountbatten Group to continue investing in biotechnology before returning. Last year, the article on DNA in the Domestic Nature magazine finally aroused Pamela Mountbatten's interest. Prepared to increase investment in the group's biotechnology department. As a pioneer in the field of biotechnology, Alan Wilson is of course very supportive. Although he feels that his dream of immortality in this life is slim, at least he can keep the thought, right? General Bilton is obviously not interested in this topic. He is more interested in watching the French bleed from the perspective of a bystander. General, why do we need to send an advisory group? Although Malaya and Vietnam do not border each other, we have a navy to defend against infiltration. But I don't see the point. Alan Wilson brought the topic back to the point. Isn't it a bit hasty? He felt that it would be better to wait for the United States to deal with the pit of Vietnam. What's the point of Britain sending an advisory group now? Forming an Anglo-French coalition? Isn't this a joke? With the current small size of Britain, even if Australia and New Zealand are brought in, it's not enough. The advisory group is just observing in Saigon. Nothing will happen. Bilton signaled to stay calm and explained, we will not intervene in the war in Vietnam, but just want to accumulate some useful experience through observation. That's the best. Alan Wilson breathed a sigh of relief and joked, If we really intervene in the war, I can only think of using a battleship formation to bombard Vietnam's coastal cities one by one. Otherwise I can't think of any good way. In fact, it can really be done when necessary. Anyway, Vietnam can't reach Malaya, so what is there to be afraid of? We don't even need to take this step. We just need to express our attitude to a limited extent. The French may say that we have not been of any help at all. General Bilton laughed. Saigon is still very safe, and the advisory group can be withdrawn at any time. The French government has expressed gratitude for our actions. Alan Wilson nodded. Maybe the French will work harder when they see their old enemy watching them. Chapter 739. Of course I forgive her. Anyway, land conflicts are what Britain should try to avoid. Vietnam is, after all, part of the mainland, not the environment in Malaya. Alan Wilson is not a soldier, but some issues are not necessarily for soldiers to speak. Moreover, he is only cautiously optimistic about the British troops stationed in these colonies. Just look at the British troops in Southeast Asia during World War II facing the Japanese army's southward advance. The Battle of Hong Kong cannot be used as an example. After all, the British Army defended the Hong Kong River for 18 days, which is remarkable. Not to mention the British defense. It is impossible for any country to win with its back to the sea. It was not easy to hold on for 18 days before surrendering, when the troops were inferior. There was no air superiority, no logistical supplies, and even inferior to the inferior artillery of the Japanese army. The British army was really embarrassed by the Battle of Singapore. If Hong Kong was because of its small area, the area of British Malaya was not small. How could the British high-level officials at the time carefully select Singapore, which has an environment similar to Hong Kong, as the place for the decisive battle? British Malaya could have chosen any place, but it chose an isolated island that was extremely easy to be surrounded, and ended up making a fool of itself in front of the whole world. Considering that the garrison in Malaya was the British Indian Army, it was understandable that the combat effectiveness was limited, but the casualties inflicted on the Japanese army in the end were indeed unsatisfactory. In view of this, he would never let the British troops stationed in the colonies go to the battlefield. It was not impossible for General Bilton to form a military advisory group for observation. Once it exceeded this scope, Alan Wilson would have to start the countermeasures he had previously discussed with his wife, and it would be better to let his father-in-law transfer this unruly garrison commander. Don't delay the precious development time of Malaya. General Bilton assured that it was just a simple military advisory group, and he had never thought of really helping the French in the war. Alan Wilson believed this point. Even he, the most sincere ally of France, could not help the French in the war. Alan Wilson and Hedy Lamer still kept in touch, asking about each other's well-being, and cultivating friendship after the birthday blessing telegram. At the same time, they also learned about the latest plan of Woodpecker Pictures, which is preparing to shoot a £1 million movie. In the telegram, Alan Wilson expressed his congratulations, and also said that he missed the new Oscar winner very much. Hedy Lamer finally took a different path in history with The Beautiful Legend of Sicily, and got rid of the public view of her as a vase. From this year on, she is no longer the star who is remembered for her beauty, but also has honors. Compared with Vivien Leigh, who has been crowned queen twice, Hedy Lamer now finally has a work that can be shown off. Hedy Lamer, who is thousands of miles away in Paris, holds the man's telegram in her hand, and her heart is burning. She can't wait to go to distant Asia to take a look. Hedy, what did that eloquent man say again? Look how you are lost. Ingrid Bergman saw this look, and asked with a little sourness, without even noticing it herself. He said he missed us. Hedy Lamer said with a smile, it's great to be young. There are always so many requests. Are you going to see him? Of course I will go, when I have time. Ingrid Bergman held her head high, not feeling embarrassed that there was another woman in front of her. Alan Wilson helped them a lot in their careers. It can't be said that this is the whole reason, but people are all kind-hearted. Whenever they meet, they can't be indifferent to the care and help shown by men. In Kuala Lumpur, where the seasons do not rotate, Alan Wilson presided over the year-end meeting, and was also preparing to appoint a new Christmas Island commissioner. The core topic of this meeting was that he hoped to equalize the steel production of British Malaya with that of the UK before the end of his first term. Sales are not a problem. Britain is stepping up the development of its colonies. There is demand. Even the almost stagnant steel production in the UK is rising. Together with the demand for orders from the Middle East's airport and Egypt's Aswan Dam, the external conditions are quite favorable. Don't worry about sales, just increase production. The more valuable the colonies are, the more London will not give up. Our good days are still to come. Alan Wilson glanced at the commissioners from various places who looked well dressed, and said leisurely, "Don't let me say ugly things in advance. This is related to whether you have reliable quality." "Yes, Commissioner." Everyone promised in unison, eager to prove their reliability. "Very good. This year is about to end. I believe London must be very happy with the income of £100 million. 5 years after leaving British India, I finally found a perfect substitute in another place. Although the manpower cannot be compared, this place is better for everyone, and it is easier to give full play to everyone's workability." Alan Wilson concluded with satisfaction. As long as this valuable colony is there, the authority of Whitehall is there. Since the independence of British India, Alan Wilson has been looking for a place to show his talents all the time. In his opinion, British Malaya is better than British India. The biggest advantage of British India is that once Britain faces a war, it can mobilize endless manpower to join the war. But now the threat of world war has disappeared. Everyone is equal in front of nuclear bombs. The days when the authorities mobilized cannon fodder in the name of patriotism and let the people die while hiding behind are over. The targets of nuclear bomb attacks are big cities first. The value of those in power is greater than that of the people. Under this threat, no country dares to talk about war easily. Some remarks about world war now scare the people to governments. In this case, the greatest human advantage of British India is no longer valuable to Britain. In economic development, Britain has never had the ability to industrialize British India. Britain does not have so many industries to give to India, and it does not have this idea. Once British India is industrialized, it will be a threat to Britain. British Malaya, which is much smaller in size, can be industrialized and still be under British control. As long as all the 10 million people in Malaya can be put into production, it will be able to help Britain a lot. As the chief executive of British Malaya, he felt that the answer sheet handed in this year was qualified, and both the Attlee cabinet and Whitehall should be satisfied with it. After calculating various data, the economic scale of the entire British Malaya is 4% of the mainland and 10% of Japan. Considering that the population of Japan is nearly 9 times that of Malaya, the Japanese and the current British Malaya are at the same level in terms of personal living standards. Being at the same level, the Japanese have already lost. The Japanese are far from being able to compare with British Malaya in terms of basic natural resources. British Malaya can be self-sufficient in many materials, while Japan cannot even guarantee the self-sufficiency rate of food. The cost of personal living is not at the same level at all. What can be confirmed now is that in 1953, the jurisdiction managed by Alan Wilson was at the same level as the imaginary enemy in his eyes. The rest is to see who can continue to move forward. I hope that Japan can complete the economic miracle in history with the compensation of $3.58 billion. He thinks there is no problem. At most, he used to work 12 hours a day, but now he works 18 hours. People have infinite potential. If you are willing to sacrifice your life, everything is not a problem. After hosting the end-of-year summary of Malaya, Alan Wilson returned to the apartment to accompany the little girl who has been living here. I contacted Bonn today and asked if Moscow had contacted us. We have been out of contact with Moscow for 5 months, since the death of the general political commissar. Anna mentioned that she had contacted Pokina in Bonn today and asked whether the Soviet Union had contacted the two sisters after she left Germany. That's good. Alan Wilson's heart moved, and he asked with curiosity, "Do you mind if I ask, where did you receive your training, and how confidential is the school?" "We have never seen our parents, and we have been adopted by the school since we were young. As for where we received our training, I actually don't know where it is. I only know that it is a city called Gazna, which is equivalent to a small town. We live there, and it is strictly forbidden to speak Russian at ordinary times. We must speak English at all times. When we came out, we were sitting in a closed military vehicle. When we appeared again, we were in Moscow, and were quickly sent to Germany. I don't know where Gazna is. Anna confessed everything with a nostalgic look, saying that the two sisters were orphans who were adopted since childhood. They had been trained as agents since they could remember, and later entered a small town with the same living environment as the UK for training. During this period, they regarded themselves as complete British. Her grades are very good, and she is the first among the same group of students. I'm much more mediocre, and her military rank is higher than mine. Don't compare now, it's all in the past. Reaching out and embracing Anna in his arms, Alan Wilson lowered his head and kissed the little girl's forehead, thinking about Anna's words in his mind, whether there are loopholes. At the same time, he also lamented that the Soviet intelligence agency is worthy of its reputation. In such a difficult time, they are so willing to train agents. No wonder the whole free world is in turmoil. Dear, I know you are still wary of me for a short time, but we really don't want to be spies anymore. Can you forgive us? Anna raised her head and exhaled like orchids, and her warm breath blew on Alan Wilson's face. Look at what you said. Can I still arrest you? Alan Wilson spoke with great difficulty, seeming to be entangled in maintaining the empire and personal feelings. What is possible? Of course, forgive her. Can a group that was added with one click be removed? That group is full and no one can enter. And can you please not kick people randomly? Chapter 740. The problem is the economy. The two sisters are fascinating. Of course, they each have sons who are imperial servants, which is one aspect of his soft heart. But there is another aspect, that is, the Herman family has been raised by him. Sometime after the war, Alan Wilson went to the Ruhr area occupied by the British. During that time, he was crazy. He looked for all possible assets that could be cashed in from the ruins after the war. To this end, he pulled in the senior civil servants of the entire British India and got through the Whitehall leaders in London. Borrowing tobacco to make profits was only one aspect. He put all the industries that might leave handles in the hands of the Pockiner sisters. Alan Wilson himself was clean-handed, but he never hesitated to help women of the same status as his wife. The wealth of the Herman family increased like a snowball. One of the three major regional banks in Germany, with his help, fell into the hands of the two sisters. Some harmless equity swaps of old German companies such as Bayer, Mercedes-Benz, Rheinmetall, and Krupp were not too conspicuous. This can only be achieved in the special environment of post-war Germany, which was in ruins and under the control of the occupation forces. If he were to do it now, Alan Wilson would be so tired that he would wet his pants, but the result would be gratifying. The so-called Herman family, to which the two sisters belonged, had become a rising new family in the Federal Republic of Germany, no worse than any old company, and had become a new upstart after the war. Unlike the original German companies, which had inextricable ties with the National Socialist Party, they were very politically correct. The Pockiner sisters were almost the richest in Germany, if not the richest. Although the imperial servants regarded money as dirt, they could not ignore such a large fortune. At this time, Alan Wilson killed his relatives for the sake of justice. Would the wealth that had been grasped by the two sisters eventually fly away? You have to know that his previous support for the two sisters was completely sincere, and he was counting on the two sisters to gain a foothold in Germany and help Britain and the United States compete for influence in Germany. This wealth that could tempt anyone was probably an important reason why the two sisters finally did not want to be spies. After the inquiry, Anna did not hide it. She came to Aisha with a sincere attitude. She nodded and admitted, the reason why we don't want to be spies has nothing to do with our current wealth. It must be a lie. Oh. Alan Wilson smiled bitterly. Did I give too much? In the end, it destroyed the education of the two sisters for more than 10 years. Should he be happy? Then he asked, how much money do you sisters have now? Let me be mentally prepared in the future to see the price of defeating a spy. That's our children's money, not our money. Anna hugged the man's body and replied coquettishly, if calculated in US dollars, it is probably less than 100 million. Not all cash, but also some shares. Okay, don't say it. Let's not have the next spy. I don't have the money to deal with the next one. Alan Wilson's energy of looking down on money came up again. He probably had an understanding in his heart and acted compassionately. There are still many people in poverty in the world. I'd better think about how to benefit the public. Or I donate the money, so you should be relieved. Anna had the idea of teasing this man in her heart and said half truthfully, "I'll just pretend I didn't hear it." Alan Wilson stretched out his hand. The elder sister of the two sisters was obviously the one who made the decision. Alan Wilson asked Anna to return to Bonn to discuss it with Bokina. The best way at the moment was to remain unchanged in the face of change. There was no other good way. Anna also nodded in agreement. She knew that she was not as good as Bokina in this regard. She was the first one to waver in her loyalty to the Soviet Union. The two sisters should really have a good talk. "I really don't want to leave you." Anna arched her head into Alan Wilson's arms. "It's still inconvenient to come here. Leaving now is for future reunions." Alan Wilson touched Anna's long golden hair and asked, "Does your sister still have short hair now?" As soon as the words came out, Anna twisted her waist. She knew that this man was still thinking of killing two birds with one stone. Alan Wilson didn't avoid the pain. He really thought so. After all, his second brother was invincible. Except for Malaya, most places in the world have 4 seasons. At this time at the end of the year, most parts of the United States are also under the majesty of General Winter. MacArthur's reply arrived. In the telegram, McCarthy said that the United States was indeed cold recently and thanked Alan Wilson for inviting him to vacation. However, British Malaya was too far away and very inconvenient. If he wanted to go on vacation, Hawaii or Puerto Rico would be good choices. Alan Wilson expressed regret in his reply, but also expressed his blessing to McCarthy, and the matter ended there. Americans think that their country is the best. This idea is really hopeless. Alan Wilson sneered in his heart. Most people in the United States and later generations are ignorant of the world. They think that the place controlled by the United States is the best in the world. They don't need to understand or have interest in other countries. In terms of the economy and population of the United States, the proportion of American tourists going abroad is actually lower than that of many countries. This is also a side effect of this understanding, but it's none of his business. Whitehall also responded to Malaya's annual report and was very satisfied with the funds submitted. In fact, with the current economy of British Malaya, submitting £100 million of income is very strenuous. This sense of difficulty was completely dissipated by the low unemployment rate brought about by industrial transfer. Another thing is the vast land and sparse population, which is indeed useful in some places. For example, although Australia in the future is a piece of bad land, it can easily live a high quality life by selling mines with a sparse population. However, Japan, which has a small area and a large population, has to work much harder to achieve the same income, not to mention enjoying life. In this era, different countries have different calculation methods for economic totals, but in a world based on the gold standard, Alan Wilson can have a rough idea in his mind through per capita wages. From 1945 to the present, the economy of British Malaya has been advancing by leaps and bounds. The economic scale is close to 5% of that of the United Kingdom. The population of the United Kingdom is 5 times that of Malaya, and the per capita wage is also 5 times higher than that of Malaya. This number cannot fully measure the gap between the two places, because the value of the Asian pound is not 5 times that of the British pound. It is larger, which is also to promote export products to the European market. The same situation exists in Japan. The value of the yen is also suppressed. The purpose of the suppression is of course the same as Malaya, which is to promote Japan's exports, but Japan's current exports are mainly for the US market. The per capita income of a worker in Malaya is currently slightly lower than that of a Japanese worker in Japan. However, it is above the same level, but there are places around that exceed British Malaya. Another place that exceeds Malaya is Hong Kong. According to estimates, the total economic scale of Hong Kong is half of that of British Malaya, but how many people are there in Hong Kong? It has to be said that as China's only channel to the outside world today, this advantage is indeed too great. It's just that the survival pressure brought by Hong Kong's small size is greater than that of Japan, and even its future potential is limited. Alan Wilson thought of what Zipperton said, "Stupid, the problem lies in the economy. Commissioner, I wonder if Malaya's economic scale can be close to Australia one day." Richard, the head of the Administrative Bureau, can see that his boss is very concerned about the economy of this colony, and it is a sincere concern. Australia's population is the same as Malaya, so don't even think about comparing per capita wages with Australia. As for the total amount, I hope that one day it can reach half of Australia, which is also very difficult. Alan Wilson said with a wry smile, there are really not many countries in the world that can compare with Australia in leisurely life. Are you kidding me about the configuration of top resource countries? Australia implemented a strong monetary policy in later generations. People who don't know would think that it was led by politicians from the peak of the British Empire. Strong monetary policy is not good for a country's industrial development, but Australia happens to be a top resource country with a sparse population and no need to care about what industry to develop. Australia's strong monetary policy is even more confident than the United States. But then again, the United Kingdom has always adhered to a strong monetary policy, and now the exchange rate of the pound to the US dollar is still 1 to 2.8. Seeing this exchange rate, I realize that the exchange rate of the Asian pound to the British pound is already very conservative, and the Asian pound still has a lot of room for depreciation. Within Asia now, apart from Japan, there is no need to worry about the Philippines and Indonesia. Hong Kong's environment is rather special, but the place is too small and the population is small. We use Hong Kong's special status to trade with the Chinese. Coupled with the opening made by our mainland in Europe, the prospects are still very optimistic. Alan Wilson instructed the administrative director, within 3 years, London will completely stop all logistics funding for the fleet with Malaya as its home port. By then, all expenses for this large fleet that can be separated and rank among the top 3 in the world will have to be borne by Malaya. You must be mentally prepared. In my telegram to Whitehall, some specific data were not made clear due to space limitations. I have been away from Kuala Lumpur for a long time this year, and I will not go back this time. You will go back to London on my behalf and hand over the data of various industries to London. Richard was stunned and then very excited. He expressed in front of his immediate superior that he was very reliable and was very willing to go back to London for his immediate superior. Commissioner, I promise to complete this task. Very good. Alan Wilson stared into the other's eyes and smiled, with an expression that you are indeed very reliable. Chapter 741, Popular National Treasure. The economy is the biggest problem for Britain after the war. The original historical dependence on the United States has not brought all benefits to Britain, and the British are well aware of this. According to the saying at the time, Britain has become more inward-looking and its role in world affairs is still uncertain. Although the Commonwealth still has important functions, such as unifying the operation of the pound area and the operation of the trade system, the Commonwealth is indeed becoming more and more ritualistic. The relationship with the United States is bittersweet in many aspects, and there are more and more troubles. Although it is difficult to reverse the decline of Britain after the war, it is not without any solutions. Although the population of Great Britain is limited, the population of the entire British Empire is not small. Britain can completely make industrial layout and division of labour in the British Empire, distribute the eliminated industries to overseas British territories, upgrade the industries in the local area, and form a goose-shaped model with Great Britain as the head goose within the British Empire. As long as the distribution is reasonable, it can not only prevent the territories from becoming larger, but also strengthen the cohesion within the British Empire. Among the remaining colonies, only British Malaya still has this industrial function. In addition, the environment for industrial development in Australia and New Zealand is also very poor, which can serve as a force to assist Britain in achieving this goal. In fact, this industrial transfer has more advantages than before World War II. Before World War II, the world hegemony was still in the hands of Britain, and the complete British Empire still included high-quality colonies such as Canada and Australia. These colonies are rich in resources, and even if a little is taken away, the British mainland can still live a very easy life. In a sense, Britain has fallen into the Dutch disease, and has been fighting against the Dutch disease. Now that Australia and other dominions have become independent, and no longer put Britain's interests first, it is a good thing for Britain. In fact, there is no need to look at other countries to see how big Britain's interests were before the war. Just look at China, which still has £250 million. Even after the war, Britain has continued to be the largest investor. In fact, even with Alan Wilson constantly filling the gap, Britain's decline continued. In 1950, Britain's total manufacturing exports accounted for 25% of the world. 3 years later, although the total volume was still growing, and Malaya's exports were even greater, it fell to 22%. The shipbuilding industry, which accounts for 1/3 of the world, has also fallen below 30%. However, this slow decline is a normal performance. The total volume has not declined, but it is because European countries have started the recovery process. Compared with the aftershocks that were still in the throes of the mainland, Malaya, which had no foundation, was much luckier. A weak foundation can bring high growth, which is one advantage. Another advantage is that there are a bunch of noobs around, and the sense of happiness is compared. Standing out from the crowd will certainly bring some smuggling problems, but it can also consolidate the resistance of most people in British Malaya. For 1953, the first year of Queen Elizabeth's coronation, Alan Wilson's personal summary is still good. He survived the storm surge and London smog incident without any danger, just as the country thrived in adversity. Because he returned to the country to participate in the reconstruction of London and the Queen's coronation, Alan Wilson did not plan to return home at the end of the year. Instead, he wanted to see what the performance of the upcoming 1954, the year when France's colonial power in Asia collapsed, would be. The French are really inefficient. Can't the Vietnamese be braver and take the initiative to drive the French into the sea? The Malayan commissioner hiding in Kuala Lumpur specially ordered French newspapers and kept in touch with the British military advisory group that had arrived in Saigon. The big drama never happened, and he could only talk to the French who were about to shed blood from a distance. The essence of standing and talking without any pain in the waist was expressed vividly at this time. He was very tough when he pulled up his pants. Since the French still needed time, Alan Wilson could only continue his life of self-praise. He did this in New Delhi, the capital of British India many years ago, telling Indians every day that India's future was not a small good, but a great good. But now he is more sincere about British Malaya. He really thinks that the time for laying the foundation has passed, and British Malaya is about to enter the accumulation stage, accumulating wealth and climbing slowly. This takes time, and is also an inevitable step. In this process, the role played by Britain is to provide protection for the economic development of Malaya. This is also inevitable. In the original history, it was actually Japan that played this role. Of course, according to the time, it should be Japan 30 years later. After Japan developed, it began to propose the goose formation strategy, and independent Malaysia became Japan's younger brother. Malaysia at that time had similar advantages to British Malaya today, with oil and gas resources, port dividends brought by the Strait of Malacca, and tin mines that were conducive to the development of semiconductors. There were abundant raw materials, timber and oil palm. The climate was pleasant. There were no natural disasters. Transportation was convenient. There were enough workers, and everything seemed to be developing in a good direction. But then Malaysia's big brother Japan was hit hard by the Plaza Accord by the United States, and even the big brother knelt down. Malaysia naturally could not avoid being crushed to death by the collapsed corpse of the big brother, just as the collapse of the Soviet Union would crush the socialist countries in Eastern Europe. Malaysia's several leading industries, electronics, automobiles, chemicals, and energy are almost closely related to Japan and sank directly. And now British Malaya has Britain to provide industrial transfer and military protection, and there are also Dutch military forces in the surrounding area. There are also Australia and New Zealand to provide help not far to the south. The conditions are much better than when Japan led. Now it is not waiting for Japan to lead, but to keep pace with Japan. Alan Wilson just didn't believe it. Britain had been the world hegemon for hundreds of years, and led a colony to develop its economy. How could it be worse than a defeated country without any military power? Even if Britain didn't have the economic scale of Japan, Alan Wilson believed that he was definitely better than the Japanese. When visiting the newly established factories, Alan Wilson listened to the self-praise of the regional commissioners, and his optimism was slightly restrained. He began to express his optimism, and the regional commissioners below followed suit. This thing seems to be called exaggeration. Optimism is for the Malayan subjects. We can't believe it ourselves. Everett, you haven't worked in British India. You don't know that we used a deceptive strategy to fool the Indians. Alan Wilson immediately turned his gun around, saying that Malaya's development still had a long way to go, and he couldn't be optimistic at all. He used fake data from British India to confuse Indians who were suffering from drought and compared it with current public opinion. Finally, he said, of course, compared with the Vietnamese, Malaya is still very happy. At least it doesn't have to suffer from bombs. I know, Commissioner. Everett immediately expressed his agreement with his boss, and his attitude became humble. Even if we are really developing on the fast track, we should not be complacent. You see, the governor of Hong Kong cries poor to London every day. The more profits we hand in, the less we keep. Of course, £100 million is still the bottom line, and it cannot be lower than British India. So in order to increase the funds we can control, we still have to try our best to make this colony rich. Sharing the financial pressure for the British mainland is what the British should do. After all, he patted his chest and promised to let British Malaya replace British India before he came here to take office. But he would not give more. Once London's requirements were exceeded, the remaining wealth would remain in the colony. He also hoped that Malaya would remain in British hands for a long time, and he could not scrape the land like British Africa. Didn't he learn this advanced experience from the Hong Kong inspector? It's not a bad thing to apply what he has learned. Alan Wilson thought that he might just spend the end of the year like this, but finally, the logistics support he had been thinking about came. Vivian Leigh flew from the United States and brought her son to meet Alan Wilson. Vivian, you are still the best to me. Alan Wilson hugged Vivian Leigh's petite body and didn't let go. At the critical moment, the great British treasure was the best to him, which could not be replaced by anyone. What's wrong? I'm here. Vivian Leigh wrapped the man's head in her arms and comforted him softly. Coming all the way here to complete the logistics support work was considered by the National Treasurer as part of his job. A day without seeing each other is like a long time, not to mention how many days it has been. When they looked into each other's eyes, the heat in their eyes exceeded the temperature in Malaya. Alan Wilson's desire to play with the National Treasure was the same as always. He wished he could be with Vivian Leigh every day. By the way, I have a friend who will come over for a few days, if he has time. Vivian Leigh tied up her messy hair, her face still flushed, and talked about this with the local boss. Your friend. Alan Wilson looked at Vivian Leigh suspiciously. He could understand Vivian Leigh's popularity. In fact, Vivian Leigh's popularity was very good. This had nothing to do with his suggestion of bundling. Even without the Golden Zodiac bundling, the National Treasure's popularity was also first class. Gusson and Vivian Leigh had a good relationship. Just this friend? Alan Wilson asked indirectly. You'd better not have male friends. If there are any female friends, I will provide convenience in Malaya. You may not believe it, but in this colony of 500,000 square kilometers, my words are more effective than God. I know, God. I may not have time. Vivian Leigh rolled her eyes at Alan Wilson. My friend will go to Korea to entertain the troops after the new year. If she has free time, she may come over. I see. Alan Wilson nodded. There is no need to ask. Since she is entertaining the troops, it is likely to be a woman. The new year of 1954 finally came with a firm step. Alan Wilson no longer talked about logistics support. The people who came to deliver logistics support have made him a little overwhelmed. At such an important moment, his wife Pamela Mountbatten must come, but Hedy Lamarr and Ingrid Bergman also came. Before the war, there is always full of confidence. I have never fought such a rich war. When the war really starts, I will find that no matter how much preparation is not enough. July, a month I don't know how to evaluate, has finally passed. It's time for me to show some sincerity. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 742, Big Plan. These peach blossoms are concentrated in Malaya, which brings a problem that Alan Wilson is only one person. He cannot take care of all these distinguished guests at the same time. For this reason, he and himself have made a staggered schedule. Many years ago, he did a similar thing in British India, but it was far less urgent this time. The civil servants of the administrative office found that their boss seemed to be busier, and the schedule was arranged from morning to night. Now Alan Wilson is not off work until 2 o'clock in the afternoon, but he is really busy. He arranges his schedule slowly. As for these schedules, there are naturally overlaps with the guests' schedules. For example, cultural exchanges, receiving Vivien Leigh, chairman of United Artists Pictures, Hedy Lamarr and Ingrid Bergman, major shareholders of Woodpecker Pictures, and actors under the company. The tentacles of United Artists Pictures have extended to Asia, and many Japanese and Hong Kong actors attended. Compared with British Malaya, there is no doubt that Hong Kong definitely needs a sign of Oriental Hollywood more. First of all, from the accumulation of film talents, Hong Kong has some film talents who fled to Hong Kong before the war. This is one of them. Furthermore, from the demand point of view, British Malaya has much more abundant natural resources, and there is no need to snatch cultural industries. Hong Kong is completely different. After all, this tiny place has nothing on its own. If it does not develop some entertainment industries, it will have no choice. From the perspective of decompression, the film and television industry should also be left to Hong Kong. Britain now has only these 2 colonies in Asia, and Alan Wilson should also consider the overall situation, and not snatch everything. The streets and alleys of the main cities in British Malaya are full of posters of Vivien Leigh, Hedy Lamarr, Ingrid Bergman, and film and television actors such as Yagusa Chikako and Zia Meng. When Pamela Mountbatten came to visit her husband, she was in such a noisy environment. Princess Margaret's eyes rolled around, and I don't know what she was thinking. It seems that a group of well-known stars are coming to Malaya? Pamela Mountbatten asked her husband. That's right. Alan Wilson had a clear conscience, and explained after confirming the fact, the main purpose is to use these stars who are widely known around the world, to create an identification with our aesthetics in Malaya, and then a mental identification with the British Empire. In a sense, this is cultural invasion. Really? Princess Margaret said with suspicion. Will it work? How the hell do I know? Alan Wilson complained in his heart, but he did not hesitate to nod with a solemn look. At the beginning, the Governor General's Office of British India invited Ms. Vivien Leigh to go to India, and she played a huge role in the Indian famine. Of course, this is a win-win situation. They help us stabilize the colonies, and we will also endorse them politically. Alan Wilson admired his own nonsense. He was able to pull out so much bullshit just to arrange a regular itinerary for ladies of the same status as his wife. He was destined to have few rivals in the future. Using the same method again. Pamela Mountbatten nodded and stood by her husband's side. She remembered the previous events. Although she didn't catch up with all of them, when she returned to New Delhi, those Hollywood stars had already left, but she also heard about the impact caused by Vivien Leigh and others before. It seems to be called the Ganges goddess. Forget about the goddess. We all know that they are ordinary people. Don't be so superstitious like Indians. When Alan Wilson heard the words Ganges and goddess together, he immediately lost the desire to discuss. The cultural exchange banquet with the theme of One World One Dream was arranged by Alan Wilson to the end. It would be best if Vivien Leigh's friends could attend. At this point, Alan Wilson already knew that the star who went to Korea to entertain the troops was Marilyn Monroe, a synonym for sexiness that has almost rocketed in Hollywood in the past 2 years. Since it is a formal official event, these American stars can also be included. As for the sister-in-law's suspicion of cultural invasion, there is naturally a little bit. If you say there is none, you are definitely lying. But stars like Hedy Lamarr, Ingrid Bergman, and Vivien Leigh also gave Alan Wilson the capital to carry out cultural invasion. He was like a 21st century American beauty pageant. He picked out a few black people against his conscience, and insisted that this was the mainstream aesthetic of the world. The Chinese and Malays in British Malaya would only say that he was stupid, and it depends on what aspect. In terms of aesthetics, any invasion is nonsense. Alan Wilson never thought that he had suffered cultural invasion. He always thought that the average American was not good looking. If it was the Slavs in Eastern Europe, even if they were enemies of the free world, he would think that Mehdi was good looking. Different cultural cores will affect even the ethnic minorities in the country. Alan Wilson is not shooting a map cannon. The Chinese who went to Russia can still retain their original Oriental core. The Chinese who went to the United States will only evolve in a similar way to the obesity rate in the United States. I don't know if it's an illusion. The Chinese who went to the United States will indeed become ugly. After comforting his wife and sister-in-law with a righteous face, Alan Wilson breathed a sigh of relief and finally got through the danger. He had sufficient excuses and reasons to contact Vivien Leigh and others in an official capacity, such as setting up a major award for Asian films, called the Academy Awards. Through this award, British Malaya, the largest market, would radiate Britain's influence to all nearby countries with Chinese ethnic groups. He had always wanted to use the Chinese who were generally introduced to check and balance the local indigenous people, to pave the way for the development of British Malaya as the fifth column. In the first few years, he had not even completed the industrial layout of British Malaya, so naturally he had no time to care about such superficial things. Now that the foundation has come to an end, this matter can be planned carefully. If you want to maintain Britain's influence in Malaya for a long time, you must make the two major ethnic groups evenly matched and wary of each other. Alan Wilson knew in his heart that it was a dream to expect the Malays to help Britain maintain its current status. The Chinese were the only choice. He wanted to catch all the Chinese who were scattered in Southeast Asian countries, not just the Chinese in British Malaya. British Malaya should be used as a base to open up the business network of other countries around it, whether it was Indonesia, the Philippines, Thailand, or Myanmar. If we say that we were struggling in British Malaya before, and now that the situation in the colony has been initially stabilized, we should have bigger ideas. It is obviously more appropriate to start from the invisible place of the cultural field. Of course, there are many other options, but the purpose is the same. If we can form a siphon effect on the Chinese in Southeast Asia, it will be great and the benefits will be huge. We can also directly block the road to Fraud Island. The characteristic of Fraud Island University is that there is a high proportion of overseas students. The main sources are mostly overseas students from Malaysia, Thailand, and Indonesia. In the era when Hong Kong only had 2 universities, some Hong Kong people who could not squeeze into Hong Kong universities and had no money to study in Europe and the United States also chose to go to Fraud Island to study. Of course, many of them went back after graduation, but very few science and engineering students went back, because science and engineering students really don't know what to do when they return to Southeast Asia. Don't talk about any discriminatory policies. Even now, are there any technology industries in Southeast Asia that can allow them to play their roles? Lin Benjian, the inventor of TSMC's immersion lithography technology, is a Vietnamese Chinese. After graduating from the Department of Electrical Engineering at National Taiwan University in 1963, he went to the United States. If he went back to Vietnam, Vietnam would have been unified later. Because the Chinese in Vietnam are in the wealthy class of Vietnam, they are the victims of social transformation by Vietnam. As long as the siphon effect on the Chinese in Southeast Asia is completed, a major foreign aid for Scam Island will be cut off. Although Scam Island did not offend him, the British Malaya Commissioner, this must be done. The Malaya industry he formulated a long time ago is almost the same as that of Scam Island. Only one of the two places is destined to survive. If British Malaya wants to develop well, it must kick Scam Island, which has a similar environment and climate, into the Mariana Trench. There is no other choice, so Scam Island can only die. One colony is not enough, you want the whole of Southeast Asia. Princess Margaret covered her mouth in shock. We in the UK don't have enough population to cover the entire Southeast Asia, but we can infiltrate the surrounding countries through Malaya, the Chinese base in Southeast Asia. I heard that the colonial era is over, but there are still other ways to control these countries invisibly without establishing colonies. Alan Wilson said with a beaming face, China has almost no navy and has no possibility of expanding its overseas influence, but Britain does. It's better for us to use this invisible wealth ourselves than to give it to others. Pamela Mountbatten looked at Her Royal Highness and saw the shock in Her Royal Highness's eyes. Her husband had great ambitions. Alan Wilson not only wanted to occupy this important colony, but also wanted to turn these independent countries into economic colonies, now that the colonial era was over. As for the tentacles, they were the Chinese. Aren't you afraid that these Chinese will be loyal to their motherland because of blood? Pamela Mountbatten asked. Is blood thicker than water when you're hungry? Honey, money doesn't decide everything, but it decides most things. Alan Wilson laughed heartily. Trust your husband. No one understands Chinese people better than me. Christmas and New Year's Day at the end of the year were a torment for Alan Wilson. After these 2 days, he took the time to express his apologies in front of Hedy Lamarr, Ingrid Bow and Vivian Leigh. What is that thorny thing in the glass bottle? Pamela Mountbatten asked, pointing to her new discovery. My Chinese friend gave me the wine. I heard that drinking it has many benefits. Alan Wilson pinched his waist and didn't tell his wife that the wine was soaked in tiger penis. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. I can't refuse the kindness of my Chinese friends. Chapter 743 Monroe. At the beginning of the year, Alan Wilson's main job was to host the Malayan Economic Development Seminar. Participants came from all walks of life, including Chinese businessmen and representatives of major sultans. This proved that Malaya's development was not a small good, but a great good. On the last day of this unofficial gathering, Alan Wilson, in the name of the Malayan Commissioner, expounded on his views on the Malayan economy. The first half was self-praise, and the second half was a joint praise. In fact, these useless meetings are mainly to create a harmonious relationship with local elites and form a collective of interests. Of course, Pamela Mountbatten herself, as the ruler of Sarawak, should also have a place. The reason why he started to brag just after the industrial layout was that he needed to create public opinion about hard work and wealth. And on the other hand, according to his own memory, Malaysia in the future was indeed an excellent student in Southeast Asia. Compared with Thailand and Vietnam, Malaysia's past glory was even better than that of South Korea and Japan. Malaysia has maintained an economic growth rate of 8% for 20 consecutive years, ranking first among the 4 Asian tigers. In the early stages of its economic development, Malaysia was not much behind Japan and South Korea. Of course, when it was supposed to build its own industry in the second half, it was hit hard by the Asian financial crisis. This is a story for another time. Alan Wilson believed that British Malaya, which was guided by him, had taken off so many years in advance, and it should not be worse than later generations. The political traps faced by some electoral countries did not exist here. The advantage of a colony is that it can avoid the wrangling in democratic politics, but ordinary colonial commissioners would not manage the colonies well, but he happened to have the motivation. Looking at her husband who was talking endlessly and in high spirits in front of representatives from all walks of life, Pamela Mountbatten was in a trance for a while, rubbing her wedding ring on her fingertips with a proud look on her face. There is no doubt that Malaya's economic development needs the full support of the British Empire. This is a competition with many competitors on the track. Some people think that Britain's support is no longer important. Then we will look at the future results and see whether Britain's ruling the world for hundreds of years is just luck. Alan Wilson said in a slightly strong tone, I hope everyone, whether it is my businessman friends or respected representatives of the sultans, should understand that Malaya's development has been created with financial and technical support from Britain, Newfoundland, Australia, and New Zealand, the supply of raw materials from British Africa, and the energy supply from the British Protectorate in the Middle East. There will be no such a good environment today and in the future. If you don't seize this good time, you will regret it later. Then, the Kamprida representatives who were wholeheartedly supported by the Commissioner, Su Yang and Shan Kai and Kiu, successively expressed the community thinking of Britain and Malaya with their own wealth stories. The core meaning is that, if Malaya wants to develop well, it cannot do without the support of the European market led by Britain. This statement is very satisfactory. I hope that Malaya can take 50 years to go through the journey that Europe took 200 years to complete. With Britain's recognition, there is still a great possibility of success. This is the premise and foundation. Without Britain's support, you can't do anything. Look at the Royal Navy fleets in Penang and Singapore. I believe you all agree with this in your hearts. Alan Wilson's voice echoed in the empty palace. It was not all threats. It was the truth. The seminar was of course successfully concluded. Su Yang, Cheyenne Kai and Kiyu and other businessmen surrounded Alan Wilson. Masters Antang, we would like to invite you and your wife to be our guests. We are all family, why be polite? Alan Wilson hesitated for a moment and nodded in agreement. You are not outsiders, would I not give you face? The face of you Chinese is very important. Thank you, Masters Antang. Su Yang said with a happy face. Without your help, how could we have a good life? It's mainly the recognition of London, and only part of the credit is mine. Alan Wilson put his hands in his pockets with a stinky gangster face and said, in terms of technology, Britain is no worse than the United States, but the scale is incomparable. If the Chinese from Malaysia can shoulder some responsibilities, it will be a good thing for both you and me. We are in a cooperative relationship. Although I have the power to manage this colony, I generally do not interfere with reliable people who have become rich through hard work. In many areas, British Malaya is still backward, such as fishing boats. I hope that in a few years, I will no longer see wooden sailboats going out to sea for fishing. They are not modern and safe. Malayan fishermen should use modern fishing boats made in Britain, right? Wooden sailboats are widely used not only in Malaya, but also in Hong Kong, not to mention other places in Southeast Asia, but he has the responsibility to open up sales for the British shipbuilding industry, so these backward fishing boats should be eliminated. Of course, this is only a small aspect. The replacement of new fishing boats can also create oil demand. The increase in oil demand can lead to the development of many industries, such as machinery maintenance and oil refining. Why is it a small aspect? If Malaya's industrial development is good, it will also bring an inevitable consequence. That is, the manufacturing bases have huge shipping power, which is a good thing for the British shipbuilding industry. He still looks forward to the emergence of several ship kings in Malaya. A few days later, Alan Wilson took the Rolls-Royce Silver Soul driven by his wife to the banquet and had a good gathering with these big competitors in their growth period. In the short term, we don't have to consider the transfer of the automobile manufacturing industry, and the British automobile industry is mainly high-end cars. There are not many choices for low-end cars. Alan Wilson and Pamela Mountbatten discussed the issue of automobile transfer, but he thought it was not urgent now. The current industries in Malaya require a high level of work equality, but when it comes to the next stage, it is not something that can be handled by illiterate people. Land Rover and Sir William's Jaguar barely meet your definition of transferring industries. There are really not many other options. Pamela Mountbatten thought for a while and said helplessly, I haven't investigated the automobile industry yet. If I have time, I will ask London. Land Rover and Jaguar are actually luxury cars, but for the UK, how to say it, there are too many luxury car brands in the UK. It can be said that many British companies have luxury car brands. For Pamela Mountbatten's family, Rolls-Royce, Bentley, McLaren, and Aston Martin are the brands she often sees. If Malaya reaches a point where it needs an automobile industry, it should be enough to make Land Rover and Jaguar high-end and Rover models economical. Alan Wilson knew that the Mountbatten family had a high vision. Just like the luxury car brands in the UK, Land Rover and Jaguar were just low-end cars that touched the edge of high-end. So he didn't correct his wife's high-end and what the difference was between it and his own high-end. However, since Land Rover and Jaguar can even do India, it's okay to transfer them to British Malaya to compete with Toyota and Honda. Arriving at the banquet venue, everyone was together, a scene of collusion between imperialism and big competitors. Like these emerging competitors, Alan Wilson remembered a few lyrics. The emperors of mines and railways are extremely ugly on the altar. What else did they do besides plundering other people's labor? In the safes of these people, the fruits of labor are placed. Masters Antang, how about the wine I gave you? Is it very effective? Su Yang lowered his voice and asked mysteriously, not knowing whether the foreigner in front of him met the definition of what you eat to replenish what you want. I haven't drunk it yet. Alan Wilson was stunned for a moment and replied with a smile, I don't need that kind of thing at my age. If so many people hadn't come recently, Alan Wilson would not have thought of maintenance at all. At his current age, he doesn't need to be like an old car and take care of his health when he has nothing to do. The life of a London test driver has been a little more frequent recently, but he can barely bear it and doesn't need to rely on external forces for the time being. Besides, not all luxury cars need to be test driven. For example, on this night, Alan Wilson just pulled out his wet and sinful hands and left the breathless highness to savor it slowly. In the first month of the year, Alan Wilson settled the heads of the major forces in Malaya and even did not let go of the Indians. Compared with the two major ethnic groups of Chinese and Malays, Indians are not a decisive force. Even so, Alan Wilson still treated them with courtesy. At the same time, it was guaranteed that the wave of typography in Mauritius would not affect the safety of Indians in Malaya. The typographical wave in Mauritius is of course related to him. India always has unrealistic ambitions for Goa. The local British commissioner united the descendants of French immigrants and started Mauritius's balancing strategy. Not many people were repatriated. The fight between the left and right sides made India realize how powerful it was, and Britain quickly controlled the situation of the typographical wave. The situation in Mauritius is more complicated. The second largest ethnic group is the descendants of the French. If the Indians are taken away, it is hard to guarantee that the French will not have ideas. Compared with India thousands of miles away, the threat of the French is still much greater. At the Kuala Lumpur International Airport, the beautiful woman with blonde hair and sunglasses attracted the attention of many people. She soon entered a waiting car, leaving behind those who had not seen enough. "Vivian, you're here to pick me up." Marilyn Monroe gave Vivian Leigh a hug in the car and greeted her with her natural enthusiasm. Then she looked through the car window and saw her giant poster, exclaiming, "I didn't expect my poster to be seen in this place I've never heard of." How was the day of the Yuzo? Did it make the energetic soldiers very happy? Vivian Leigh's lively eyes seemed to be able to speak, asking about Marilyn Monroe's Yuzo process. He believed that this current American business card must have caused a sensation in South Korea. "It's been a long time since I last updated 3 times, and I'm out of rhythm." Chapter 744. I've long heard of your name. I just showed the side that the soldiers wanted to show. They wanted to see a sexy, even obscene side of me. Marilyn Monroe narrowed her eyes and spoke in a steady tone, as if it had nothing to do with her. Vivian Leigh sighed slightly. She could hear Monroe's sigh, but almost every actress had experienced this. People are used to using me as a mirror. They can't see me, but they can only see their own obscene thoughts, and then put on the mask of a gentleman. But I still left my autograph for many female soldiers. Marilyn Monroe shrugged indifferently, her eyes glancing at the scenery that was constantly receding outside the window. "Let's talk about something relaxing. This is the first time I've heard of this place, but it looks pretty good. I hope to have a relaxing vacation." The biological clock made Alan Wilson open his eyes on time. Self-discipline is a basic quality that an imperial civil servant should have. His mind was still full of mud. Pamela Mountbatten had already brought the toothbrush and then went into the kitchen to get breakfast. The apartment where Alan Wilson often lived had a servant who took care of her daily life. Although Pamela Mountbatten was surprised, she knew that her husband had no interest in the monotony of Western food. This might be the disadvantage of staying in the colony for a long time. The servant was responsible for the hygiene of the apartment and also prepared food. Pamela Mountbatten carefully examined it and confirmed its reliability and would not destroy her family. Of course, her aunt, who was almost 60 years old, was certainly not a threat to their marriage. Although Alan Wilson did not stick to the age limit in this regard, she should look about the same as Garbo. But there are not many women like that in the world. Sometimes it's not a bad thing to try more food from other cultures. Alan Wilson, who had finished washing up, pushed a bowl of soup in front of his wife and said with concern, "Don't always eat bread and sausages. Even if there are 10,000 ways to cook sausages, they are still sausages." I don't quite agree with that. There are 10,000 ways to cook noodles, but in the end they are still noodles. Pamela Mountbatten retorted with a smile. "Isn't that so?" "That's right, I was wrong." Alan Wilson was startled and decisively admitted his mistake. There should be no distinction between high and low in food. In this area that cannot be measured by data, he should make fewer judgments in the future. Without a standard, people will have different opinions. It's all just empty talk. It's good to know the mistake. Pamela Mountbatten was quite satisfied with the result of this confrontation and laughed happily. Although her husband is not like many British people who only show gentlemanly style on the surface, it is ingrained in many aspects. Recognizing the equal rights of husband and wife in the heart is more pleasing than deliberately showing it on the surface. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Alan Wilson, who no longer had a full schedule, like he had some time ago, got off work and went home to see Pamela Mountbatten holding a telegram and studying it. "What's wrong? You asked me to pay attention to the biological laboratory." Pamela Mountbatten put down the telegram and opened her mouth to ask, "Dear, why did you ask me to pay attention to some areas that cannot make profits in the short term? Why do many wealthy people donate? In fact, it is to avoid the impression of being rich and unkind." Alan Wilson laughed and put down his briefcase to explain, "But in fact, using the foundation to achieve the purpose of tax avoidance. It is to pass on huge wealth in every possible way. Of course, I don't deny that some ordinary people will be helped by this, so it is not completely useless." Alan Wilson did not comment on the effectiveness of this method, but in fact there are better ways. In fact, although it is okay to establish a kind personality, he seems to have no other way. Being at the forefront of science and technology is more tenable than charity or donations. Musk likes to launch rockets. On the one hand, he may really have this hobby, but launching rockets also allows him to establish the personality of a technology promoter. With him, who doesn't know the whole story clearly, but can roughly understand the trend, his wife's Mountbatten Group can follow a similar route. In the near future, the two areas that can be considered difficult and attract the interest of the British political circles are biotechnology and aerospace. The former studies the secrets of the human body, and the latter explores the universe. The Mountbatten Group can establish itself as a leader in science and technology, which is much better than any foundation. The most important thing is that both industries are profitable. They can lead technological progress and make money. Isn't that great? Alan Wilson analyzed the future development route of the group for his wife with an absolutely sincere attitude. "It seems that we need to set up 2 laboratories, London and Perth. Should we set up one in Kuching as well?" Pamela Mountbatten asked her husband for his opinion. "Sarawak can't handle it now. Let's talk about it later." Alan Wilson felt that it would take at least 10 or 8 years for British Malaya's education to develop, and it was not possible now anyway. "It seems that I should meet those scientists." Pamela Mountbatten made up her mind to leave here temporarily. Alan Wilson tried to persuade her to stay, and then said, "Take Her Royal Highness with you. I really can't handle it. Let her stay here first." Pamela Mountbatten shook her head and refused. She knew that there were a group of actresses in British Malaya, and her husband had a schedule to meet with these actresses to discuss cultural matters. Leaving Princess Margaret behind could also prevent her husband from doing anything wrong. "With so many actresses here, I can't rest assured. You don't have to worry about that. I have taken care of them all. Everyone loves me." Alan Wilson boasted exaggeratedly. "I said I was a family man, but they all love me. What can I do? I don't really believe this either." Pamela Mountbatten rolled her eyes at her husband. If she boasted a little, she thought it was possible. At the same time, she could take care of them and make them all love him, unless her husband was God, which God couldn't do. Pamela Mountbatten didn't know that in British Malaya, her husband's words were more effective than God. Sometimes telling the truth doesn't work. "What's wrong with this world?" Alan Wilson kept shaking his head. "Is it useful to leave Princess Margaret to watch him? Isn't this just throwing meat buns at a dog? Or licking a dog?" The Mountbatten Group is now a two-legged strategy. The homeland is important, but it needs to find a reliable place to operate. Originally, the British tradition was Canada, but now Britain's national strength is not as good as the United States, and Canada is too close to the United States. Although Australia is farther away from Britain, it is also far away from the United States. Not far away, Britain has a colony called Malaya. As long as British Malaya is not lost, the influence on Asia will exist. The overseas base that Alan Wilson chose for his wife is now Australia. When he went to Perth last time, he also saw a large number of immigrants who arrived in Australia in recent years. The British Union Jack flying everywhere also proved this. Watching Pamela Mountbatten get on the plane together, Princess Margaret immediately called out, "Brother-in-law, You still know that I'm your brother-in-law. Alan Wilson spoke righteously, as if he had completely forgotten the evil hand of the previous 2 days, as if that person was not him. Taking out the schedule, Alan Wilson looked at the princess who had a heavy responsibility and asked, I want to talk about cultural work. Are you interested? Of course. Princess Margaret looked like a follower, proud of this work that took care of both public and private interests. Then you have to be obedient and don't make any trouble. After hesitating for a long time between political risks and a clear conscience, Alan Wilson said something, indicating who should listen to whom. Recently, Alan Wilson was thinking about whether to set up the Commonwealth Film Awards, or even a special film award for Asia, or more precisely, an award for the yellow race. Now he has figured it out. There are too many ethnic cultures involved in the Commonwealth, and each part is different. Australia and Canada are white countries, Africa is a black country, and Asia also has yellow people. If the awards are strictly controlled, they will probably all be taken by white countries, and if they are not strictly controlled, they will not accept each other. It is better to have a smaller scope of awards, and set up an award that includes Myanmar, Ceylon, and Southeast Asia. Relatively regional awards are also resistant to Hollywood's hegemony of public opinion. If the UK alone cannot counterbalance the influence of Hollywood, then the world should be divided into different cultural regions, and each region should be divided into different cultural regions. Now Alan Wilson can finally carry out cultural reception work. He also did this kind of work when he was in New Delhi many years ago. The position was different, but the work was the same. The only thing that was a little constrained was that there was a princess following behind him. Alan Wilson repeatedly told the princess not to make trouble. I will absolutely obey, brother-in-law. Her Royal Highness, who was holding the man's arm, nodded continuously, indicating that she was very reliable. The cultural reception work officially began. There were actually some advantages to bringing a princess, such as being more official. Why do you always bring a princess? The big British treasure, who hooked his index finger on the man's belt, was a little repulsive to the stranger who suddenly appeared, and felt that his private space was compressed. It was Pamela who asked her to look at me. Alan Wilson, holding a half-smoked cigarette, sighed. I wanted to spend more time with you. But as long as you work hard for it, you can always find opportunities. Just like now the two of them have private space again, right? The report about Malaya grandly welcoming several worldwide film and television giants to come here also attracted widespread attention. Different cultures and races did not matter. People who bought newspapers just thought that these stars were really beautiful. That girl is Xiaomeng. As for Yachigu Sakoru, you have seen her photo before. Vivian Leigh pointed to some Asian actors who were not very relaxed, and then pulled Monroe over to introduce. This is my friend, Miss Monroe. Hello, Miss Monroe. Alan Wilson stretched out his hand and shook hands with the other party. He really heard a lot about her. Chapter 745 Multicultural Center. Hello, Mr. Wilson. Marilyn Monroe greeted with a charming look in her eyes. Ms. Monroe, you are even more attractive than Rita Hayworth. Alan Wilson laughed and put down the sexy beauty's hand, praising her generously. Your speed of popularity is also impressive. Mr. Wilson, do you know Rita Hayworth? Marilyn Monroe was surprised and looked at the man. She is a friend of Vivian Leigh. Alan Wilson paused for a moment, but decided to address Vivian Leigh appropriately. Long heard of a great name is definitely not a compliment. Marilyn Monroe's fame is still astonishing even after decades. Maybe even the people behind her could not have imagined that this actress, who was not considered the most beautiful in Hollywood, would often transcend time and remain in the minds of generations of movie fans forever. In fact, it is difficult to find Marilyn Monroe's classic masterpieces in the film and television industry. Vivian Leigh's Gone with the Wind and Ingrid Bergman's Casablanca are all classics handed down from generation to generation. Marilyn Monroe is actually similar to Hedy Lamarr. She is considered a vase. People covet her body, but do not recognize her acting skills. This is the same dilemma as Hedy Lamarr. Alan Wilson told the truth, that Hedy Lamarr is much more beautiful than this American sexy goddess. Although Marilyn Monroe can be said to be good looking, she cannot be compared with Hedy Lamarr's beauty. This is a gathering of the entertainment industry. In addition to Hedy Lamarr, Vivian Leigh, Ingrid Bergman, who have already become popular and are now on the next level to become bosses, and Marilyn Monroe, who is in the heyday. There are many unknown actors. That Zia Meng is also in this range. Alan Wilson has heard of this name. Isn't this Mr. Jin Young's dream lover? At this time, 3 of the 4 major actresses who are well known worldwide have a close relationship with Alan Wilson, and he is not panicked at all. He talked with several beautiful ladies for the boss of Woodpecker Pictures and United Artists Pictures to come in person, the small Malayan colony. He was very grateful, but he was still concerned about one thing. How was South Korea, which had just ceased fighting for a year? Marilyn Monroe had just visited the troops, so he could ask her about it. War is cruel. In addition to the huge pressure on American soldiers, South Korea is really poor. Marilyn Monroe's originally charming look changed, and she seemed to be more sincere. Seeing those Koreans makes people feel very pitiful. Miss Monroe is such a kind person, Alan Wilson said after hearing this. At this time, the colonial commissioner was moved. Marilyn Monroe actually rose from the bottom. Of course, this is not special. Many American actresses are like this. When Joan Crawford was at her most miserable, she even cried for a job as a stripper. The reason why people remember Monroe is that she died in her best years and when she was the most popular. But few people know that Monroe's career was already in jeopardy at that time, and she was already an actress who was about to pass her prime. Alan Wilson also had this impression bias. He thought Vivien Leigh and Hedy Lamarr were in the golden age of Hollywood, but after several visits to the United States, he realized that Hollywood was in a period of declining box office and shrinking market. Actors are actors in the golden age, and the market is a market that is constantly involuted. So much so that, as long as he offered Vivien Leigh to help shoot a promotional video for Newfoundland, a group of people would come all of a sudden. If it weren't for the Barbie doll company, these stars would face a worse environment. During the chat, Alan Wilson found that Marilyn Monroe's nature was very compassionate. Although she was now very popular, she was keen on charity. Alan Wilson looked at Vivien Leigh. Vivien Leigh nodded, and a nod could explain a lot of problems. She was really keen on charity, not just in name. This surprised Alan Wilson. He thought of a statement about Monroe's death. It was speculated that Marilyn Monroe had an unclear relationship with the United States, and at the age of being out of fashion, she already had obvious communist tendencies. In fact, just communist tendencies are not a big problem. Even if she is a star, the worst that can happen is that she will be hidden and slowly disappear from the mainstream vision. But Marilyn Monroe is also a lover with Kennedy, which is very fatal. Alan Wilson frowned. Can this matter be used by the British? Because a Democratic president like Kennedy is not just a trouble for the Soviet Union and the current Democratic Party's ideas. The Nassau Agreement was forced on Britain during Kennedy's term. He was actually very worried about this person. But if Kennedy died, he could definitely be the best friend of the Kennedy family and even help raise Kennedy's children. Who made him a prime minister? Mr. Wilson. Vivien Leigh was a little alert. Did her man want to drive an American car? Oh, sorry. Alan Wilson woke up and said apologetically, my wife Pamela is also a very compassionate person. She also knows that many Koreans are displaced and adopted Korean children through the European Red Cross. If there were not many people in this corner, Vivien Leigh would have reached out to warn the man. The British treasure must have misunderstood this. Alan Wilson had a limited edition British luxury car waiting for a test drive, and the risk of a test drive was quite high. But even so, it was not as high as Monroe's American car. Sticking to Her Royal Highness might cause problems in his progress, and sticking to Miss Monroe, unless he was the chairman of the KGB, would never be considered. The Chinese have a saying, serving as an official is to benefit the people. After coughing softly, Alan Wilson no longer cared about South Korea and explained his own ideas. London's idea is to build Malaya into a multicultural center. As soon as he said this, Alan Wilson almost admired himself. The action of preventing the integration of Chinese and Malays is called building a multicultural center. This sentence should be written down. Multicultural center? Ingrid Bergman and Hedy Lamarr didn't say anything. Marilyn Monroe was an American, so she asked directly, why not just let this colony become independent? I suggest that Miss Monroe get to know Joan Crawford and Bette Davis after returning to the United States. They won't ask such questions. Alan Wilson's smile froze slightly when he heard this, but he still maintained his good manners and made sincere suggestions. If Marilyn Monroe's enthusiasm for charity and sympathy for the lower classes had made Alan Wilson appreciate her before, her attitude towards the colonies had completely destroyed his appreciation. For Britain, this was a problem of I really have a cow. Monroe, each country has different problems. Vivian Leigh knew it was not good when she heard it. This man never discussed this kind of problem. It's not that he didn't know the problem, but that he would not do it, even if he knew it. Vivian Leigh fully proved that the good popularity of the national treasure was definitely not for nothing. The tropical scenery here is nice. Let's discuss and find a nice beach here. Commissioner Wilson will definitely provide convenience, right? Commissioner Wilson? Vivian Leigh's smart eyes were full of requests. Alan Wilson naturally nodded and agreed, and replied with a smile, "These are all trivial issues. You are all guests of Malaya. Don't say you are just going around. Even if you want a small island, I can sell it. It only takes a symbolic price. I will take care of the rest." The atmosphere that had taken a sharp turn for the worse became happy again. Hedy Lamarr took the opportunity to say that if there was a Malaya commissioner accompanying them, it would reflect the importance of these people. Otherwise, there might be safety problems. Ingrid Bergman nodded in support. "This is a completely unfamiliar place for us. We need enough sense of security." "Is that so?" Alan Wilson pondered for a moment, thinking that you had been here before. "Why didn't you talk about security at that time?" "They also took away the saltwater crocodiles from British Malaya." He saw it all. The handbag that Ingrid Bergman brought this time was made of saltwater crocodile skin. In fact, it would be better to change to a relaxed environment to talk about the Academy Awards. Alan Wilson did not prepare for the results immediately. "I think that American woman has a crush on you." Returning to the administrative office, Princess Margaret crossed her arms in front of her chest, with a look of seeing through everything. "The way she is dressed revealingly is disgusting. You are really good at looking." Alan Wilson chuckled. 4 actresses, Hedy Lamarr, Ingrid Bergman, and Vivian Leigh, all had relationships with him and gave birth to his children. Only Marilyn Monroe, a pure American, had nothing to do with him. The princess sister-in-law's reverse output really made Alan Wilson unable to evaluate it, and the accuracy was too low. In fact, seeing Alan Wilson chatting happily with a group of beautiful women made Her Royal Highness very alert. These women were too beautiful, and they were different types of beauty, which made her feel very crisis-ridden. Princess Margaret had never been so concerned about the tasks assigned by Pamela Mountbatten. The sudden knock on the door ended the discussion between her brother-in-law and sister-in-law about whether foreign women were good women. Richard, the head of the administrative bureau, came in with a telegram and put it directly in front of Alan Wilson. "Commissioner, the advisory group in Sagan sent a telegram, which was forwarded to the administrative office through the British Army headquarters." "Show it to me." Alan Wilson also became serious when he encountered serious matters. Some of it was pretended to save his sister-in-law from endless nagging, but soon he became really serious. The French army in Vietnam carried out a large-scale mobilization and drew elite troops for air transport. The destination was Dien Bien Phu and the northwest inland of North Vietnam. "Commissioner, what's the matter?" Seeing his immediate superior with a deep face, Richard asked puzzledly, and directly treated the other person in the office as heir. "The French army has begun to attack, but it will be troublesome if something unexpected happens in that place." Alan Wilson wanted to know who Marceau in the French army was. He really knew him, Brigadier General Castries, who had stayed in Malaya before arriving in Vietnam. Chapter 746. Will the British fight? "As if you know a lot," Princess Margaret said with a teasing look. It was interesting that an official who had never been a soldier for a day could now comment on the war situation thousands of miles away. Alan Wilson was not angry at the princess's sarcasm. This was much better than before. He replied, "Most of the time in the war, it has nothing to do with any amazing plots or impeccable plans. Anyone who knows a little about military affairs can make a decent battle plan, but whether the plan can be successfully implemented by the army is another matter." Is General Mountbatten a genius military strategist? The respected father-in-law himself does not think so. But he is a commander of a major war zone who is as famous as Stalin of the Soviet Union and Chiang Kai, the commander of the Chinese war zone. Whether you admit it or not, Mountbatten has a place among the military leaders in the World War. In the field of battle planning alone, General Mountbatten may not be much more professional than his son-in-law Alan Wilson. Mountbatten was a political general. The previous theater commander was much more professional than him in military terms, but what he brought was a disconnect between China and Britain in Burma and mutual distrust. Mountbatten changed this after he took office, and the armies of different nationalities in the Southeast Asian battlefield turned to harmony. Dien Bien Phu is deep inland, and the road conditions are not good. If air transportation is interrupted, the French will be in a bad situation. Alan Wilson took out the map and looked at the location of Dien Bien Phu with some concern. He asked Richard, didn't the advisory group in Saigon put forward their own opinions? This is a French war after all. Some of us said that the battlefield is too deep inland and it is difficult to rescue if something happens. Richard didn't know much. After all, Malaya had a proper military commander and a British military headquarters. The commissioner was responsible for the administrative work of British Malaya, and General Bilton was not a subordinate of the commissioner, so he had no obligation to reveal too much to the chief executive. If the French don't listen, there is nothing we can do. Alan Wilson shook his head slightly. In fact, even if the Dien Bien Phu battle was won as the French thought, the Vietnam War would not end. In the world after World War II, colonies really cannot be subdued by relying solely on military force. Of course, Alan Wilson also understood that it would not work if Britain only talked but did not take action. But if France only took action but did not talk, the effect is not good either. From 1945 to now, France has at least enough time to solve the Algerian issue. Because of the difference in colonial policies, France's foundation in Algeria is far from comparable to that of Britain in non-white dominions. After the war, as long as France showed a little goodwill instead of suppressing it blindly, Algeria would most likely not become independent. But what about Vietnam? Even if Alan Wilson went up, there would be no way. Winning the Battle of Dien Bien Phu would only delay the issue for 1 or 2 years, and the Vietnam issue would not be resolved in the end. And Paris is indeed anxious. From 1945 to now, Vietnam has not been resolved for 9 years. The money swallowed is already an astronomical figure for France, so there was this attack. Put me in the commander's call. Alan Wilson glanced at the princess and decided to take advantage of the presence of his sister-in-law, hoping that the British military would mention Dien Bien Phu, a strategic inland location, from an objective and neutral perspective, which was not conducive to support. As for whether the French would listen in the end, Britain had tried its best anyway. Before that, Alan Wilson also contacted the country to inquire about the views of other countries in the Five Eyes Alliance. In addition to the British Army, Malaya also has a small number of advisory groups belonging to Australia and New Zealand, the Netherlands and Portugal. After all, a 5-power defense treaty was signed before, in which the Netherlands had its own colonies to be responsible for, and Portugal also had a similar Timor Island, so the advisors in Malaya were mainly the two little brothers of the United Kingdom. The number is small, but it is also symbolic. Through these consultants, Australia and New Zealand can be asked about their attitudes on this. Aren't there important members of the royal family around Alan Wilson now? If others know you're like this, you're done. Princess Margaret sat on the lap of the Imperial Commissioner, panting and complaining, "You kiss me so hard that it's swollen, and others will definitely notice it. I've been rubbed to the bottom, and your scandal is not good for you or me, and Pamela will be sad." Alan Wilson savored the princess's red lips and said indifferently, "So you have to listen to your brother-in-law, you know. It's all about training. This important member of the royal family is much more difficult than Pamela Mountbatten at the beginning. Now Princess Margaret has already grown up and has formed some habits. She is not as easy to discipline as Pamela Mountbatten." The princess, whose legs were still clamped around the man's palm, didn't know what she would think if she knew that her brother-in-law still thought she was disobedient. After asking Richard to make a reception itinerary, Alan Wilson took the princess to the British military headquarters to discuss several issues about France's military operations. "Alan, this is the headquarters." General Bilton swore that he absolutely respected the royal family, but this was too much. "General, it was Pamela who asked her to follow me." Alan Wilson spread his hands. He did have the idea of using his princess status to do evil, but this was not contradictory. Princess Margaret was indeed responsible for watching him. After all, Australia and New Zealand had only been independent for a short time. They still had traditional feelings towards Britain and expressed respect for the appearance of the princess. Soon, several people discussed France's military actions. France is in a dilemma. If it wins, it will only continue to consume, and is still far from the final victory. If it loses, the French Asian colonies will collapse. Alan Wilson's face was solemn. I'm afraid that a chain reaction will form and affect the interests of other countries. This is why he is concerned about France's actions. He is afraid that the defeat of France will cause instability in the British colonies. At this time, all consciences can go to the dogs. If there is a 1% chance, he hopes that the French will rule Vietnam for 20 years. As for what the Vietnamese think, it doesn't matter to him. The military advisors of Australia and New Zealand also nodded. Malaya is a British colony, but it is good for the two countries for the British to stay, especially when Sukarno in Indonesia kept shouting for a greater Indonesia. Australia and New Zealand also support the development of Malaya, because in Australia's internal discussions, there has been a discussion about the development of iron ore, whether it can be used for industrialization. But Australia's environment is too bad, especially the lack of water. As a saying goes, it is better to continue selling mines than to develop industry. Alan Wilson knows this argument. First of all, it is a correct argument, and secondly, it is spread by his wife's media. France's military actions are not only concerned by this British colony that is not far away geographically. The US military in Washington thousands of miles away is also very concerned. The domino theory has been accepted by the US military. After preventing the expansion of Soviet power from the Korean peninsula, Washington is also very concerned about whether the French can contain the development of communist forces in Southeast Asia. At this time, the United States certainly would not have thought that they would replace the French in the future and listen to Vietnamese in the jungle. But they have expressed extraordinary concern for the war there. In fact, there are already voices in Washington now calling for the United States to help France replicate the Korean War, to prevent North Korea from annexing South Korea, and send troops to Vietnam to assist France. Even the report has been handed over to President Eisenhower. In the Red River Delta and the outskirts of various strongholds, normal patrols are no longer possible. The French offensives are always based on stability, lack imagination, and have limited campaign objectives. Unless solid fortifications are built, or a perfect opportunity arises, the French will avoid a decisive battle with the Vietnamese army. Without daily communication with French personnel here, it is absolutely impossible to imagine that the thinking and practices of the French staff are as old as before the German Blitzkrieg. The French expeditionary force lacks sufficient training and high-quality military staff, and lacks the mentality of taking the initiative to attack. Even the United States assistance with large amounts of arms and supplies cannot change this situation. In the White House, President Eisenhower looked at the report submitted by the agency with a serious expression, and finally threw the report aside. Who is the one who has been in the country for a long time who made this garbage? Ike. The danger is possible. Secretary of Defense Charles Owen Wilson looked at the president and said, "We are sending troops because of France's incompetence. Why do many people take war as such a simple matter?" President Eisenhower asked back, "In fact, the British side is also asking about our attitude, right?" Seeing Charles Owen Wilson nod, Eisenhower continued, "The Korean War has just ended. We can't rush into the next war. This is irresponsible to American lives. Don't mention sending troops again. I will never agree." While Britain and the United States were discussing France's military action from different perspectives, the French army in Vietnam had already begun to mobilize troops, drawing French soldiers and the Foreign Legion, which was currently mainly Germans, to transport soldiers to Dien Bien Phu through Junkers transport planes, inserting them into the areas where the Viet Minh guerrillas were active, and attracting Viet Minh attacks. Then, under the tenacious heavy firepower position, the attacking Viet Minh army was hit head-on, and won the battle. Through the successful defense of the Battle of Top Hyang, the French army, as one of the participating troops, had reason to believe that, since the Chinese army could not break through Top Hyang, the weak of Vietnam would only be more broken and bloody. As for the British advisors' doubts about Dien Bien Phu, what a joke, the British can fight a land war. Chapter 747, Proposal for the Soviet Union to join NATO. The French may have forgotten how French India and New France disappeared and became British India and New England. The British army is limited by the size of the British population and cannot fight large-scale wars. It often needs a helper to help. This is also one of the reasons for the continental balance policy, but it does not mean that the British Army's combat effectiveness is very poor. The impression that the modern British Army has poor combat effectiveness mainly comes from the fact that the British Army in Asia was defeated by the Japanese Army. But then again, it seems that the French Army was so glorious in World War II. The unreasonable arrogance of the French is still the same as always. Alan Wilson, at General Bilton's headquarters, also learned the news sent back by the British Advisory Group in Vietnam. At the same time, he also got a general understanding of the attitude of the United States, because in 1954, Vietnam already had an American advisory group. Compared with the British military advisors, the American military advisors were obviously more concerned. It's hard to evaluate. General Bilton actually wanted to complain about the French, a propaganda that was turned over and over in the Napoleonic era. But he was a general who had turned 50, and he couldn't be like Alan Wilson, a young man who couldn't control his mouth. He changed the subject and said, "What do you think? Can France achieve its goal? If the rainy season comes, the French's isolated deployment will be in trouble." Alan Wilson pointed out the unfavorable factors of Southeast Asian weather for air transportation. One less French death is one less, but it's not the case for the Vietnamese. In fact, in terms of the number of casualties in the Dien Bien Phu battle, the French still achieved a 1-to-4 exchange ratio, while Vietnam had more than 8,000 casualties and at least several times more casualties. But victory or defeat is not a simple exchange ratio. This elite French army was besieged and surrendered, and France lost its strategic offensive capability. General Bilton was silent. Even if France's predicament was not entirely the same, it might be that Britain would encounter some of it. What if Britain encountered a similar situation one day? I heard that the country is researching nuclear mines. To be honest, it's not an advanced concept. No matter how powerful it is, it's still a mine. The threat to the Soviet Union is limited. Even if it is deployed in West Germany, London will soon find that it has no effect. It's better to place it in Malaya. Alan Wilson did not change his nature of striking hard at the Third World, and he was quite disapproving of the ideas of some domestic military agencies. "I give you the right to use nuclear mines." General Bilton asked meaningfully, "Do you dare to use it?" "I don't answer hypothetical questions, but 10 million people is not a lot in my eyes." Alan Wilson did not answer this question directly. He said he dared to use it. Let's not talk about whether General Bilton would think he was bragging. What if it was leaked? The future leader of the British Civil Service is a person who regards nuclear weapons as conventional weapons, which may hinder his progress. In order to prevent the situation in Vietnam from repeating in Malaya, we must be vigilant in any small matter that may cause unrest. In addition, we must build Malaya. When ordinary people have pots and pans and are no longer alone, their concerns will increase. I dare not say that most people dare not really abandon their wives and children and start a revolution in a fit of rage. In fact, he did so. As a commissioner, he always said soft words, but did hard things. Not many people dared to violate the laws of British Malaya, whether it was the Qing dynasty law or the peaceful teaching law. Instead, the British Malaya colony management regulations were implemented. This regulation, which the residents of the colony often encountered, was an important measure for managing the colony. For this reason, British Malaya built a large number of temporary detention centers to detain people who violated the management regulations. The internal settings of these temporary detention centers were designed to save space, imitating the pigeon cages where the lower class people in Hong Kong lived in later generations. During the detention period of half a month to 3 months, the focus was on providing the detainees with a 3-foot lowest land to live. Such a room can hold at least several times the number of prisoners. As for why this is done, because in his previous life, Alan Wilson had the experience of being imprisoned. He deeply knew that the so-called labor had limited deterrence on an unruly person, and the mental torture was about control. A pigeon cage with a width of 1 meter and a length of 2 meters can do this. For these prisoners who are detained for a short period of time, British Malaya does not require them to do any labor to contribute to the interests. Just lie in it honestly. A person can bear it for 3 to 5 days. Once he is locked up in a pigeon cage for a long time, he will be extremely eager for freedom. After coming out, he will definitely have a clearer understanding of the 4 words free world. For the sake of cost self-sufficiency, serious prisoners are generally used to serve these temporarily detained prisoners. Alan Will is a Chinese I saw in Kingshan Detention Center last time. He is a prisoner who is about to be released and will come out to experience the free world in the last few days. Alan Wilson put his hands in his pockets and said calmly, as for the situation in Vietnam, either we should improve the economy, which France cannot do, or when we cannot stand, we should think more about how to scrape the land and make it worthwhile to colonize. There is a system of short-term detention that is pervasive to deter, but in the end, we still have to develop the economy as a foundation. The ugly face of the Imperial Commissioner's imperialism is enough to make the world's righteous people criticize him, but he doesn't care, and he didn't say it publicly, so who knows? Then, Alan Wilson, who knows military affairs better than me, summarized the remarks of the Allies, and wrote a report on French military operations to London. Regarding the part about Vietnam, he said that there was no limit to the Soviet Union's support for North Vietnam, and the supporters were mainly Chinese. In fact, this is exactly the case. Khrushchev himself was not very enthusiastic about foreign aid. North Vietnam was supported by China in the early days. The Soviet Union was not interested in the situation in North Vietnam and was unwilling to provide aid. The Soviet Union's initial aid was still China's forced big brother to bleed. The Soviet Union's support for North Vietnam was after the United States intervened in the situation in Vietnam. As the degree of US involvement increased, the Soviet Union's aid increased. During the Brezhnev era, the Soviet Union quickly surpassed China and occupied the vast majority of aid to Vietnam. In fact, from this point of view, it is normal for Vietnam to follow the Soviet Union, who let the Soviet Union give more. They are still the big brother. Then Alan Wilson changed the subject and said that British Malaya was different from Vietnam. He had enough reason to believe that, even if France finally failed in Vietnam, it would not affect the stability of British Malaya. The report also put forward several disadvantages of the French army that the United States believed to be as evidence to improve the professionalism of the report. The words implied that the Americans were actually not optimistic about the French military operations. "Why is your telegram so long?" Princess Margaret was very dissatisfied. She felt that her fingers were sore. The novelty of being caught by her brother-in-law as a laborer had passed, and she began to express a little dissatisfaction. "Isn't this to exercise your abilities?" Alan Wilson said with a look of "I'm doing this for your own good. You have to be a useful person to society, so that you can gain the recognition of the people. You can't act arbitrarily, just because you are a princess. You have to know that this is not 50 years ago, when monarchy was still the mainstream. The royal family now has to be more close to the people. What does this have to do with you ordering me to work?" Princess Margaret looked unkind. She felt that her brother-in-law was full of twisted ideas, but Pamela Mountbatten always accepted these twisted ideas. It was really unreasonable. This report, which condensed Alan Wilson's key ideas, fell into the sea when it arrived at the Foreign Office building in London. This was because, when the French army mobilized troops to build a fortress in Dien Bien Phu, something happened in Europe that made the free world busy. This thing was the Soviet Union joining NATO. The Soviet Union really submitted an application to NATO very seriously and formally, claiming that for the sake of world peace, NATO needed to accept the Soviet Union as a member of NATO. After the establishment of NATO, although the countries of the free world repeatedly claimed that the formation of NATO was not aimed at any country and was for world peace, anyone with a discerning eye could see who the so-called not targeting any country was aimed at. Andrei Gromyko, one of the Soviet giants in later generations, was already the deputy minister of the Soviet Ministry of Foreign Affairs at this time. He proposed a suggestion to the Soviet Union, that is, the Soviet Union joined NATO, to test the reaction of the other side. The biggest possibility is that the United States will shirk the Soviet Union's application for membership for various reasons. Against this background, NATO will have to tear off its carefully dressed macup, and the world peace is fake, and the US-led NATO will have to postpone its pace of annexing said. If, on the other hand, the United States shows a positive attitude towards the Soviet Union's joining NATO, then this will completely change the pattern of NATO. As the saying goes, the best way to break an alliance is to join it. Once the Soviet Union joins NATO, to put it bluntly, NATO will become a place for quarrels between the United States and the Soviet Union, just like the UN Security Council. To amendments to the Soviet Union's draft Treaty on European Collective Security, it also proposed that the United States would not be excluded from formal participation in the pan-European collective security system, and if NATO is really for the maintenance of world peace, then the Soviet Union will consider participating in the organization. So London currently has no time to care about what military actions France takes in faraway Asia, but is racking its brains to think of what reasons to use to defuse the Soviet Union's shameless proposal. Chapter 748, Dien Bien Phu begins. If the NATO member states were marked on the map one by one, even a blind person would be able to tell who the organization was targeting. Even though the Soviet Union did not have much ill intentions at the time, its ability to easily mobilize thousands of tanks and planes to push westward made its European neighbors uneasy. Is that something we should care about? That's something Washington should care about. Alan Wilson listened to his subordinate's answers. He asked why a report submitted was ignored. It turned out to be the famous scene of the Soviet Union joining NATO in history. He shook his head and laughed. If I remember correctly, the commander-in-chief of NATO is American Ridgway. What can we say? We should not express our views, and there is no need to express our views. That is Washington's business. In front of his sister-in-law, who was responsible for monitoring him, Alan Wilson mocked the decision-making circle in London. The British Empire is obviously still a little confused now. Sometimes it feels that it is time for Britain to hide behind the scenes, and sometimes it thinks that it is the world hegemon before the war. In short, it is really a little split. Then should we give Whitehall a hint? Richard agreed after listening, and immediately made this suggestion. Should be. No need. Alan Wilson thought for a while. Unless London is under pressure from Washington, I believe that after the hectic period, our colleagues will figure it out. He still believed in the integrity of the Labour government, and the degree of pretending to be dead in the international situation was still higher than that of the Conservative Party. After a few more meetings, they would understand what decision should be made. Compared with the Soviet Union joining NATO, which was obviously a deliberate operation to disgust the free world, he still felt that France's military action was more important. Richard turned and walked out of the office. Princess Margaret's eyes rolled. She waited until the door was tightly closed before asking, "Brother-in-law, the Soviets embarrassed us. Don't feel so good about yourself. That's embarrassing the Americans." Alan Wilson interrupted his sister-in-law and corrected her. Britain's current work is to reduce its presence and calculate how much legacy can be realized. Don't think about other things that have no benefits. After 9 years, the huge debt owed to the United States will finally not be a burden. Do you think this is easy? But I read some reports. The Americans have always said that Britain does not need to rush to repay the debt. The Americans are still good. Princess Margaret whispered about the special relationship between Britain and the United States in the newspapers she had seen. "I have a deposit of £10,000, and the creditors who owe me £1,000 are not in a hurry to urge me to pay back the money. But what if I don't have it?" Alan Wilson glanced at Princess Margaret. His sister-in-law has not fully felt the dangers of the world. This is not a good thing. The Imperial Commissioner was very worried about the future of the White Princess. He was most worried that the inexperienced princess would be deceived by a hypocritical bastard. In order to avoid such terrible consequences, he had to use his talent as a prime minister to take some defensive measures. This was a normal protection, and the consequence was that the princess was now quite accustomed to this kind of close protection. The Soviet Union's joining NATO was quite far away for Alan Wilson, and the calm Britain and the United States would find a way to refuse it. As for the consequences, it was nothing more than the establishment of the Warsaw Pact, and the formal formation of the confrontation between the two major military groups, which was the historical trend. In fact, Alan Wilson still hoped that Britain would be included in the Warsaw Pact, although he also knew that the hope was slim. At least with the current comparison of the power of Britain and the United States, Britain probably did not dare to make such a decision, but the seed had been planted, and it might take root one day. Who can say for sure what will happen in the future? Although his wife left such a follower, which caused some obstacles to Alan Wilson, the princess was an important member of the royal family after all. Could she watch over her during the day and at night? Alan Wilson, who worked hard during the day and at night, was diligent in receiving guests who came to Malaya from afar at night. There was no way he could work overtime, because it was his duty. When the British and American attention was mainly focused on the Soviet Union's joining NATO, the Dien Bien Phu battle, which the British and American were not optimistic about, had already begun. The airlifted French soldiers had landed in Dien Bien Phu, and heavy equipment including bulldozers were airdropped in place. The engineers began to repair the main simple airport and reinforce the fortress. The Dien Bien Phu Valley consists of several small villages. The terrain is flat, with only a few small hills. The Nanayan River flows through the valley. In the following time, the field headquarters and field hospitals were established in the underground shelter just north of the stronghold. The infantry's tanks and artillery and other mobile forces were also concentrated here. The French army had assembled 5,000 troops in Dien Bien Phu. In Dien Bien Phu, people were digging trenches, erecting barbed wire, laying mines, and reinforcing fortifications every day, leaving a deep impression on the visiting guests. General Nava also took a plane to inspect the French fortifications. Since we found that the light infantry suffered heavy casualties in breaking through the fortifications in the Korean War, there is sufficient reason to believe that, since China has few ways to deal with fortifications, the Vietnamese who lack heavy weapons should have even less. General Nava said to his colleague General Kenney, inflict heavy casualties on the Vietnamese and preserve France's interests as a prerequisite. In fact, independence is not impossible to discuss. The conflict in Vietnam has lasted for 9 years. Paris is now really tired of the endless conflict in Vietnam. There is an idea to concentrate on North Africa. Indeed, if the South Vietnamese regime can be preserved and a confrontation situation is formed, we will have achieved the situation of the United States on the Korean Peninsula and can leave decently. General Kenney nodded in agreement, then looked at the wheat field not far away and said, then it depends on this battle. Of course we are confident in this battle, but out of careful consideration, a retreat plan must also be formulated. While expressing his confidence, Nava himself did not ignore asking Kenney to prepare a secret retreat plan to prevent the situation from worsening. Kenney was happy to obey because he had reservations about defending Dien Bien Phu. The two top generals had thought about failure, but the urging of Paris had forced them to make risky plans. There were opponents to starting a war in Dien Bien Phu. General Fay, the commander of the Air Force, said that it was very dangerous to rely solely on the supply of the Air Force. If he guaranteed that there would be absolutely no problem, he would be pretending to be Hermann Goering. The two also admitted that the opposition was reasonable, but they had no choice. War is a comprehensive issue. The pressure of the Paris government on the two in many factors is not something these frontline commanders can understand. On March 13th, thunderous artillery sounds rang out in the Dien Bien Phu Valley, and the Dien Bien Phu battle officially began. The entire valley was in a state of shaking. The old imperialist France and its opponents had a world-renowned offensive. At the beginning, the French army in Dien Bien Phu sent troops to take the initiative to attack and sweep the nearby Vietnamese troops, reflecting a rare initiative. The French army launched a massive attack on Phu Yen, Vietnam, with about 30 battalions of 6 mobile groups according to the predetermined combat plan. This was a long-planned Atlanta operation. 15 battalions of the participating French puppet troops set out from Nha Trang, slightly north, and swept north along the coastline. On the day the battle began, the French army also sent a task force carrying landing troops to launch an amphibious landing into Iowa, behind the Vietnamese army, in an attempt to attack the Vietnamese army from both sides. In Penang, an important port in West Malaysia of British Malaya, Alan Wilson had learned of the start of the battle. Although his current priority was to make the distant visitors feel at home, he still wanted to do something for the French from a colonialist perspective. The French believed that Vietnam's heavy firepower was insufficient, which was definitely a wrong judgment. He remembered that Vietnam's heavy artillery units in the Dien Bien Phu battle were superior to those of France. The French believed that they would be beaten to a pulp, and they were fulfilled in their own lives. The example of the Korean War cannot be applied to Vietnam. The French army is far less well equipped than the US army, and the heavy firepower of the volunteer army is not enough to cover the entire confrontation front. However, it is still possible to assist Vietnam in establishing firepower advantage in the Dien Bien Phu River Valley stronghold alone. Alan Wilson, who was in Penang recently, mainly to accompany Hedy Lamarr and others, was very worried about the distant Vietnam War. He asked General Bilton over the phone, once the French army is defeated, the entire North Vietnam will be controlled by the Vietmen, and the largest city in North Vietnam may not be saved. Can we organize an expeditionary force, under the cover of the Royal Air Force stationed in Malaya, to rush in from the mouth of the Red River with a battleship formation and bombard Hanoi? Alan, your suggestion is really bold. General Bilton smiled bitterly as he listened to the voice on the phone. What if the battleship is in a narrow river channel, and is bombarded by both sides? Battleships are not used like this. You might as well say bombard Haiphong City. The Amethyst incident did not happen in this history, and General Bilton just said it casually, but Alan Wilson was silent. He wondered if Vietnam had the ability to sink a battleship. The Amethyst was just a 1,000-ton warship. To put it bluntly, a warship of this tonnage would not be a target ship with the current strength of the Royal Navy. Any battleship can easily exceed the Amethyst by 20 times in tonnage. Even if it enters the Red River, it does not need to worry about being bombarded. The only worry is the problem of being stranded. In fact, bombarding Haiphong City is also a good suggestion. It can deter North Vietnam. Alan Wilson heard it, and still did not give up the idea of giving the Third World a powerful blow. Bombing Haiphong City to pieces, and making a rescue gesture can also be regarded as an explanation to the French. We can't conclude that the French army will be defeated. General Bilton thought to himself, are you British or French? Why are you so concerned about the fate of the French? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 749. The Soviet Union is not suitable for NATO. Well, of course I'm not a soldier, so I can't give London any advice. I'm just a little worried. Alan Wilson hung up the phone with a sigh, and said after a while, it seems that I have to become an advocate of the domino theory. Once the French army withdraws from North Vietnam, it will be his time to wave the flag and shout. Thinking of this, he is a little disgusted with Eisenhower. If it weren't for this last traditional Republican president, the United States would have joined the Vietnam battlefield earlier. At the meeting on Wake Island during the Korean War, the US top leaders discussed the Indochina Peninsula issue in addition to North Korea. Admiral Radford, commander of the Pacific Fleet, didn't understand what the US military could do and what it should do in Indochina. MacArthur believed that the performance of the French army in Indochina was puzzling. They had 150,000 of the best soldiers and the highest level commanders here, and the opponent's troops were only half of the North Korean army, but they could not annihilate the enemy in one fell swoop. Radford believed that the US military must be a strong backing for France. This exchange and dialogue fully demonstrated that the US military was ready to open up a new battlefield in the Far East, which would eventually drag the United States into years of war and pay a heavy price. It can be said that the US military had already had the idea of intervening in the Indochina Peninsula, and during Eisenhower's term, the US restrained its desire to send troops. If this military president had not come to power, the US would have sent troops earlier. However, it is not entirely true to say that Eisenhower has always been anti-war. When he was president, Eisenhower repeatedly asked voters to guard against the military-industrial complex, but after he stepped down, he began to cheer for the US to send troops. Ike resisted the pressure to go to war when he was president, but after leaving office, he still had to eat, so he joined the ranks of those who sang praises for the US to send troops. Each time has its own ideas, and at that time, I believe Eisenhower also believed that his ideas were right. When Alan Wilson was looking out the window and thinking about a lot of things, a pair of white arms embraced him from behind, and Vivian Leigh's pleasant voice came, "Honey, what's wrong with you? I was thinking about how precious peace is. The years are peaceful here, but Vietnam is fighting to the death." Alan Wilson never mentioned the battleship shelling Haiphong City, but expressed his cherishment of peace. This hypocrisy made Vivian Leigh very distressed. "Honey, you'd better not think so much. Your power is limited, and the French methods are still a little too cruel. Cruel is almost stupid." Alan Wilson almost couldn't help but retract his tone of regret. "I mean, the French should accept reality instead of stubbornly speaking with guns and cannons. The French army reorganized after the war. In fact, it is in a contradictory state. On the surface, it is a sense of racial superiority, that is, Europeans are superior to other nations. Although the defeat to Japan caused them a great blow, it did not make them restrain this sense of superiority. However, in fact, the French army was indeed defeated in World War II. Now they want to redeem themselves. This twisted mentality led to the abuse of force against the French in the colonies, even without considering the objective conditions. Dien Bien Phu is less than 100 miles from the Chinese border and almost 200 miles from the French base in Hanoi. This is the maximum range of the French supply plane. The terrain here is rugged and flat, and there is no land connection with Hanoi, so the Dien Bien Phu fortress must rely entirely on air power for defense. In fact, as long as the French air supply line is not interrupted, it may not be impossible to achieve the goal until the end. This is also General Nava's original intention, to fight a war of attrition with the Vietmen, bleed the Vietnamese dry, and then negotiate. But Alan Wilson knew the evolution of the war situation. The key is that he really has no way to deal with the weather, and he is not God. If France loses, Alan Wilson thought about the consequences, and then he must guide the French to ask China for help. Now the Dien Bien Phu battle can only be left to fate, and it is more important to stabilize Britain's own colonies first. The major newspapers in Malaya reported that tens of thousands of Vietnamese fell in front of the French impregnable defense line, which gave the imperial subjects in the colonies a preconceived impression that the price of independence was not something that ordinary nations could bear. Of course, this was also reported at the instruction of him, the Malayan commissioner. Anyway, this was also a fact. Even if the French army surrendered in Dien Bien Phu, the casualties to the Vietmen far exceeded their own losses. It was just that the French army had only so many elite troops, and it was not easy to replenish them like the Vietmen. Although the method of comparing the bad is not a clever method, it is a good method from the perspective of human nature. Most people have a simple mentality subconsciously, and they build their own happiness on the pain of others. This simple mentality of "I'm happy if you are unhappy" was used by Alan Wilson to make the imperial subjects in the Malayan colonies happy, which was not an exaggeration. But in front of the charming actresses, Alan Wilson was still a pacifist, angrily denouncing France's excessive use of force and comparing it with the US military in the Korean War. Marilyn Monroe, who was enjoying the tropical beach in a cool outfit, felt uncomfortable when she heard such brazen ideas and said, "France is a colonial army, and the United States is not. They are doing the same thing." Alan Wilson did not forget that the other party interfered in Britain's internal affairs and provoked close relations between the Malayan colony and the British mainland. This time he said this to counterattack Monroe's previous remarks. Marilyn Monroe's face flashed with a trace of thought, and then she seemed to have figured something out. "Such a big man is so petty. He is actually jealous of what I said before. It's really surprising. There is such a thing as patriotism in this world." Alan Wilson stared at the sexy goddess red lips and raised his head slightly. "Ms. Monroe, in fact, everyone has their own goals. Just like you hope to have a wider reputation, my goal is to maintain the stability of the jurisdiction. No one is wrong. What are you talking about? Hedy Lamarr walked over slowly, her perfect face full of suspicion, and then said calmly, Commissioner Wilson, Miss Monroe is the most famous actress in the United States now. You don't have any ideas about her, do you? Miss Edie, speaking of ideas, I have more ideas about you. Alan Wilson blinked at Hedy Lamarr, and he had already received the other party's concerns. Compared with the current Vietnam War, Yoshida Shigeru's resignation, and no longer serving as the Prime Minister of Japan is definitely a trivial matter. This time, the resignation is actually related to the compensation treaty signed by Japan a few months ago. $3.58 billion is not a small amount, but Japan has no choice. Yoshida Shigeru resigned and took the blame, which put an end to the compensation treaty. For the United States, changing a prime minister in Japan is not a big deal. The Tokyo District Public Prosecutor's Office's Special Investigation Department has been operating for many years to ensure Japan's stability. Compared with France's fight in the Indochina Peninsula and the change of Japanese prime ministers, Washington is still more troubled by the topic of the Soviet Union joining NATO. After the initial flurry, London chose to play dead. Anyway, the Commander-in-Chief of NATO is an American, and it is not Britain's turn to express its position. Washington also wanted to play dead and avoid the Soviet Union's request to join NATO, but soon found that this matter could not be avoided. You must know that during World War II, all countries had huge communist parties. Whatever the Soviet Union wanted to do, it had its own channels to inform these brother parties and let these brother parties know. In other words, the information blockade that was always beneficial to ordinary countries was useless on the Soviet Union. The Soviet Union had many ways to make what it wanted to say widely spread in the free world, which made it impossible to talk about blocking news. Now all European countries know that the Soviet Union has proposed to join NATO to jointly maintain world peace and avoid war. London will definitely not make a statement. After arriving at the White House and meeting Eisenhower, Secretary of Defense Wilson conveyed the decision that Britain had decided to pretend not to hear and let the United States make a statement. The British have always been so cunning in this matter. Eisenhower frowned when he heard it. Although he felt uncomfortable, the British act of pretending not to hear was actually what he wanted to do. Since Khrushchev came to power, Eisenhower also wanted to make a move to ease the situation, but he could not let the Soviet Union join NATO. It is easier to invite a god than to send him away. If it really joins, the meaning of NATO will no longer exist. The Soviet Union is in Europe. If it uses the framework of NATO, the Soviet Union may even squeeze the United States out of Europe. Therefore, the Soviet Union joining NATO is something that cannot be agreed to. After thinking for a long time, Eisenhower smiled brittlely and said, "It seems that it cannot be avoided. Inform Moscow through the Secretary of State that it is inappropriate for the Soviet Union to join NATO." What's the reason? Secretary of Defense Wilson looked directly at the president, waiting for the president's next words. Reason? No reason. Eisenhower said firmly. Sometimes, one should be more shameless when it comes to national policies. As for what the Soviet Union wants to say, let it say whatever it wants. Even if we don't let the Soviet Union in, what can we do? In April, when the Battle of Dien Bien Phu was going on, Khrushchev was having dinner in the Kremlin in Moscow. Molotov, who was still one of the giants, came in and said directly, "Nikita, Eisenhower rejected our request to join NATO. Now it is very clear. We all know that NATO is targeting the Soviet Union. This time it just makes the Americans publicize the purpose of this military organization. No one will believe in the nonsense of maintaining peace in the future." Khrushchev was not surprised. He thought for a while and said, "I think we should have our own military alliance. This is inevitable." Chapter 750 Imperialist Brothers. We have always been kind to the United States. Now it seems that the world is inevitably divided into two. Molotov's expression was quite complicated. Although the United States fought a war in the Far East for more than 3 years, it did not cause any loss to the United States' national strength. Although the Soviet Union has recovered from the losses in the war and is even stronger than before the war, it is still far behind the United States. If the problem is only with the United States, It is not a solution, but the problem is that other countries within NATO, Britain, France, Germany, and Italy, are all powerful allies of the United States, at least much stronger than Eastern European countries. But who are the allies of the Soviet Union? For example, Romania and Bulgaria have a smaller population than Belgium. Not to mention that compared with Britain and France, if the Netherlands in NATO is an ally of the Soviet Union, it can be said to be a powerful ally of the Soviet Union. But in NATO, the Netherlands is simply an inconspicuous country. The population of Eastern Europe is indeed far behind that of Western Europe, and the gap is even greater than the gap between the Soviet Union and the United States alone. Yes, we have always avoided confrontation with the United States, but Washington has turned a blind eye to our goodwill. The responsibility is not ours. Khrushchev sighed. If it is to be called détente, he can be said to be lower than Stalin in his attitude, hoping to change the hostility between the United States and the Soviet Union. But some things cannot be done by releasing goodwill, and the Soviet Union cannot give in blindly. Khrushchev believes that, as long as the Soviet Union is given time, the Soviet Union's own national strength will exceed that of the United States, and the power comparison will undergo a decisive change, so he advocates détente, but détente cannot be unilateral goodwill. After a circle, he now understands that even a peaceful competition must be backed by force. As the militarization of NATO is inevitable, Khrushchev is also thinking that the Soviet Union should also establish its own military alliance. Of course, it doesn't have to be so fast. After waiting for public opinion to ferment, and the Soviet Union has made all the goodwill, it can establish a military alliance covering all Eastern European socialist countries to confront the United States. Comrade Molotov, how to contact fraternal parties and recognize our ideas is the focus of your work in the next stage. After becoming the controller of the Soviet Union, Khrushchev began to pay attention to his speaking attitude, not shouting like before. However, the long-standing habit cannot be changed. He only pays attention to his tone to Malenkov, Molotov and others. As for Brezhnev and Shelepin, they did not receive such treatment. Especially Shelepin, the youngest member of the Central Committee at the moment, who was only 35 years old, was especially recognized by Khrushchev. He believed that Soviet cadres should be younger, not in the hands of a group of old men who had been managing the country since 1918. At this time, Shelepin was already a rising star in the Soviet political arena, and there was already a group of like-minded friends around him. Of course, he could not have imagined that 10 years later he would hold 4 important party and government positions at the same time, including the Central Committee, the Presidium member, the Central Committee Secretary, the Chairman of the party, and State Supervision Committee, and the first Deputy Chairman of the Soviet Council of Ministers, and would be powerful in the Soviet Union. Surrounded by Yegoriev, the first secretary of the Moscow Municipal Party Committee, Tikhonov, the first secretary of the Leningrad Municipal Party Committee, and Mishatsev of Pravda, the KGB and the Komsomol are Shelepin's base camp. There may not be a second in command with such great authority as Shelepin. If Alan Wilson was a Soviet, he knew Shelepin, and would definitely persuade him not to make a fuss. What are the benefits of following Brezhnev? With Shelepin's age, the Soviet Union will be his sooner or later. What problems Khrushchev has, you can solve them after you come to power. But he is not a Soviet, and the British civil service group and politicians are not the same. Only when he was in the British Malaya colony could Alan Wilson feel that he had power in the government and the opposition, and he had as many Oscar-winning actresses as he wanted. How the United States and the Soviet Union fought was not important to Alan Wilson at all. What Britain should care about is how to calculate the legacy and cash it out. Before evacuating the colony, take everything that can be taken away as much as possible. Of course, it is not for nothing, and a lot of pounds can be left for independent countries as foreign exchange reserves. While busy with the colonial work, he also had to deal with his sister-in-law who came to Penang to perform the care work. Her Royal Highness had never been so concerned about a job, especially after knowing that her brother-in-law was receiving a group of movie queens. Her Royal Highness was chasing after him, so Alan Wilson had to turn his work into a secret. Fortunately, a few confidants knew the general situation and did not care too much. It was inevitable to complain in private. Alan Wilson was a famous two-faced person. In front of these actors, He talked about the moral untenability of the French military actions. In front of Princess Margaret, he changed his face. Vivian Leigh and others were just ordinary people. The colonial issue essentially could not touch these people. Princess Margaret was a British princess. Even if she could not show it on the surface, she should know how important the colonies were to Britain. In front of his sister-in-law, the Imperial Commissioner was concerned about the Dien Bien Phu campaign in France, while in front of the actresses, he was concerned about the Academy Awards. Alan Wilson even thought that it should be more affordable at first, and the awards should be made of pure gold. Later, after a slight calculation of the cost, he changed his mind. The current economic foundation of British Malaya cannot be so extravagant. Alan Wilson is not for petty profits. Even if it is pure gold, he can afford it. The key is to consider the overall economic situation of the colony. He can't learn from the whole Korean people to prepare for debut. The large number of Korean trainees is essentially a manifestation of involution. Malaya is not at that point now. During this period, there were also continuous reports on the latest war situation from Saigon. On the issue of imperialist unity, the British report was of course that the French army was moving from one victory to another, but in the telegram that Alan Wilson saw, the French offensive had stagnated, and the war situation had entered a stalemate. The Vietnamese army stopped the French offensive and counterattacked. After conquering 3 strongholds in a row, they quickly advanced, and the defending enemies fled. Conquer Kon Tum City, and annihilate the enemy in the northern part of the Western Highlands. Then they continued to move south, approached Highway 19, and attacked Pleiku City, liberating a total of 16,000 square kilometers of land and 200,000 people, forcing the French army to stop the attack on the Phu Yen area and urgently dispatch troops to strengthen the strongholds in Pleiku City and the southern part of the Central Highlands, to prevent the Vietnamese army from continuing to move south. Then the Vietnamese army annihilated a battalion of the enemy and occupied Atapu. The only commander of the enemy in Lower Laos was a Frenchman, and the rest were Lao puppet troops. They had extremely weak combat effectiveness, poor equipment, and training were not worth mentioning. They quickly collapsed in front of the Vietnamese army. The Vietnamese army took advantage of the victory and quickly liberated the entire province of Muang Mae and most of Sarawak province. General Nava's mopping up plan failed less than a week after it was implemented. The defenders of Dien Bien Phu directly became real defenders. The entire territory of Laos had fallen, and 1/3 of the French colonies had been lost. The French are really worrying. If Her Royal Highness the Princess was not beside him, Alan Wilson would have wanted to scold these idiots. Brother-in-law, is the war situation unfavorable for the French? Seeing that her brother-in-law was troubled, Princess Margaret also acted obediently, not acting recklessly at this time, and forgot that she was still questioning her brother-in-law's character. Because she remembered one thing, it seemed that the Hollywood actress who was a guest in Newfoundland at the time and the actress who was now on vacation in Penang had an amazing overlap rate, and she questioned it. After having doubts, Princess Margaret's thoughts became clear. She remembered the extra large bra that Alan Wilson had in the governor's mansion of Newfoundland. It was said that it was personally owned by Ingrid Bergman, and Ingrid Bergman also came this time. It's hard to imagine that the French lost the whole of Laos so quickly. Alan Wilson shook his head incomprehensibly, and his hands were on his waist, worrying about the fate of his imperialist brothers. Brother-in-law, don't worry, you can see it from the performance of the French in World War II. Princess Margaret said with a pout. Alan Wilson glanced at Her Royal Highness. The British are experts in insulting France. However, most people cannot criticize the key points when insulting France. In fact, the French army was so embarrassed in the Vietnam War, which is the essence of insulting France. But why are few people using the Vietnam War to insult France? The question is very simple, because the United States was more embarrassed in Vietnam. If using the Vietnam War to insult France is essentially insulting the United States, how dare the filial sons and grandsons criticize the beacon of humanity? Isn't that a rebellion? France is now in a disadvantageous position, and Alan Wilson has no choice. Many conditions are not met. If the battlefield is in southern Vietnam, if he is a Frenchman, he will operate ethnic cleansing and arm Cambodians to kill Vietnamese. But now South Vietnam is still calm, and you can't do it without a reason. But what about the North? Laos is too weak to pose a threat to Vietnam, not to mention that Laos has fallen now. Dear General, the last batch of napalm has been shipped. I wish France all the best. Malaya has been very uneasy recently. There have been conflicts between the Chinese and the Malays. Britain has tried its best to help. This suggestive telegram reached General Nava. First, it reminded the French to use napalm quickly, while the rainy season is not yet continuous. Second, it hinted that the war should not be limited to the battlefield. Vietnam's buildings are mainly made of wood. Clear the nearby villages immediately. Of course, Alan Wilson couldn't directly say that he would kill one to warn the hundred and pour the flames of war on civilians. He could only use this suggestive tone to let the French army expand the scope of the war. In this way, even if the French army was defeated, the battlefield could be turned into a wasteland. You must know that a large number of French troops are composed of people from the North African colonies. The large number of casualties on Vietnamese civilians can also make these colonial soldiers more cautious when facing choices in the future. 2 more chapters have been blocked. I'm really drunk. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.